5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team pick. Dire team pick.
10.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Witch Doctor.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team ban.
Mars!
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Radiant team, pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Riki. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Generator at your service. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sack.
Choose your hero, my good friend.
I admit nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ding, mother... Can't escape your sins.
Dirty. Suddenly.
You really should prepare for battle.
Do love our triangles out here, John. Angles are good.
Yeah, you know, there was one thing that was bothering me about new esports, right? So it does look like we're not seeing Lance here today. It's going to be Barry filling in for him once more, which does mean, I believe we have Yamate on the core role. Yeah, Yamate is in the POS 1 rookie, so it's a shakeup. Day 1, we saw him with Lance and POS 1. It's back to Yamate core because he's not around. I don't know how to feel about this one. His performance was a bit middling. Perhaps we'll see an improvement here with Ricky. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Yamate, of course. The snowball, diffusal timing, great band timing is going to be key. And Ricky's not a super easy laner, so he's going to have to watch his spacing there.
30
Well,
seconds to battle.
speaking of,
Is this on?
Paj needs to be a little bit cautious in that mid lane. They are slowly wrapping around here, but he'll run away, just throwing out some taunts while he can. What is JG doing? I swear we saw this in the previous tournament where JG just starts pump faking Roshan. And I don't know why, till this day, I don't know why he does it.
There's a spot in the Roche where you can get vision in the pit and outside while being considered inside a pit. You know how the fog starts at a certain line? So you can peek outside for any rotations while not showing yourself, maybe preemptively break out smokes. That's the only reasoning I can see. There are little areas in the Roche pit where you can get a free look outside. So it's like a defensive play. I think that might be what Neon just preempts, looking to break up any potential smoke ganks.
Well, thank you for that, John. That's actually a really good answer.
Yeah, it's a neat
very
spot.
unexpected.
It's a very neat spot if you're Esport. Really fun spot. Still, that top lane, you look at it, Mike. Play hard and JG up against Yamate and Mozen. Not an easy lane. If you cop those spirits, Yamate's damage does slow down, but JG doesn't land the first two. Looks like they're just going to settle on harassing Mozen out. Levels really important for both sides. Witch Doctor does not like playing without levels. Ricky as well, but same for the duo of Neon. So you don't want to really be shoved from lane here.
JG. A lot of damage is going to come out here from Yamate, but he'll be all right. Looking over to that mid lane, DDZ going to be up against Yopaj. Now, the Leshrac, again, hasn't had the greatest performance from the last game we saw it in. See if DDZ can performance here on this Lesh, but again, it has been from the last time, and I believe it was Carl the last time playing that Leshrac on Execration, but it did not pan out.
No, it's...
Still DDZ, completely new player, of course, can show us some stuff on this hero.
Yeah, it's looking decent so far. 5-1. He's got a big creep wave coming in. You do have a level advantage already in a Podge, and the one thing here is that your Podge does have some pretty decent range. He can stand back, he can play with power shot. DDZ needs to close up a bit to get some harassment off. And it's just so hard to land that stun. If you don't land it, then you're not shoving your Podge out of lane.
Yeah, and he's probably just going to go ahead and max out this Wind Run, just because there's so much value with it, right? You'll never be able to catch this Wind Ranger as the Leshrac unless you do land that stun, and even then, it's so hard to keep up once he pops that Wind Run ability. And we'll have a look at the last lane while these guys are going at it. Of course, bot lane, do have Genjol there with Skem, playing the POS 1 CK. Of course, Candyloon and... Candyloon on the Mars and Barry on the Tusk. Gonna be up against him, and well, so far Sken's been having a very good time on the CK. Not too much happening, but now with a great spear out and the tag team, they can get quite a bit of harass. Not quite enough to kill him off, but they're gonna get through some regen.
Yeah, every single time we talk about someone having a good lane, Mike, something just happens. Scam gonna have to eat through those tangos to maintain that, but you know, this is a Chen lane. This is how Neon can play around it. Januel gets the pull, grabs some creeps, keeps the levels up, and then they can start to look for opportunities to right-click. It's a very tanky duo from you, so you're not going to be trading too hard. They can kind of tank through that damage. What I'm interested in seeing is really Skem's decision making. Is he going to go for the Echo Saber? Is he going to go S and Y? Maybe the Armlet? Or is he going to go for the Midas we tend to see? It's going to be important to set the pace for Neon depending on what that CK goes for.
That's very true. We'll have to wait and see what Skem's decision will be this game. You might just rely on your Page to really set the tempo here on the Wind Ranger. Now, these win ranges have been very strong as of late. It just seems like once you've got the MKB, you don't really need any other damage item. Just get a BKB after that and you're set to go.
Oh.
Yeah, very difficult predicament for the opposing team. Just how to deal with that. Now Barry going to try and secure this bottom power rune, but it ends up being top anyway, so now the rush is on for that illusion rune top. Play hard, actually could have gone ahead and secured and will be able to. Yopaj does get it bottled up. It'll give him a nice little advantage in that mid lane.
Yeah, heavy investment from Neon to get those power runes. 2 supports coming in just to make sure it goes to Yopaj. It does keep the win ranger up. You're seeing DDZ not lag behind too hard. Of course, just not having the bottle means you're not going to deal with a stealth spam, and Hipaj will get to pump a couple more power shots off. So he's going to be clearing out some smaller camps in the downtime. And you're not seeing any successful rotations from John Yuel, but they are still finding the lanes. Neon slightly behind, though. New Esports is finding some decent farm regardless.
They are. Both teams seem quite satisfied with playing the slow game for now. So we do have those 5-minute bounty runes coming up, but there'll be no engagements over those. Should be a fairly even 2-for-2 trade as per usual. Gotta wait for some like core items to be up before you can expect some rotations to be out from these two teams. So all these heroes do require a bit more than just their base skills to get some kills going.
Look at top though, Mike. JG, he's got 3 heroes around him.
Mosen needs to get that cask out and does not bounce the right way, however, but they have a snowball to follow up. Barry activates the tag team, and now the blink strike in from Yamate is going to mean JG should die, but here comes Play Hard with an avalanche. He'll get a toss off, and that'll be Barry going down for first blood. Now Yamate gets shackled up. He can't TP out of there. The tricks of the trade will be out, but it won't matter as he is also going to go down. And JG survives in the end.
Oh man, I thought they'd have enough in the tank. Maledict on, tag team on, but both of those melee heroes copped the fire spirits. Yamate couldn't get an additional right click off, neither could Barry. And that's one of the risks you do run when you're jumping a Phoenix's melee heroes. You will cop those fire spirits when they're up, and with that up early on, that speed reduction is just too much. You just can't maximize that. Neon, 2 kills off the bat, successful rotation for Yopaj, a good time overall.
Yeah, to make matters worse, John, Januel took the mid lane as Yopaj was gone. Denied off a DD rune against DDZ using his neutral creep, and it's going to really hurt for DDZ to never get a power rune this game. So they are very reliant, these Leshraks, on being able to have constant mana. But without that, it's been a tough mid lane for him. He's still found some CS, but he can't really make rotations on this Leshrak. He's always just going to be low on mana at this point.
Yeah, and they're losing their mid-tier 1 super fast. New is not in the position to defend. Early tier 1 mid being taken out, that's a Leshrak lane. You expect the Leshrak to be the one to melt these towers, but with that objective gone, the jungle opens up just a bit more here for Neon to make rotations in.
They're going to try for a fight. Yopaj will get snowballed up, but he does get the win run. Still the tag team now coming out with the split earth. Not going to land on Yopaj, and Play Hard goes in for an avalanche toss with a toss back on DDZ. Now the focus fire and the Icarus dive out, but there's your arena coming in from Candy Loon. He will save the day for DDZ, or maybe not. The fire spirits, the power shot, not gonna land. DDZ walks out with 30 HP, and Candy Loon will get a double kill in that mid lane.
That was on the edge for New Esports, but they find some fantastic kills in return for that commitment. Neon just pushing the envelope a bit too much. They stick around after taking the mid-tier 1. They got punished, and New turned it around. 2-3 now, all of a sudden. Really timely movement from Candy Loon. This lovely start does mean that the Blink Dagger for him on the Mars is going to be up and running in a pretty decent time. And for New Esports, that is their main initiation. You know, Barry's Snowball is nice and all, but the Arena Spear is where most teams play around. So if you manage to get that Blink at faster timing, you're going to be happy regardless.
That you are. So they have left Skem farming freely in the CK, John, and he's really starting to pull ahead. He's almost got that Midas up on your Chaos Knight now. Looking good. In fact, he'll go for a bit of a rift here onto Candy Loon, but does get skewered back, and now Barry gonna be there with Mosen. In fact, even DDZ gonna join in. They'll go for the snowball, and a great shot out from Barry, but Phantasm is gonna be popped by Skem, but he is dropping too quick. Not the Icarus dive in and the toss up on DDZ. He's the one to drop, but now the arena is going to be there from Candy Loon. He's got Skem, but Skem is life stealing. They can't kill him. The egg's going to explode, and the chase continues. Play hard in the middle of all this, getting snowballed now, but it may not matter as they've got to come out sometime. Mosen, he will be the one to die. Now Barry on the run, but the Shackle and Avalanche going to be out on Barry. He is certainly dead. The only man left standing being Candy Loon. And it's just perfect play out from Neon Esports.
It's just a wonderful back and forth between both teams. They are never afraid to commit 5 heroes down the lane when they see movement out. I have to say that was surprising for New Esports. Again, I thought Mozen's Maldic caught. It didn't clip Skem. It looks like he dodged it out with a Phantasm right in time. And because of that, you don't find that one big kill. You sacrifice a lot. It's 5-3 now for Neon's way. And because he didn't kill Skem, he's got his Midas. It's flying in now. Power treads with one Wraith Band and a Midas at the 10-minute mark. Really good timings in that CK. He's just set to really climb up in that fort as he's already #1 so far.
Good feeling for Skem. That's only set to escalate. Of course, Yamate has been doing a decent job on the Ricky. He is getting fairly close now to that Diffusal Blade, but he did that up before he can feel confident in his ability to start really doing some damage in these team fights. Try to dish out some harass here on Play Hard, and that is a lot of damage, but he's not going to try to finish off the kill. Just let Play Hard get out of there. Perhaps believing that he may have had teammates behind, but mid lane, Yopaj, what a shackle. Onto DDZ, and now Focus Fire is there, but Snowball out from Barry. The shards not going to lock Yopaj in. And he'll go back onto Mosen now with Play Hard coming in. There's an Avalanche, but your Focus Fire and Power Shot did not connect. Now your Shackle's not latching either, but Mosen is still going to go down. And Yopaj wants to try for more. Doesn't have the Shackles, however. We'll have to let Barry go.
Yeah, and they just managed to find something for nothing. They force out some spell uses from New Esports. The supports are always forced to follow DDZ around because when he gets jumped, you know, you don't want that Lesh falling behind. We talked about that timing issue. And Neon, knowing that they've got these spells up, they've got the egg, they smoke up here.
Leave Yopaj in that mid lane. He's already got that tier 1 tower, but he can TP down. They still have that tier 1 bot tower, and here he comes. He's going to go for the TP now onto DDZ. A great start, a great Shackles and Play Hard. A 3-man Avalanche. They've got the arena down. JG has to commit the egg now. Try to survive this one as Mosen is trying to run away on that Witch Doctor, but they'll go for Yamate. He'll use the tricks of the trade, but the Shackles are out from Yopaj once again, and the Power Shot right to the face of Yamate. And they just can't catch a break, New Esports.
No, every single movement they have out is punished. They don't even manage to find that tier 1 bot. This is the second time they've thrown bodies on that tower. The Neon are set to just get a push going. They're going to try to defend a bit. There's no egg, there's no Hand of God. There might be an opportunity, but they are a man down.
They are. Looks like they'll let this one go, Neon. I mean, it is only the bottom tier 1 tower. Don't really want if you're Neon, but New Esports definitely do need to have that bottom tier 1 tower on the Radiant side go down. They've been trying for a long time, but it's just not happening. Mid lane, however, Play Hard. Gonna get snowboard on with the Warrior's Punch and the shards, but he's not dead. In fact, Yopaj is gonna rotate in. There's no Focus Fire yet. They have
Yamate
found the Ricky, however, but Yamate is gonna be all right. Even Skem to show up on the CK. But they will not engage, rather disengage.
That's safer. I think their sentry down mid expired right when the Shackle came out, so he couldn't follow up. He was just camping around. He had the double damage rune. He wanted to find an opportunity, just not really getting there. So they missed out on a nice spike in Neon, slowly building up that lead. 2k advantage now. The Midas and Scam paying dividends. You've got Yopaj with a Force Staff. So he opts for some utility, some movement out of that smoke screen first, although...
Mid lane, Yopaj, he's been caught out in that arena with the spear out. Avalanche is there from Playhard. Yopaj, he's wind running. He can't get out of this though. The Walrus Punch is going to be there from Barry. They're going to move into that mid-tier one perhaps. New Esports, they just need a creep wave.
Stunning development. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, they dropped their top tier one though, so they're gonna have to look to make this a trade. But you see Neon, they're TPing all their heroes down, they're ready for the defense. That was the blink reveal from New Esports as well, so there's no further surprises lined up, and they can't capitalize into an objective. They just leave that mid-tier one alone.
We'll get a courier. Let's get it. It was actually JG's Veil of Discord going down. Not a bad snipe there from DDZ. It's actually quite valuable. But you've got to get some objectives. They're trying. They're going to go bot lane again. It's only Yamate here, however. You're going to need a lot more than that to get this tier 1 down. And in fact, they might not even have a chance. JG, Icarus diving for a bounty. Yopaj actually kills off Barry by himself up at that top lane. Now you just definitely can't make a push happen if you're New Esports.
This decision making of New Esports is not going too well. Like, again, this is a Leshrac draft. You want to melt these towers fast. You want to play with the early timings of DDZ. The more they delay this, the more time there is for Neon to build up perhaps into the BKBs, which you do see Yopaj is queuing up next. You know, you're going to have perhaps a pipe down the line as well after certain items come out. You're giving time for the Chen to upgrade his boots into Guardian Greaves. So there's way too much sustain that you're going to be dealing with as this game drags on. And the Leshrac's damage output doesn't scale proportionally. You know, it has a hard cap. At some point, DDZ, if he's not doing damage, that's not going to change much later on.
Oh, it is not. Yamate, I believe he might have the defusal on the way on that Ricky. They desperately need it. But imagine, you should expect some kind of smoke out from the side of New Esports with that defusal blade. I don't think you necessarily want to just sit on this item. You can go for a kill right now. The bot lane is being forced in by JG and Playhard, but they are just huddling in that mid lane. Maybe Yamate doesn't feel confident without the BKB. He has queued that up, but I don't really think you can afford to wait that long.
It's such slow going for farm, and we talk about the Ricky in this sense. You don't want to be farming creeps, you want to be farming heroes. Yamate has not found that opportunity to try picking off Neon for himself. To be fair though, the supports are pretty tanky. Like Tiny is pretty, so is Chen. So it's really difficult for Yamate to nail it in. But he's sitting on a defusal, man. It's just not what you want to see from Ricky. With this kind of defusal timing, you just want to go.
You definitely do. Just going to continue this farm up down to that bot lane. Neon. You've got Playhard, who's almost got that blink dagger up now on that Tiny. He's going to have it up. It's on the way. It's going to cause a lot more headache for this New Esports side. They continue to remain grouped up for now. DDZ on that Leshrac, John. He has had such a tough game. It has not been a fun game for this man.
No.
He's got the Yules up, but it's a Leshrac, right? You need to be ahead in net worth. You can't be this far behind.
No, it's just not enough. And look at New Esports. This is the 4th time they've clumped up around bot. Can they actually find the tower this time?
Spear is good from Candy Loon. That'll follow up with a snowball now. They want to burst this man down, and they do, just in time. But now the Avalanche and Toss.
Oh, Yamate.
Fires Shackle. Yeah, they caught Yamate. He'll get the tricks of the trade-off, but they have lost Mosen, and now Yamate's still trying to TP out. Will make it. Very, very nice TP. So it just ends up in a 1-for-1. Definitely a positive trade there for New Esports. But Neon, might try to make it worth their while, but pushing the bot tier 1, in fact, no, they're just going to leave it be. They'll get back to their own jungle.
That is the fourth time. Fourth time New Esports clumps up bot, gets a team fight out, does not find a tower. Maybe they can punish this. Neon are looking to force that bottom tier 1.
Avalanche play hard with the toss out. They've already almost lost Barry, but it's a good arena on Yopaj. Still the Sunray, and Yule's going to be out now with the split earth. Yopaj is very, very low and should go down and does, but now you lose DDZ on that Leshrak. Oh, that's not what they want. Mosen, he's also gone. Skem is hitting way too hard. They'll go in for that tier 1 bottom tower.
Yeah, and it's actually a success for Neon. So you find some trades, but they get Yopaj. That's the big one. They still trade DDZ away. So Leshrak's not feeling too good, and they lose the tower. Like Neon, that's their, what, second clump up for that bot tier 1. Works out as a success. New Esports have still not made progress in any of these objectives, Mike. Not only is that bot tier 1 healthy, the mid tier 1 as well. The top tier 1 is halfway below the most progress they've had, but you want more. You want these towers gone, not just standing like that.
No, I agree with you on that. 1 tower yet to be taken here for you. I'm sure they'll get there soon enough. Only problem being, the longer this goes on, the more farm Skem becomes. He's already got that SNY up, working towards that hard Tarask now. And that is a very, very scary kind of deal here for New Esports. Once that hard is up, I just don't know how you kill him.
They
it's going to be up
don't.
very soon.
It's just not, they just don't have enough. Like, you're depending perhaps on the magic damage on DDZ, but he just dies too fast, and it's just so much HP here on top of the sustain Neon has. Like, we talked about the issues, but it's a Chen Phoenix. They heal like madmen. They've got free doctors in here providing free healthcare, and New Esports can't counteract that.
Neon let's continue taking over this dire jungle. You must understand how far ahead they are, and Skem is 300 gold off the hub at 21 minutes in.
Ooh, man. That is just a
300
perfect
gold
game.
off. I mean, it really is.
Like this kind of timing with the SNY on top, with the Midas first, with the power treads on. A New Esports right now, what are we looking for? The BKB still needs to come out from Yamate, but then you start to want more damage on that Ricky. A bit late for the Battle Fury, but still sort of plausible to build into. It helps you clear out those Chen creeps, helps you deal with the CK Phantasm illusions.
JG.
Oh?
Yeah, getting caught out there. He wanted to try and defend that tier 2 bottom tower, but it does not work out for him. And now Skem looks like he wants to go for the fight anyway. Pops the Phantasm. There's play hard with your toss avalanche on Candy Loon, and now Mosen just deleted. And Candy, he'll also go. Play hard. He might die to the Melodict, or he might not. He'll survive. You saw Skem, as soon as he uses that rift, someone is gone.
Oh yeah. His damage output is just insane. His durability is off the charts. He's got his level 18, so that's a max level Phantasm. He inches closer and closer towards his level 20 talent. And either one. I think in this case, you'd really want the Spell Immune Reality Rift, just so you could rip through that BKB pickup of Yamate. Once you have that talent up, it's going to coincide with that. In fact, looking at Yamate, Mike, he's at level 14. Skem is at 18. That's a 4-level lead from the CK over that Ricky.
That's a problem. That is a real big problem. Oh, he's got the BKB coming out. It's about that time now. You've got to make something happen with this draft. The Roshan started. So Neon, they're going to force this. With that BKB, perhaps you couldn't have asked for a better time if you're New Esports. They'll get vision with the shards. Smoke broken, Candy, nice skewer in. Tusk also thrown out. But Skem just pops the Phantasm and keeps going. He's not afraid of this. Goes for the Mosen. He goes way too close. We'll buy back. Now play hard. Moving in. There's your arena from Candy Loon. But look at the damage out from Skem. It's too high. Now the egg out as well. They need to snowball out of there, but that egg is going to explode right on top of their heads. They'll lose a secondary. They'll lose a third. And they'll lose a fourth. That'll be your Tusk gone. And Candy, the only man out of there but Yopaj. He wants to have a snipe at this. He will not connect. Candy will be all right, but the Roshan is going to go to the way of Neon Esports.
Oh, that was such a clumsy initiation from you. They jump in, they already break their smoke, they already saw the CK inside, but they don't move in. They feel like they bait Neon outside. They're the ones who got baited out instead. And Barry's snowball might have costed them that. Barry's snowball in the middle of that egg, letting it go a bit too late, stunning 3 of his heroes. Yamate's BKB was revealed there, and he still got stunned because the egg actually went off. It's just not lining up here for New. They need to find a way to maximize these item pickups. They're 6k behind. It's not that big. Now, looking at that chart of net worth, a lot of that gold is just on scam. You're still finding farm on DDZ. You're still finding farm on Yamate. You just need to protect them.
It's going to go for a casual solo kill into Candy, but can he get it done? Candy going to go for the TP play and should make. No, he can't. Shackles. Oh, of course. Yeah, that is an 8-second shackle cooldown. That is not a good feeling for Candy.
Oh, that is just sickening. I mean, you've seen a lot of work with that cooldown talent, and it's just so difficult when you latch it, and they're chasing for more.
Yeah, DDZ gonna knock it shackled, but Yopaj gonna keep up vision. There's your split up, but Skem now has the rift out with a 4-second stun. He won the roulette. Play hard. Gonna find Barry on the task. He'll blink out of there, but Yopaj is on the chase, and Barry is certainly just going to die here to Yopaj. Poor old Yamate. He's just behind them, not knowing what to do. He's just helpless.
He doesn't have a TP for a bit longer. Just an awkward position. Fortunate he didn't walk into the sentry, because he would have been very, very dead at that situation. But 21-9 now, Mike. 8k, 9k net worth lead. It is harder to gap that. The movements from New Esports hasn't been helping. They lose their mid-tier 2. They've got one outer tower left. They still have some steady progress. Yamate is working toward the Manta. I don't know if you want more defensive items. Like, I think in this case, if you went for just raw damage somehow, if you wanted to save over the nullifier, that might have been enough to help you contend with this. But the Manta at this point, I don't know if Neon's gonna be phased by that at all. Like, maybe you break off one dust and run away, but past that point, Neon just buys more dust, or maybe just buys out a gem.
There's a DD rune down at that bot lane. Gem's about to have an AC up, and I don't think New Esports want to let him have that DD. In fact, Yopaj might even take it. He will. There's your AC up, and they're going to run at them again. Mosen trying to get some wards out is going to pay for it with his life. No chance of survival there, and oh, play hard. He found another. It's going to be Barry with the avalanche toss out and the shackles. Another double kill out for Skem. John, he is 10-0-5 right now. Yamate trying to help out DDZ and trying to get himself up. They'll be fine. But how do you deal with this Chaos Knight? He's just too far ahead.
Yeah, you can't. Your damage on Ricky's not enough to pierce through all that armor and HP on Skem. Your damage on DDC has tapered off, and he doesn't even have his level 18 for the Max Pulse Nova. They're going to try to hold the high ground. Now, they've got the arena. You can play really well in the high ground. Is that control going to be enough? It just doesn't feel like it.
Oh, Dota Plus would agree with you, John. Sitting at 97% right now for Neon Esports. Skem gonna keep going after that Rax. Easy Rax for him. He might even go for a second. He's hungry today. No, Skem, he's gonna loop around back towards that mid lane and maybe get that creep way pushed out. But that's a first easy Rax. I mean, there was literally no defense. In fact, your Yamate's dying to the CK illusions in his own base.
Not a good sign. I mean, those hit hard, but you don't expect them to hit that hard by themselves. And It's just a very difficult game now for New Esports. They've got 2 racks to defend.
Oh,
They're trying to
DDZ?
peek out.
DDZ, what? Maybe mispositioning there. Candy, he's going to jump in with the arena. They still have the Leshrac alive. He's trying to survive, but it's not looking great for New Esports. A Schem now just gets to work. He'll get one, and he'll chase for more now. Yamate getting focus fired down by Yopaj. It is not looking great for him. He is left alone. He will go down, and now the Tusk as well, being shackled up, and he's gone. Up that Phantasm. It's time for another Rax, it seems.
Oh yeah, it's too much. They've got a couple of buybacks. They don't have an arena for a very long time, and there's nothing to stop Neon. They're just gonna keep going. The Aegis does expire. Mind you, Mike, Yopaj did not have MKB for all of those fights. He has it now, so his damage is even higher. And just like that, another Rax gonna go for war.
Why not? How do you stop? There is no damage on New Esports. Feels like literally 0. Gem takes a tier 3 and that'll be it. He wants to back off a bit.
They're
I
playing.
must admit, I'm a bit shocked by that.
It's just a cautious play. Perhaps worried about giving out opportunities. They don't have the Hand of God. Maybe they just want to wait for that to be up before committing, just to have a safety net. There's also a few tier 3 items left to pick up. Very ironic for Schem to pick up a repair kit. Doesn't look like anything needs repairing on this map just yet.
No. Well, their mid and top lanes still have all their towers, so I guess you can guarantee that you'll keep them from this point. Do have the Guardian Greaves now up on Januel, so a lot more sustain coming out from our Chen. It's a matter of when Neon want to go. They may just feel like there is 0 chance for New Esports to come back with this draft, and well, they've got a 1% chance apparently, so wouldn't be wrong in saying 100, I suppose. JG might get run on. They'll go for a smoke. Live Scotty now up on Schem, but they do get a nice off onto JG. He cannot get the off in time. This could be it, but Schem jumps in with a 3-second stun, and that is Barry being deleted. Candy is just TPing out with his BKB as he knows he can't take the damage, but Mosen gonna get rifted mid-air. The end is nigh, I believe, and yeah, they'll call the GG. They've had enough. That'll be your game 1. Going the way of Neon Esports in a very convincing fashion.
Oh yeah, spectacular performance from Neon. You can see why you've got to ban that Chen. It's not just a scammy hero. Januel plays it perfectly well. They play around the tempo of it nicely. And New, I mean, we talked
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Best of 2 series between Neon Esports and New Esports. Of course, MLP Dota and John expired. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was very dominant.
Oh yes,
Neon.
it was.
Game 2, where do
Really
you think
was.
things need to change for New Esports?
Radiant team.
The draft has to be a bit more solid. They're on the right direction by banning out the Chen. So you don't have that for Neon. Again, we've seen Scam play it. We saw Januel play it. It's a great effect. Just taking that Chen out removes a lot of that regen. Neon, though, they do get to pick up the Phoenix once more. And a lot of options available for the Phoenix. Faces Void, a really good one down the line. Mars, a really good one down the line that we've seen Neon really execute well. So New Esports has to be ready for those combinations. They do shake it up. They've got the Mirana. More than likely going to be our pause 4 hero, and they pick up a Lifestealer. So we're seeing that Lifestealer come out once more. Rage is going to prevent a lot of the damage Tiny brings in. Even the Phoenix is not going to have a spectacular time depending on the timings of those skill uses. They've kind of covered their bases with the Lifestealer. There are still picks that can kind of deal with it down the line, though. It has been up and down, and there's a reason why you don't see it as often, but a lot of people are saying it's back. So we'll see if New can kind of push it to its limit. I'm not entirely sure if that's still going to be the Yamate here, or if New Esports shake it up once more. But they are looking a bit different here, and that's exactly what they need to bring out for game number 2.
I mean, I think everything just went wrong for New Esports in that game number 1, right? Like, especially that Leshrac pick. It did seem like they were quite dependent on being able to play off that Leshrac.
Yeah.
Just being able to snowball. For Yamate, he had a good defusal timing. He wasn't struggling in farm. But if you don't have a mid laner that can fight with you, you're kind of screwed as a Riki. You can't do it by yourself. A pro game anyway. Maybe in your pubs you can, but not here at our BTS Pro Series Season 3. So maybe just a bit of a switch in the mid lane, I reckon. Just get something a bit more in meta over the Leshrac, which again hasn't been working out from what we've seen so far.
No.
See if they want to try it again. Maybe just try something a little bit different. I'm sure they weren't expecting to be up against that mid Wind Ranger either, which did put a bit of a spanner in the works for them. Well, they did, because they did choose the Leshrac after the Wind Ranger, but it didn't work out.
No, and this time around, with a Lifestealer, you expect one of these heroes to be a carrier. So maybe you're looking at a Storm, maybe an Ember, even a Void Spirit, or an Earth Spirit that somewhat can kind of work as that carrier for the Lifestealer. A Quap, a Puck. You want something that can dip in and out, give DDZ some room to spread his legs, you know, stretch out a bit and kind of put a performance on. Because Leshrac's a very static hero. He just stands there, he casts the spells, maybe you make a Yule's play, shove towers down, but that's the scope of it. And for a player like BDZ, for the potential he has, I think you'd want something more. So that's something new Esports has to go with as well.
Yeah. By the way, John, in case there are any NA people still watching, shout out to you guys. We did just switch over to the BTS 1 stream because the NA did just finish. So hello everyone, nice to see you all. It's been a while, hasn't it? We haven't done any NA Dota in a very, very long time.
Oh man, it's been so long. I'm trying to remember the last times we have. I think for you it was NADCL, wasn't it? I think that was it.
Yeah.
That might have been it.
Yeah, that was the last time. Very long time ago. But hello again, nice to see you all. New Esports, they'll make their third pickup now.
Oh,
it's gonna be the Bloodseeker. So they'll bring it back out. That should be your offlane Bloodseeker here for New Esports. Seems like a decent pick to make.
It's an interesting one. There are lots of potential here, especially into the Phoenix and the Tiny. So you can immediately rupture the Phoenix. You stop him from getting the dive off. He's going to be forced to use his egg. Perhaps rupture someone that the Tiny would want to toss back. And then you put that Tiny in a very awkward position as well. Neon, they do go with Avenge. So there's some room here as to what the support is. We saw JG just play the Phoenix. Might flex that around with Avenge now in the off lane. Maybe even the Avenge for Scam. It's been forever since we've seen him play that hero, but you know, there was a time where Avenge Core on pause 1 was the thing, so I wouldn't be surprised. It's not going to be too surprising if that's the case, but it is looking like a flex in the off lane with the support, so an interesting pickup. They've got the swap to save someone from Blood Right if they're caught out and get stunned up.
Yep.
And they've got a way of saving someone from the arrow plays as well, but it's still a bit risky. You've got to be very cautious about a rupture. And New Esports, Grimstroke coming out. Mike, double rupture. That sounds like a lovely thing to watch.
It does. And I do fear for Neon at the moment. Don't tell me they're going to go for that pos 1 drow, because it just it never works.
Oh, no, you cursed it, Mike. You cursed it.
I mean, so what was it? It's been 4 games now, hasn't it? 4 games in a row with Venge Drow that has been just a loss for many different teams now. So maybe Neon are going to make it work. Maybe they're going to be the first team throughout BTS Pro Series Season 3 to actually make it happen. Of course, we are on day 3 of the group, so it's not like we've had that many games, but I'd say 4 games without a win is pretty significant, considering we're only in day 3. Still, on to our final picks. I gotta tell you, John, New Esports, they do still have the option to pick up a mid-Doom and not only have double Rupture, but double Doom available.
Yeah, that would work wonderfully there. I think I would actually prefer something with a bit more control, a bit more reach, because this is, you know, 2 melee cores into a Phoenix. The egg, if you don't time your rage right in the life sealer, the egg with the fire spirits is gonna make it difficult to take the egg out. Alina would work out pretty nice here. You know, combinations with a Mirana, LSA into the arrow. Long range reach, really fast right clicks coming out. Double Laguna is always nice to have as well. And it does play with that faster pace for New Esports. Maybe they look into one of the Spirit Brothers. You have the Storm Band out, but the Ember's still in play, the Void Spirit's still there, even the Earth Spirit, which we've seen a ton of, giving you the Earth Spirit Grimstroke combination on top of all of that for additional mobility on the life sealer. Just a lot of possibilities for New to close out their draft. Neon are a bit more kind of gated, and they've stuck themselves to the Venge Drow, so their options are something that has to play with that timing, has to play with the aggression mid game that you want to bring out. Some tower push would be nice as well for Neon, just to maximize that potential. So a bit more limited in their scope. Alina would be pretty nice as well. One of the Spirit Brothers could potentially. They don't have the best of hold to maximize the egg. You don't have the Mars combination. You don't have the Faceless Void here. They're going to have to find a different way to get into the right spot, but maybe they're just feeling confident because of these melee cores.
I mean, you could try and deal with the egg with just the Mirana. I know it's not that easy, but you do have the leap. It gives you the bonus attack speeds. You can get some decent shots in as that Mirana. The one problem I'm seeing for New Esports is they don't have the greatest initiation. right now. Like, you don't really have a solid way to start a team fight. Hence why I was kind of going towards that Doom. Because you can blink in, get the hoof stomp off with the stolen neutral creep spell, and just get a double Doom off as well with the Soulbind. That's kind of where I was going. But either way, I think the Lina could also work. It's just going to be a matter of how you initiate.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's gonna be the one factor. Although, you know, we watched New for a bit. When they have the Bloodseeker, and they've done Bloodseeker Lifestealer a couple of times, what they tend to do is just run at you, right? They don't seem to care about proper initiation. Neon does take the Earth Spirit for themselves, so I believe that is the Yapaj hero. Yeah, still some fluck with Avenge Phoenix. We're gonna have to find out which one is JG, which one's Januel. But lineup's looking pretty decent. They've got some good timings here from Neon. They still have to make this Drow Venge work, because I'm not sold on it personally. I know you're a bit cautious about the combo. Our experiences in watching it have been on the low end. You know, it has not been particularly effective. New Esports now, how do they close out? That Doom you mentioned is still in the pool. They know their matchups. They've got the last pick advantage here.
I really don't think it's a bad pick. Doom obviously very effective up against the mid-Earth Spirit, just can't do anything. Even against the Drow, it's quite effective, right? Like, she can still hit you, but you can at least make it much harder for her to get anything done. New Esports, they're the ones to make the choice, and they do go for it. All right, so yeah, it makes sense, right? So you into the Doom. I'm surprised that Neon gave it away. That's where I'm kind of shocked. Why allow the Doom to go through when you've already got the Grimstroke, you're going to have double Rupture, and now you've got double Doom. So not only can you not do anything, but you can't run away either. You've got to stand in place and accept the fact that you've become a creep, essentially.
Yeah, it's a good time. New Esports, you know, the synergy with a Grimstroke just expands so much. Like double Doom, double Rupture. As you mentioned, they just turn into creeps. There's some sensitive timings here, though. New Esports have to be a bit cautious. They're actually... Oh boy, it's a JG Earth Spirit on the off, a Yapaj mid-Venge, Micah. This is the second time we've seen that mid-Venge, and again, the results are a bit shaky. Up against DDZ's Doom, you can play Harass a bit, but you're never going to stop that farm. Devour is just always there. He's going to dip into his jungle. Venge presence, and you can get some solid farm, but you're never going to stop a Doom. Matter of facts with a Venge.
It makes enough sense, right? Because you don't really want to be up against the Doom in the mid lane, with the Earth Spirit, because it is a rough laning matchup for the ES to deal with. That Doom is just going to have a huge advantage. I think the Venge is probably the smarter choice, but then the problem with the Venge is it just feels so lackluster.
It does.
Like, you've got all these stat auras going for yourself, but it feels like you get a first core item, like maybe they just rush a pipe, as we've been seeing from a lot of Venge causes of late, and that's it. It's done. Like they lose all momentum. It's going to be very, very reliant, I feel like, on JG and play hard, especially to set a tempo for their team that they can keep going off.
Yeah.
So I don't see Yopaj being able to snowball and take control of the game on the Venge.
No, it's not that kind of hero. I would have preferred something like, if you were worried about, you run the support Venge, you go with a core Phoenix mid. I mean, it's a strange lane, but if you're expecting to Doom, Phoenix up against Doom isn't too bad. Like, that's a good amount of damage. You can deny the camps as well. Once you see Doom go in the jungle, you dive in, you fire some spirits off. He's not very tanky early on, and his spells have a long cooldown. I just don't like over a core Phoenix here. I just don't think there's value there still. I mean, it's got to be the Yapaj hero. Maybe he's not comfy on a core Phoenix. Maybe they've got a game plan in mind. Got to see how they make it work, but I would give an edge here for New Esports. Their draft, a lot better than Game 1. They do have cooldowns to worry about. Doom is the longest one, but if you play around that perfectly, you get the double Dooms. You don't even need the double Doom, to be fair, but it's always a bonus. You land a double Doom, you land the double Rupture, you run them over with a Lifestealer, and you're good for the races. The one thing for Neon, they've got to make it really difficult. Like, we saw him last time, he had a free run, but even then it was not kind of enough. I think the Lifestealer's a bit faster the Nariki in that sense. You still don't want to fall behind on the LS. And that's where Neon should put a lot of pressure. You're not going to stop a Doom farming, but you might make it difficult for a Lifestealer to go insane.
Yeah, absolutely. So a quick shout out to Danog, John. Chat right now. Hello, Danog. Nice to see you, sir.
Yeah, I see you. Having a good time. Lots of people there interacting. Always fun to watch. I do miss me some Aussie Dota. Hope you're having fun over there.
Yeah. Of course, people were asking, there's been a lot of people asking about when Among Us are playing, right? They really want to see how this stacked team is going to go. They are the third series of the night today, so it's not too far off. You're looking at series ends, you've got another one, and then you've got Among Us coming in. So you'll get to see them today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. They're here. And I was having a search through, John, the 20th of September.
Oh, yeah?
The grudge match. FNATIC versus Among Us in about 6 days from now.
Oh, man.
That's the one we want to watch, and I've been reading rumors, John. Well, not even rumors. They were saying this online. There's a bit of bad blood between the two, between the players and the organization. So it's a bit of a grudge match, John. I can't wait to watch it.
Oh, those are always the best ones to watch, and gonna be an exciting one. But you know, we've got a lot of good series. I mean, everyone's excited for Among Us. This one is pretty good, but the one up next, FNATIC versus TNC, that used to be the classic one for C. I'm pretty excited for that as well. So, you know, just stick around. A lot of good matches today.
Absolutely.
The battle begins. Or so I am told.
Go. The DDZ in that. What are you laughing about? You've started having.
It's that Earth Spirit taunt. It's just when you spam it out like that. It's just so the music is what makes it annoying. You know, it's like
the Silver Surfer or whatever.
Yeah, it's the Silver Surfer one. It's just the music's obnoxious. It's like ding 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 ding. He's just wobbling around, you know, and then you've got Play Hard rolling around as well. It's a silly game, Dota. It's devolved into silliness, you know.
You leave him alone, John.
Look at that.
That spirit alone.
But yeah,
it is a fairly long taunt, though. I must admit that really that Surfer taunt does go a bit too long.
Yeah,
not that I mind, John. I enjoy spamming it.
Of course you would. Still, you've got the lanes up. Mozen and Yamate in the top lane, of course, making it a bit difficult for JG, and they are pretty confident to shove themselves in. You've got Play Hard hanging around, but he's just going to go for the pulls. So this is the start Neon wants. They just want to build up that EXP on the Tiny. JG's going to have to settle for kicking some rocks around. Yamate is going to be able to farm these first few waves just fine, but Neon really explodes once they hit the level 2, level 3 mark. So gotta be cautious about that build up into that point in that lane. We've seen Play Hard just set up for a lot of kills early on.
That he does. Looking over to that mid lane, DDZ gonna be up against Paj. Should be a fairly even matchup between the two. I can't really imagine either one being able to kill each other off in this laning matchup. So they are both very passive kind of cores until you get quite a few levels up. Perhaps once we hit those level 6 marks, we could see it. But up at the top lane, Mozen being rolled on. He's going to try and go for a TP, but Play Hard was level 2 and never committed the avalanche. So that'll be your first blood coming up for JG.
And we just talked about that lane. Level 2, level 3 is the spike. Play Hard's not afraid to jump right at you, and JG doesn't care if he leaves lane. He's an Earth Spirit. He wants these early kills. You got to be cautious about that new Esports. Now, they are giving time to Yamate, but if you keep giving the snowball effect, JG's going to be off to a rolling start on that Earth Spirit.
It's a nice pun there, John. I got it. Candy Loon.
Thank you, Mike.
Of course, down at the bot lane with Barry. They're going to be up against John Newell and Skem on the Drow. Not really too much they can do to force out this Skem in this laning phase, unless Barry can land a nice arrow, but he has been spending his arrows just focusing down the range creep, which is pretty standard stuff. They do actually go for a nice little blood ride, and Scam's going to be a little bit cautious, but he will turn onto Barry, who might just drop here. Icarus dive out. John Newell missing that Fire Spirit, tries for another, but will miss that one. And now the Blood Right is going to be there, but now the split shot coming up from our Drow. John Newell, no, he goes for the salve, and it does not work out. And now Candyloon, he'll get a bit more harass in, but Playhard's TP'd in.
Oh,
Avalanche toss, a great rotation out from Playhard. And that'll make the trade much better for Neon Esports.
Oh yeah, beautiful bait by Scam. Just staying low, staying within range to bait them in. They bite in, hook, line, and sinker, get punished hard, and that's what you love to see from Neon. These guys just never let go on the aggression. They're running a trial lane for now, and you know, Scam, he's gonna be happy with this. Like, they find a bigger trade in finding that kill in Candy.
That they are. See Mosen up at that top lane right now. He's just trying to get that creep wave to stop being pulled by JG, but they just can't. He'll get away with it once again. Of course, JG does not want to lane directly up against the Lifestealer, so he does have to go for these pulls. In fact, turning around and stealing some creeps away as well. A very nice boulder smash out from JG. He did manage to get the large cap.
Oh yeah, it's been a good time. I think you're still seeing a runaway start for Yamate, 23-5. That's what you get when you don't throw heroes in that lane. But again, there's a lot of pressure in Yamate to just make something happen with that farm. They've already decided to leave Candyloon alone in the off lane. He doesn't have any supports around. That does somewhat expend the effort of Neon here in maintaining the tri lane. So perhaps it might be time for the supports to consider a rotation out. Maybe at the 6-minute mark, just to keep eyes out in the mid on those runes. But looks like they're just going to be pretty happy playing in the jungle. They're just trying to make it a bit harder for Candy to find any opportunity.
B. Mosen. Go for those 5-minute bounty runes and just swipe one away here from Neon. However, in that mid lane, Playhard showing up. DDZ gotta turn around and just run away, but he tries. Will pay for it. But now Candyloon gonna rotate in onto Yopaj. Can they save the Venge? It looks like they cannot, but he'll try and fight back. Mosen even showing up now, but there's JG trying to go after the Grimstroke. They'll get Playhard. The roll in from JG back onto Mosen, and now the Phoenix is here. So with that silence, they will get one. Candy gets a courier.
Oh.
JG hits with the boulder smash, but they will not continue this chase as DDZ has rotated back in now with the Scorched Earth. Candy, he wants to keep going, but he'll decide better of it. Back off. It's a good trade out for New Esports.
Yeah, they do find a little bit more. A lot of commitment from both sides down mid. Again, around that time when the power runes come up. So the 6-minute mark is here. They camp those runes out. And, you know, the one thing that happens there is you're giving space to Scam and Yamate. Scam is having a better time in terms of farm, although Candy.
Danger, but Playhard couldn't get the silence off in time. And now an arrow is going to connect on Scam to make matters worse. So the chances of getting a kill here are very low. Playhard still trying to get one by himself with the toss, but now he's surrounded by 3 heroes. The Blood Right, the Inkswell, all to come in. And Playhard should be dead. And will be. Mosen will take the kill, and now Scam trying to help out. Does get arrowed, does get Starfall. He does actually kill Candyloon, but he will die in the process. And that is not what you want if you are Neon Esports.
No, definitely not. It's still nice that he gets the kill first, so Candy doesn't get to get more EXP before finding that kill himself. But if you're new, you're happy enough. You've got the 2K lead. It's 5-5. You're clumping up bot. Look at this. Yamate's down here as well. So they're making that move on to tier 1 here at the 7-minute mark. Neon aren't quite in a position to get that done in the top lane, but they do send Scam up. So it's about that time where both teams look to take that safe lane tier 1 on each side, and it doesn't seem like any defense is going to come out for either one just yet.
Do love me some safe lane towels, John. Scam, get started. Be a bit slower down at that bot lane. It's only Yamate there right now. He's not going to be able to force in that tier 1 tower by himself, but he will get some farm off while he's there. Skem is very focused on that T1 right now, but there is a Doom actually flying out on Playhard. But what a boulder smash. No deny, however. They could have probably got that off, but Skem a bit too focused on going after Candy Loon.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but in New Esports, they take their first Doom kill with DDZ. Not the biggest target, but you'll take the kill. It does slow down Neon's push. They're not stopping though. They've got 4 heroes up top, getting that shove in.
Go, Barry, getting jumped on. JG, Magic Missile gonna follow through, but they don't have any more follow-up for Barry. So get back towards that T1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nah, Skem, we'll get back to it. Still at the bot lane, there is a chase now going on from our Phoenix. John Newell in danger and does go down to Yamate.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They do manage to find a tier 1 top though, so no further defense from New Esports. Still see Yamate's farming up the lane, but again, as you mentioned it, but Lifestealer itself doesn't push fast enough, doesn't compare to a Drow Venge. And in that sense, Neon does come out on top with a tower trade, but they're still playing from behind. A 2K lead for New Esports, 5-7 at the 9-minute mark. And that is, of course, because you're playing against Doom. You know, DDC is just building up his farm slowly. Yamate's been given a free lane. Eventually, that tier 1 bot will fall, and they do catch Barry, though.
They do. JG be able to pick up Barry on the Marana. Pick up for him, and now Candyloon gonna loop around, but obviously will not engage. Will back off. By the way, John, can't believe I haven't asked you this yet. Did you have breakfast this morning?
Oh yeah. You know, I had some instant noodles as one who needs to go fast does, and well, right before in the break I had a bit of monster.
Cam.
You know, just to kick it up.
Very nice, John. Thank you for that. What kind of noodles did you have? Did you have those spicy Korean ones you were talking about?
Yeah, I had those spicy Korean ones. Burned my mouth. I had to add some additional cheese. It's a weird combo. Spicy cheese noodles, but they're fantastic. Really kicks you up, you know? It kicks you awake.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. This DDZ, mid lane. Have the Doom up, does see Playhard.
Ooh,
and on
how?
Playhard, he tried to protect the Siege Creep. He wanted to save the Siege Creep. He took the arrow, but it cost him his life, and they don't even have to commit Doom.
Oh no. And that opens up the push for mid tier 1. There's a Rupture out as well.
Yep, he should be right. Arrow is going to connect. What an angle out from this Murano. Now Yamate going to jump out of his creep onto Yopaj. The Venge is not safe and would or should go down and does. Now the Doom out onto JG, ensuring that they cannot chase down New Esports to punish. That is a disastrous set of events there for Neon. All starting from that one arrow.
Yeah, it's not how you want that to go. They're still clumped up, though. It looks like they might look for an opportunity. They're going to do some damage in that mid-tier 1 themselves. No Doom available. This might be a good chance to actually take that tower out.
Candy. Avalanche. Play hard, trying to get started, but does get silenced. Gem. Going to focus down that T1 mid. Arrow, oh, JG rolls into it now, and they're just going to jump in. JG, he'll be all right. Barry losing quite a bit of HP, and now a great gust out from Skem. He'll turn onto the Doom, but DDZ is going to just chase him down with that Scorched Earth, but he doesn't have the damage output, so they'll turn back around now, but here comes Yamate. They'll commit the egg, and that'll mean New Esports needs to get the hell out of there. But Playhard, he's not done. He does get a 2-man avalanche off, but that's not going to be enough. It will, however, buy time for Neon to finish off that tier 1 mid tower.
Yeah, they managed to get the objective. They find one nice kill for themselves, so gonna be very, very happy with that. If you're Neon, they still are playing at a bit of a deficit, 3K advantage on the side of New Esports, but you're seeing the limits of this lineup. When they see that egg up in a very good spot, they just can't hit it. They have to run up to it. That was on the ramp in the river. Way too far out. They had to pull back. They already committed Rupture there as well. So you have to be cautious about that positioning. If the Phoenix gets the egg off in a really good spot, New Esports has no choice but to pull back.
Absolutely. They're going pretty swimmingly right now for New. I mean, apart from that mid-tier 1 tower going down, they still hold the 3k net worth lead. I wouldn't say anything really bad's happening for them as of yet. I mean, sure, you've still got to be worried about Skep, who is still trying to get his farm up. But overall, everything is just fine.
Yeah, the major power spike here for New Esports is that blink timing on DDZ. So he's about 1,200 gold away, not too far off for Doom. Just farming up in that jungle, and once he's got that, you know, he's set up. He's got the War Stomp from the Centaur creep. They can just go ahead, initiate, and start blowing people up once they've had that.
Smoke up here from New. Line being drawn out. They want to go through the top lane. You don't have that blink yet, but you might not need it. He's got the Phase Boots, Drums, and Scorched Earth, so he runs really darn quick this turn. Well, they're going to have to try and invade this triangle now of the Radiant side, but JG is going to be there to cut them off, and so will Januel. Looks like they won't actually get onto that high ground, so instead, they'll try to bait with Yamate. Right behind him, waiting for the fight to start, and they are going to chase now, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped from New Esports. There's the Infest. They'll turn back around. JG not expecting it. There's your Soulbind down with the double doom, and now the Blood Right to fly in. They'll pop the egg, but it is probably not going to matter as they are absolutely melting on Neon Esports. John Newell trying to get out of there. Play Hard will do the same, but this is just a really, really bad team fight already. Scam, he'll try to turn back around, and they do get Mosin. Candy is dropping low, does go down, but now they lose Play Hard in return. Yamate gotta be slightly cautious here. Skem is hitting very, very hard. DZ will TP out. Yamate, he is very, very low right now on HP. He goes back for the bounty, but they are not in position. And it is still a positive trade out for New Esports. The funny thing being, though, they didn't need to lose those two heroes. They could have actually backed off.
Yeah, they dive a bit deep for more, and they lose more across the map.
Barry.
What?
What's Barry doing there?
I wish I knew. He's in a very awkward position. He dies a death that New didn't have to have again. So these small mistakes, evening it out just a bit for Neon. Still, you've got that lead on New Esports side. You can see the effect of that double doom. It's just terrifying. It scares the heck out of you when it's up. They are making plays on the Roche, though.
They are. But they're going to rush in. They spotted
Candy.
Candyland with a great ward. Now they know the wards are there, but you've lost Candyland. He might have to buy back to defend this Roshan. JG gonna roll back up. They still haven't got the D ward off in time. Now they do, but the Magnetize has been activated. Yamate will jump in to try and help out, but you've already lost Mosin. DDZ, he doesn't have the Doom either. So you can't get the double Doom off right now. They'll lose another one. Oh, New Esports, they're throwing their lead away like this.
They're just giving Neon a way back to take the lead. Like, they still have the 4K lead on New Esports side, but that's really just the Doom effect for the most part, and Yamate's excellent farm. Beyond that, Candyland has tapered off, and your sports are not finding as much as you'd want. There's that first rush cleaned up for Neon. New Esports have to stop trickling in one by one. They need to play as a team. That's how they've been winning these fights. Just play together when you've got your spells, and you can make something happen.
They are well and truly online now. Neon. Page. He went for that standard Venge build. He just bought the pipe. Just being around with the auras is just making Skem hit like such a truck.
Oh yeah, and
wonder now what New Esports game plan is. Like, they can't fight without that double Doom up.
No, they're limited by that spell use. They don't have hard-hitting items yet. Yamate does have the halberd, which is nice, but he needs that abyssal. He needs a way to gap close onto Skem. Every single time he pops the gust because, you know, Yamate is forced to rage early in the fights. The cooldown is hurting him. It's not a very good cooldown for the duration. It's a lot of downtime, and he's just controlled way too easily. So New Esports got to find a way to counteract that, along with playing perfectly with the Doom.
No, he's running into them. He has help coming out here from Mosen and Barry, but Skem is going to continue, and JG is going to roll in with the silence, but misses the boulder smash. Yamate will be all right to walk out. There'll be a big line drawn up towards that top lane where they spotted out Play Hard. Like he should be just fine to make his way back towards his base, however.
Yeah, and this is New Esports with the blink on DDZ. I think at some point they're going to want to reveal that item. You know, we talked about this being one of their power spikes. They need to make use of it. Jump in, get the stomp off, get the double doom. Get your targets right. Every single time they get the Soulbind, it's been consistently JG along with your Paj. These are not the heroes you want. You want to catch in Scam, and you do want to catch in John Well. You cannot allow the Phoenix Egg to drop. It has been detrimental to New Esports fighting style. They just can't deal with it yet.
Tower is under attack.
Gem will get started on that T1 bottom tower.
In a stroke of cunning, or perhaps of desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified.
It's very hard to stop this bottom tower from going down. Ask for us for a deny, and they're not going to be able to get that deny either. DDZ, however, does have the blink, but they want to get maximum value from that Doom, so he doesn't bother making the jump. And with that, Neon, it's not like they don't know they're around there. They're going to back off, back to farming. And, Scam, he's just going to keep freely hitting creeps. I don't think this is a great thing for New Esports.
No, it's not. They haven't pressured Scam at all. He's died once in this entire game. His farm has been very steady, up there at number 2, just behind Yamate. And again, Yamate has been making spectacular progress, but it doesn't feel like the farm's been doing him as much good as you'd expect. He's just always being controlled. The gust is always on point. His rage timing, it's not been up there. They do smoke up, though. It's time to reveal that blink on DDZ.
Let's make it happen. They've got the Infest Bomb out with the Lifestealer on DDZ. Basher is there for Yamate now. It's a small 2k net worth lead at this stage of the game. It's Scam going to show himself. They're going to jump in with the stun now. Yopaj ready with the swap. He's just waiting for the right moment, but no, he won't go for it. Does get hit by an arrow. But they'll get rid of the Aegis. No big ult is committed apart from that rupture. New Esports, they are happy with that. They will leave.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they can't really line up for the follow-up. The rest of Neon was patient enough to hang at the back, and it's their turn to smoke up.
JG gonna roll in, does spot out Moses. Not exactly the target they want, but the only target they could really end up connecting with, and they do connect with the roll from JG. While Play Hard will look for more. Does he spot out Yamate? Oh, he's going to run into him. Should see him, but can't get the toss off in time. I believe Yamate actually spotted them out as well. They'll know they're in the dire triangle. Again, I think Neon are just very happy with this.
And they take the stacks away from New Esports. A lot of Ancients just going towards Schem, so that's even more gold, less recovery opportunities for New. And Neon, they're just up there. And it's a 2k lead. It doesn't amount to much. That net worth lead does not talk about the state of the game. They are ahead in terms of momentum for sure. As this game scales on, the Phoenix Egg will just continue to be a bother. You can see DDZ is going to try to mitigate that. He's going for the BKB next on the drum, so he doesn't have to worry about the magic damage on the Tiny, the slows and magic damage from the Phoenix. And they can maybe focus down the Egg with at least one hero plus the range supports. They still need to maximize some spells. We've been sitting with Doom up and running, ready to go for a while. And they just need to commit. They need to get at least a Doom kill, go back and farm up, because every single time you're not using it, you're missing out on opportunities.
Absolutely. He might just wait out that BKB timing on DDZ before they want to go again. That seems to be what they're waiting on. Play hard. Actually got spotted by that observer ward. They know he's around and they jump in, dodging out that avalanche. DDZ getting in there with style. But Play hard's going to make a run, and DDZ, he has run north instead of going south, and he will get laughed at by Play hard.
Oh man, Play hard loves that when he spams it every single time, and at some point it gets to you. Still, you can see just Lon and Duno now. They're taking over, Mike. They're still in a good mood here, and you know, just a bit of a back and forth, but I still want to see them do something here. They're relaxed and farming up. You're letting the Drow actually hit its timings. You're letting the Venge actually build up, though. There's that BKB. Maybe it's time for another smoke.
I'd say so. Just wait for the courier to come out. Mosen's holding the smoke, ready to go. Best out. There we'll go. Off to the mid lane it is, where Play hard is around. They seem to be somewhat aware that they might be smoking. And, well, they jump in onto Play hard. Do they want to re-engage? JG does roll in. He does get the silences off and pops the Magnetize. Now with the buyback out from Play hard, but JG's gone. Very, very messy with an initiation out from Neon Esports, and they lose 2 heroes and have to buy back on Play hard.
Yeah, a bit strange to buy back that fast in the Tiny. They might want to look for some punishment coming out here. There is still a Doom. With Neon, they do smoke up. They're 1 man down.
Well, they just committed a buyback, John. They're going to make something out of this. It's a desperate smoke from Neon Esports for sure. I don't think there's any need for them to panic like this by wasting that buyback. They could probably just sit back and keep doing what they're doing. But they're going to try and get something out of it, and they're going to run into Yamate. Now, that would be a great target if they could get him. He is going for that 25-minute rune, and, well, they'll get the swap back, and, well, suddenly, John, that buyback is worth.
Oh, man. Just a small play like that. Just a bit greedy, not having the information, not knowing there's a smoke out. Gets punished for it. That's the biggest kill you could have asked for on Neon's end. And that does somewhat make it worthwhile. They find the bounties as well, so you know you're going to be very pleased about that. And they line themselves up for a tier 2 push. Fortifies out DDZ in with TP.
Another arrow on Skem, however, they'll get the Doom off, but the Soulbind was on 2 other targets. It's only Doom on the Drow. They're going to rush after Skem. Egg will be committed. Nice swap out from Yopaj, trying to keep Skem safe. He's still fighting back. They can't take him out. They finally will, but at what cost? DDZ will also go down. Now the toss in for Candy Loon. He can't get out of here. He wants to, but there are too many stuns out from Neon. And that'll be it. A 3-for-1.
Oh, man.
And I'd hate to point fingers, John, but that Soulbind, it was off target.
I mean, we talked about this earlier. The Soulbind has always been on Yopaj and JG. That's never the target they want to go for. They did toss the Doom out and Skem, but the biggest issue was that John Yuel had a free channeling egg. No one could close the gap. No one could come in to help clean up the rest of the heroes. No one could deal with that egg. So the stun follow-up comes out. The burn damage just goes through the entire time. And new Esports, they don't have a pipe. They don't have anything to prevent that. And they have a pipe in Candy, but he was way too far out. Any way of stopping the egg. And John Yuel is just creating that space. He just denies such a big part of the engagement. Esports cannot go in. They get staggered off. They get split up. That's not what this line wants to have done to it.
It is not. That net worth lead now, John, is basically even. Just a slight net worth lead for new Esports now. Less than 1k. Nothing to write home about. Dota Plus is still Neon's way. 64%. So it really hasn't cared at all for the net worth advantages that new Esports have had. And now with this Roshan, if they can pick this one up, that win rate is going to go quite a bit higher, I believe.
Oh,
but they are going to try and go for the fight.
They've got to. They're on the high ground. I have to say, Scam's neutral items on demand are pretty nice. DDZ. Ooh.
Tried for it. Mix out. Gonna smoke. Light Shadow. Neon, are they aware this is happening? Check the Roshan. Nobody's in there. Now DDZ freely walking in. They have no sentries down. JG gonna run straight into them, getting the shock of his lifetime. But DDZ, that's not the target he wanted. He'll go after Yopaj now with the Doom out. They have the Venge, but they have not got the Drow. Skem, he's hitting way, way too hard. Mosen's gonna melt to the damage. JG still man fighting Candyloon. They'll get another. Or will they? Roll in, connects perfectly. They are still aiming Yopaj. No Soulbind that time either, John.
It can't be it. That can't be it. It's either Januel or Skem. There's just no two ways about it. Now that Roche melts fast. Skem.
Barry
it's like a truckle dough.
Gets in, does not get the Aegis, however. Good attempt from him. Does give it a shot, but it does not work out. Skem too quick with the fingers. These team fights from New, they don't look coordinated, John.
No, it's really starting to crumble a bit. And Skem's damage, man, he is like a hot knife through butter. They just all melt when they don't close that gap. And you have 3 melee cores up against a Drow, up against a Phoenix. And this is what happens when you don't manage to plug that hole in early. They let Skem farm up. He's 7-2. He's got the Aegis. He's got all the damage in the world. The high ground's opened up for them. He's even got the enchanted quiver. I believe they've got the orb of destruction out on someone as well. So the damage is just not going to stop. Like New Esports, they're limited to when Doom is up. They can at least stop the push with Bloodright. And that's going to complicate it a bit.
They'll jump in. Nice stun out onto the Stroud, but he does get swapped out of there. Still, he'll just get out, back in. The egg is going to be out. Still, Skem is alive. He just won't die. And now Yamate is a sitting duck. Yopaj. Some great swaps in the middle of that team fight. And they just could not sort it out. But now you've got your Pos 1 down without buyback. And that'll be a top racks, surely going down for New Esports.
Man, that Lotus Hook play as well coming out. Just putting it onto Skem, ensuring that nothing would stop him. And just keeping him alive through all of that. Not dropping a single hero, not losing the Aegis. 6k lead. New Esports, they do have Doom up. They don't have Soulbind for a full minute. And Neon. How do you stop this now? They've got to sustain with a Phoenix. There's no egg for a bit longer. It's not a very long cooldown at this point. 1 minute on the dot until the egg is up. And they just can't run in. Yamate, he's got the Abyssal. We were looking for that item earlier on. It is up, but it's not enough anymore. It just isn't enough for Yamate alone to go in.
No, it is not. Skem will take that tier 2 mid tower. Of course, it's that much easier when you have the Solar Crest there on Yopaj. I don't believe they'll go for too much more. Skem's thinking about it though. He's feeling a bit greedy. Does have the Aegis. Gust out onto poor Yamate, playing hard with the toss back. They got the Glimmer Cape in time, but it might not be enough. Still DDZ gonna jump in. He gets a Doom off, but Yopaj will just swap him out of there. Now the Soulbind, but it's too late. DDZ's gone. They are still trying to deal with JG. Play hard, another great toss out onto Candyloon. And look at the damage up from Skem. JG looking for more rolls in now onto the Mirana. Barry, he'll be okay. The GG has been called. Neon, they'll pull off the 2-0 victory.
They finally get that Venge Drow to work. Skem, a hot knife through butter. New Esports melts to the pressure, and Neon, they look fantastic. They bounce back, clean.
team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
I speak for the trees. Seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Team pick.
Points away.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Grim stroke.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Templar Assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Select your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
the road. And, you know, there have been rumblings about the roster. There have been rumblings about how the shakeup's been. You know, I believe that I was reading about a back and forth between Thai fans and Filipino fans, and calm down a bit. No need to fight. You know, we're all still friends at the end of the day. It's just you know, it does happen in teams, and swap outs happen. Sometimes they're not as clean as you'd want them to be.
Some things take time, John. You can't just you can't claim something's bad, you know, 2 days in. You got to wait a bit longer than that. See how it all does pan out for him. Still, game number 1. The odds are apparently in TNC's favor, according to Luke Bet, which I would agree with.
To battle.
Yeah, I mean, they've had more steady performances. You know, they haven't really changed their roster. They're in a pretty good pad. It's been consistent performance for them. The pressure's on FNATIC to prove something, and we'll see what exactly they get done.
There's a bit of friendly or chat going on.
Wait, what is that? What is it? Oh no, I missed the top one. Haha, shit. Someone's a bit braggy, you know. Someone got called out. Still, just gonna go for those bounties safely. No major exchanges there. This is gonna be an interesting dual lane, Mike. Underlord Undying is on paper pretty darn fun. They're tanky heroes. They can hold their own. The issue is they both need EXP, so you don't want to starve either one out. And AU is going to have to, well, give some space to DJ as much as... You don't tend to enjoy that as the... But you do take less priority there. We'll see how he levels up, though. It does have the Decay level 1. Whether or not he goes for the Soul Rip or Tombstone dictates how they'll want to play this. Up against March and Gabby. Gabby is actually not that tanky here. It has to be very careful.
Does. It's a lot of damage that DJ just pumped out onto that Doom. The issue is, again, with Doom, you have a very, very low armor. Even with that Ring of Protection and being by the tier 1 side, DJ can still hit like a truck. Of course, the Firestorm is not going to make it any easier for Gabby. Still, have a look at the other lanes. You have that mid lane where you'll see Moon up against Armel. So far, it is favoring Armel quite. Well, Moon's got more CS, but look at the harassment that Armel is dishing out.
Ooh, that's not a pretty sight. And he does have the disarm, but look at that cooldown, 20 seconds. Look at Armel. Ooh, man. Nah, not a good
Sounds
spot.
Up. Armel's going to look for a side blaze, but it will not reach this time. So that's something Moon's going to have to put up with for quite a while throughout this lane, as Armel is going to be looking for angles every chance he can get.
Oh yeah, and you know, he's at the level 3 mark. This is the point where the TA can really flex at. He gets level 2 refraction, the damage shoots up, more instances to cop some hits. Moon, he's got his work cut out for him. We're going to see if the supports will get time to help him out if they want that. And speaking of those supports down bot, you've got Zephyr along with Raven in the toss out. Zephyr?
It's going to be okay. 25 HP survives on. Raven obviously not able to help him at all on the Morphling right now if he was in danger, and luckily for him he did have the Icarus dive away, but it is a scary lane here for FNATIC, even down the spot looking right, because you've got the Prophet who hits like a truck, and you've got Tims who can easily put you out of position as he's trying to right now. Doesn't have the mana pool for both the Avalanche and the toss onto Zephyr. But they have so much kill potential here with these two heroes. Oh
yeah, it's a difficult one to stand up against. You know, KP's just gonna come in with a right click. He's got the Blightstone. You don't have much armor on Phoenix. Zephyr has not been trading well. He's all out of regen on that Phoenix, so he has to be just about his positioning and his spell use. Doesn't want to drop too low. And Raven, for his part, is finding some last hits. It's not as clean as you'd want it. 12-2. KP slightly ahead, 15-5. Not bad news overall for the Morphling, but you don't want to be this far. You don't want to start pulling behind, so you've got to keep up here in this lane.
Certainly. Back over to that mid lane. Moon's already gone through 2 salve usages. Is back down to the same HP pool. Every time I look at it, he's down very, very low. Like I said, John, he's had 2 salves already shipped out to him. It's a lot of gold being used up on regen. Luckily for him, he does have the bottle now coming out, but it is going to be so important for the side of FNATIC to ensure that they secure those power runes at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be key. You're going to give Armel a snowballed start. If he does get access to one, gets a nice kill for himself. It's been a rather safe laning phase as well. No first blood coming out yet. You did see Tim's intercept Sephira's courier. So Sephir, we said he had no regen a while ago. He's not going to have Tango shipped up even. He is just on the edge at this bot lane.
He is. Top lane, they are still trying to apply a lot of pressure onto Gabby on that Doom. By the way, John, that power rune at 4 minutes did not go to Moon. It was a regen rune. He would have loved it, but there was no rotation from the supports of FNATIC, and they just kind of left him to try to get it by himself.
Yeah, it's
Barch just walked in and took it himself.
not a great sign. You need that if you're the Pango now at mid. And this is one of the things that happens when you do have this Undying and Underlord lane. Like, they want to max it out as much as possible. They want to get the EXP. Undying doesn't enjoy leaving lane. You know, he wants to play with 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3. But when he comes in for a 2 versus 1, he doesn't have that much impact. And he's not getting EXP. So you're just not finding the opportunities. And FNATIC, even though they're holding on, you know, it's not like they're massive losses here, but that momentum you expect with an Undying pickup on the off lane, it's not coming out yet.
Moon back at it up against but Armel is really starting to take over this this mid lane matchup. Currently 9 last hit ahead of the Pango. Continues with these side blades. Very, very tough time for our Pangolier. In fact, look at the damage out.
Ooh.
Moon, 100 HP again. He has a couple bottle charges left, and there is a bounty rune for him to take. Top lane, however, DJ getting very, very low, and looks like he might just drop. Gabby is able to get the first blood, and even AU trying to get some more decays off, but he's been stunned up, and he is more than likely just dead here. Soulbind doesn't connect, however. It does pop a mango. Tries to go for another decay, but couldn't quite get it off in time.
That's not good news. This is a dual lane that's supposed to be scary. Underlord Undying, 2 tanky heroes. Decay stacks can pile on. You lose both heroes to a Doom and to a Grimstroke. That's just not how this is supposed to start. You look at AO's build-up as well. He does go for 2 decay, 1 soul rip. I think in this case, if you're not playing aggressive, you might have opted for the soul rip to at least sustain your core, at least sustain yourself for even a 1-1-1 build, so you'd at least have area denial. But with this toolkit, they've got to find a way to make this work, and AU, he's just gonna walk around the map a bit for now.
Well, AU was forced to TP mid, John, because Armel got a DD rune at the 6-minute mark and just started chasing down Moon. They're not focusing on these power runes. They're letting Armel have every single one, and he's destroying the because of it.
Oh man, AU.
Yeah, he drops a tombstone.
It's such a long cooldown. Look at that. It's 85 seconds at level 1. It's just standing there in lane. It's gonna shove this lane a bit as well for Moon when the creeps get in range. Not ideal, but you drop what you have to drop. It's FNATIC TNC now. 2k lead, 0-2. Very slow early game benefits them. They're the ones with the TA. They're the ones with the NP. Armel now has free reign over the jungle, and you're not in a position to drop wards to contest this.
He was trying to get in range and something done. TP. Threatening to TP, but does cancel. The 3 heroes up top lane. They do have the level 6 available on Moon. What are they going to do with it? They can try for March. He'll go for an immediate Inkswell and Silence. Looks like their only option is to try and set up for that tier 1 top tower. They don't have a stage creep, however.
It's not the fastest push as well. Underlord doesn't exactly...
Gabby just walks in for a 2.
What?
I mean, easy kill out for Gabby.
How?
I understand though why Moon's there. He's level 6. He wants to go for a fight, but you just don't have the heroes for it.
I mean, he's so far forward in those camps, but his two other heroes are on the opposite side of that lane. By the hard camp instead, they can't back him up. Just strange decisions. Gotta tighten up that communication. That's the first Doom kill for Gabby. A 3k lead already. He's already got his drums, Mike, at 8 minutes in, 8:40 in. He's also has his phase boots. He's building into the blink. Once that blink is up, you can expect Gabby to start setting his eyes on Raven and start dooming that.
Raven's gonna even join in up at top lane now. 3k net worth lead to TNC, but they probably won't take this team fight without the Doom available on Gabby. Of course, they'll start setting up for the bottom tier 1 tower to be taken from TNC's end of things. See KP, he's basically already through it. He's just doing it by himself. It is not very hard for him. And Armel this whole time has been focusing on just getting his farm up, and he's going to have a very well-timed Desolator in this fight. Take too long.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super quick. Again, they have not kept track of his jungle. They had one ward in the top jungle. They didn't really make anything happen, and that's one of the issues here. Rotation hero, not amazing. With a Phoenix as well, that combination just, it lacks a lot of control. These kills, so you just can't punish. And Desolator timing is going to be amazing. The blink timing for Gabby, look at that. He suddenly has 1.2k in his bank. That means he's about 1k off from the blink. And that's just a big spike for TNC when that's up.
Tim does go down at the bot lane, trying to push out that wave, but Moon and Zephyr are going to take care of him on the Tiny. That'll get them the first kill of the game for FNATIC. Little pickup. Still doesn't really solve the issues they're having. You've got these 2 cores on TNC that are farming way too well, and there is no real chance to slow them down. You could try to play the farm game, John, but it's TA and Doom you're up against. You're probably not going to win the farming game.
No, at least not for a long time. Like at some point, the investment in Raven might pay off, but we're talking way down the line and up top.
Yeah, DJ, he just melts. The Nature's Wrath flying through from KP from the... Just such an easy kill to get. And that's going to extend the net worth lead now to 4k. They just continue to farm. There's nothing else for TNC to do right now.
And there's no pressure on them. Like, it's on FNATIC that have to play a bit fast without their Morphling. Like 4, protect 1 has to be the playstyle here. The UTP bot.
Oh, Gabby just going for a solo pickoff now. Something you see too often in a pro game, but they just feels confident. He just rushed the Phoenix, and he's about 100 gold off the Blink Dagger now. So once you've got that up, he's already got the stun. And that's going to be timed perfectly with the Desolator, which is already coming out for Armel.
Oh, that's terrifying. These item timings lining up perfectly. You're also going to have KP's Orchid and maybe about 1,000 gold. And once that's up, all the control, all the damage you could ask for. FNATIC, for their part, they're looking for a pipe on DJ. That's going to help some damage, but you're talking about physical coming out now. You know, it's not
Raven.
the magic that you've got to be worried about.
Baiting for his team, roll in from Moon, but the Soulbind going to be out from March, holding them down. Now the Nature's Wrath going to fly through. They might take this team fight and see. They are huddling. They don't have the Doom up though. But the Blink is now able to be bought by Gabby. If he can get it in time, he can initiate for his team. Just on the way in the courier, but FNATIC, they're going to try and press the advantage while they can. They'll go for the Firestorm onto Tims, but he'll turn around with an Avalanche. Still, Tims will go down. Now Armel onto Moon, and look at the damage. Oh, Moon could not survive it. He'd already committed the swashbuckle at the time. That's not a worthwhile trade at all. Not for FNATIC, it isn't.
No, I mean, you trade away your mid-pango for the support Tiny, and you fed the Tombstone. That's 175 gold on top of that. Going the way of KP, your mid-push doesn't work out, and FNATIC, it's back to the drawing board. They do have some good farm coming out on Raven, but there's that smoke. TNC, it's time to reveal that Blink.
Not only that, but the Orchid now on KP coming out. They could even rush the Roshan pit if they wanted.
Oh.
Gonna pop the drums and go after DJ in that mid lane, and poor old DJ is just alone. No help to come in, no chance for him to get the Dark Rift off, and they are gonna go Moon. Moon goes in the Orchid. That is a very messy initiation, and now the Doom is there. They'll commit the egg trying to protect Moon. Tims is going to go after it. Can they burst it down in time? They can. Another toss in onto AU. Gabby controlling up the Undying. Another TP in, and it is just complete domination.
Oh no, this is tumbling apart, Mike. It's crumbling down. The cookie's gone. Cookie's it's stale. It's not tasting good for Fnatic, and all their eggs are in one basket. Raven is their hope. He's farming, well, I can't even say he's farming fantastic, Mike. He's at 5.6k. KP's at 7.1. All three heroes on TNC's cores are even in net worth. Really good distribution. 8k lead, 2 to 10. What Fnatic need to do now, they've their early game is shot. Like, you have to accept that AU, his impact as the Undying, it's not going to be amazing. He actually skips the Flesh Golem to level up Tombstone, which I don't mind, but Flesh Golem, with how it's been reworked, you kind of want to just stand there in that form to amp up the damage, you know, to provide more presence. It's a tough situation. You know, you've got these items flying up for TNC. There's a blink on Tims on top of everything else. So now this Tiny can just start these fights. Fnatic play it slower. You don't want to force these big fights. They are running into jungle. They might find one.
Yeah, I mean, they could try to get Gabby. Doesn't look they are, though. He's just gonna walk away. No blink even being expended. Now Fnatic, they're gonna set up with that top tier 2, but March is gonna be out to defend with that Stroke of Fate. TNC, they might force another team fight soon, just judging by the way this game is going. I mean, they don't need to, but they've got a blink coming out on Armel.
Yeah.
So
it's all there. Like, the blink on Armel, the tiny blink, they've got Doom up in 20 seconds, Mike. That's the window for Fnatic to maybe get something done. Without Doom up, doesn't have as much contribution, but it's gonna be up now.
Initiation in from Tims, and that is Zephyr gone. Now Orchid gonna be out onto KP. Have caught out Moon, and Gabby doesn't even want to waste the Doom on this, I don't believe. He just wants the kill for free, but Moon is gonna try for the rolling. No. They'll turn around onto KP instead, and they the Nature's Prof. So it is a very nice trade for Fnatic. TNC, they do not want to continue.
Yeah, it's a disciplined retreat for TNC. Fnatic, very happy with that trade. Big kill to pick up. If they can keep finding trades like that, that's one way to bounce back. That gives DJ his pipe. So there's some more durability here coming out for Fnatic. Kind of weather that storm there.
That's a big kill on Raven if they can get it. He was trying to just farm up, but he's going to go down. And they just continue to laugh at them. AU hanging around, trying to get some D-Wards out. That is not the time.
No. Why? Your core just died mid. You don't walk in that area. Punished for that movement. And TNC, they can just take control. They've got the map as they want it. They can make some progress on the objectives. 3 to 13, 9k lead, 17 minutes in. You do have Moon at least shoving in the top lane a bit, but he can't really transition that to objectives, and Gabby just gets some free gold from it. So, I mean, all their hope is on Raven. He gets picked off like that. Not a great sign, but they're clumping up. It looks like they might want to make a play. They've got the egg around. Maybe go for something.
Going to be out. Connect on Tims. Tims does have the blink up, but won't be able to get it off in time. They'll commit the soul bind on Moon, but he'll be all right. But Tims is not dying. They don't have the damage. He'll turn around with an avalanche toss onto Moon, throwing it into Gabby. Tims still alive, pops the wand charges now, making a run for it. Earn charge is still going and does eventually get the kill, but now they'll jump in after this Pangolier. Moon's in trouble. Gabby right on top, and Armel, he'll have the damage on the TA. And they'll take the Tombstone, and they might even take AU's life while they're at it. They've taken everything.
Oh, no.
In fact, make it a Roshan, I believe. Just why not?
And nothing to stop it. Like, the egg is still up there from Fnatic, sure, but they're not in position to fight. No, they're going for Zephyr.
Armel could probably solo the Roche right now. I'm not gonna lie, John. Zephyr's gonna take the death for himself. Yeah, Armel's just soloing Roche, John.
Oh no, it's 18 minutes in. TA solo Roche got the damage, no mana though, so gonna have to dip in and out a bit. Got his team to back him up now, so Roche not gonna be up for long. Fortunately for FNATIC, respawns aren't too long. They've got the S and Y on Raven. Our Morphling has a bit more presence. Shotgun next. Gonna be a while until that's up. I'm gonna have to deal with these 2 lives on TNC.
Blink also up on Moon now, so you have the potential to get that double start off immediately. However, there is a toss out. AU gonna go down. Now DJ caught out in the mid lane. Just TNC, they're just snowballing over him, John. It's not even close.
No, it's really not. 4-18, 12k lead. TNC, every single thing you could ask for online for them. FNATIC, oh no, Tim's.
Yeah, Tim's, another great avalanche toss with the Orchid in from KP. That's your Phoenix gone, and now the Soulbind holds them down. They're trying to kill Tim's. They're buying back. They'll go for the team fight, but the rest of TNC are already out of there. Tim's the only one to fall. See, they're going to be more than happy with that.
Yeah, they forced the buyback out from the Phoenix as well. So Zephyr was forced to come in. Can't really contribute anymore. The push is stopped. But TNC, 13k ahead. Look at that! They've got a blink up on March. They've got BKBs on Armel, on Gabby. I don't know how you can hope to stop these guys now. The team fight has to be perfect from FNATIC, or they have to keep playing the pick-off game. Hope that TNC starts to split up.
You know what that means? KP's the only one without a blink now on the Nature's Prophet. KP's gonna buy a blink. We're gonna have a 5 blink kind of draft going on.
Oh no.
DJ?
If only.
DJ pump faking the Pit of Malice. Move into that mid lane. Dangerous for him. He knows they're around there somewhere. No, not gonna do anything too risky to waste that Aegis. He'll wait for the right moment. Does eventually just blink away. FNATIC are not gonna do anything. They're just gonna hold that high ground.
TNC's gonna have Doom up in 15. Might be waiting for that to be up, just looking for someone to jump. They're just applying that pressure mid, although there's a rotation top.
Yeah, but Tim saw it. Tim saw it. There's just nothing that can be done. He's both gonna walk out of there. Armel will take the bottom tier 2 tower, and this is just becoming a really sloppy play now.
Speaking of sloppy, Mike, you look at that triangle. There's a Philosopher's Stone just on the deck. Why?
Nobody wants it.
They're pinging it out? March is the one pinging it out. What? FNATIC? What are you... No, there's no excuse for this. AU, pick it up. No. What's happening?
Is it not theirs?
I think it is. It's in their jungle.
No, it is theirs because March already has one. Yeah, so March is gonna go pick it up. March is like, hey, that's free. That's a free talent.
No.
You know, oh, look at that. Free gold on the floor. I'll take it.
FNATIC. No, that's not down to team composition. That's not down to gelling, Mike. That is just... A was right beside it.
Sometimes you miss out on things, John. Sometimes the game gets a bit too hectic.
Whew.
There's a lot of pressure right now for FNATIC. I think we can forgive them for floor right now.
Yeah. And Gabby's been patient. He's been sitting around at mid lane looking for a blink opportunity. Right in between all of them. But doesn't have his team for backup. Encircling slowly, but FNATIC, they're just holding the high ground still.
Jay gonna stand his ground, Pit and Malice out with Moon rolling in. It's a decent initiation, but there's your Soulbind. Still Gabby, he's dropping low. He'll get the Doom out onto 2 heroes, and now the dive in from Zephyr. He drops the egg. Do they have the sustain? Do they have the damage? DJ, he's gonna rift out of there. The egg is gonna go down, and they will at least get back home. AU even buying back on the Undying. Gonna make it a 17k net worth lead for TNC.
You're not even too upset that you dropped Gabby. He dropped the Doom before dying. They committed everything they had to take the Doom out. Just clean up that tier 2 with a massive lead. Tier 2 gone, 1 outer tower left for FNATIC. Aegis does expire, so that's 1 boon for FNATIC. They hold out long enough that they don't have to deal with 2 lives here. If they do find a pickup on Armel, that could be a big game changer if they can catch him out.
30 plus saying. Not actually too bad. FNATIC had a pretty big lead at the start of the game, according to the win probability, but... in fact, their draft had a really big lead at the start of the game. So it looks like 30 plus believes the draft was really good, but the execution just hasn't worked out yet.
I can't believe we paid for that, Mike.
Well, neither can I, John.
Look at that. Top tier 2, Armel takes it out by himself. TA, just an absolute beast, but there is a smoke here. FNATIC, can they catch someone out?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not really. They're trying to go for the boundary rune timer, but it's past 25 minutes. So KP gets away for free. They do scan him out, and with that, they may be able to get in there. No, they're not. KP gonna be able to farm freely. They are not gonna try and invade and punish.
Nah, they do at least get the assembly on Raven, so he's got the E-Blade up. He can go for some shotgun plays. That might be enough if you catch someone by surprise. You could nuke someone down. So you've got to be quick though, because those BKBs can kind of put a damper in that. Have to be on point with how you jump in here if you are FNATIC.
Apart from Raven, DJ seems to be going okay in farm on the Underlord. You do have some decent high ground defense, right? You've got the Maelstrom on Moon, you've got the Firestorm, but you're about to lose Zephyr. Armel having his BKB up now, going for a Butterfly next.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to contend with that. That he is. You talked about the high ground. It is nice, but I don't think it's in a very good state just yet. You're gonna need the egg to really fight him. Oh?
He's there by himself. He could die doing this, but I don't know if they feel confident to take the fight. It's just how comfortable TNC are right now. They just feel like they can walk anywhere by themselves and not get punished whatsoever.
Yeah, they aren't. That's the thing. FNATIC aren't punishing. So they can get away with it. They've just got that leverage. This time stalling out. Look at that lead. It's grown to 23k for TNC. You look at Gabby's build-up on the Doom. Shiva's guard just about done. Being shipped in, gets assembled, and the Ags is next. So the Infernal Blade play is going to be even more annoying to deal with. And the Doom just becomes a bigger and bigger beast. Like, there's nothing slowing them down. You talked about decent farm. Like, sure, Raven's at 13k, which does sort of match KP at 14. Anything compared to Armel. 20k at 27 minutes in. A lot of gold on that TA.
FNATIC, they've smoked up.
Oh.
Gonna be a Pit of Malice onto Tim's. He blinks out.
No.
He blinks out.
No one.
I think DJ's just said it all. Happy Seb.
No.
It's kind of
not
like
a
when
happy Seb.
you're about to rip your hair out, and you just scream as loud as you can. That was what DJ was trying to do right there.
It's just not lining up in TNC.
Gabby
Playing
gonna
tag
make a
here.
jump in onto Zephyr, and Zephyr is silenced, and he cannot leave. Yikes.
Yeah.
Tough one.
That's all there is to really say. I think that summarizes the past 28 minutes have been a pretty big yikes. 25k lead onto the high ground. No egg. Fight.
March jumps in for the Soulbind, and now the Dooms are going to come out from Gabby onto DJ, onto Moon, and they are just gone. Buy back out from Moon. They're going to try and fight this one out. AU with the Flesh Golem is not as tanky as you would hope. It's getting close to that point where you start to wonder when the call's coming. This game is well and truly done. They could try for it. Raven gonna come in, does get the shotgun blast onto March, but at what cost? He'll get tossed away. Maybe they can fight this. On to Armel. He doesn't have that Aegis any longer. Armel needs to get out, but some great stuns out from Moon, and they are gonna be able to get one. Now onto KB. He off it. Is gonna go down. Raven just fighting by himself pretty much. They'll make the chase for more. They do still lose the racks, but they managed to get some pretty big kills there.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. I'd say that's as successful of a defense as you could hope for. The fight was split up. They couldn't focus the egg. TNC have to be a bit cautious. They haven't completely bled out. That's around a 4k swing for FNATIC, and that's a lot of it going to Raven. So they finally reveal that shotgun in a very big way, and Zephyr's egg was the big factor there. So when you get that egg fully channeled, it can look good, but look at this, Gabby just going for more.
Oh. Yeah. Just
Just like
AU. They're trying for the Roshan. FNATIC. It is a bit slower than you would hope. And now Tim's is going to rush in with an Inkswell connecting onto Raven, and he was actually morphing, but he'll survive. Rolling Thunder, Moon going to go in. There's your Soulbind out from March, but it does not connect onto Moon. So Tim's now being left behind is going to go down. TNC, they've got to be a bit wary not to be playing too overly confidently.
Oh, yeah.
Some of these deaths are starting to feel very unnecessary from TNC.
Yeah, I think for what they wanted here, though, it broke up the Roche. So FNATIC just can't even commit there. They can go in for themselves. Armel's getting set. He's got his butterfly. He's gonna hit like a truck. They're gonna keep eyes though. FNATIC will want to fight. They've got the egg ready. They've got Rolling Thunder in half a minute. Tombstone's gonna be up as well. Not an easy one for TNC anymore. Now that FNATIC's kind of found a in their walk.
Raven's almost got the Satanic up. Could be a pretty big deal here for FNATIC. Raven making it happen, but Gabby gonna jump in. The harassment out from Gabby. He's very close to having that Aghanim Scepter up on our Doom. Mid lane, however. Moon rolling through Tim's once again. KB will TP in with the Orchid straight out onto Zephyr, and now the Soulbind, but he does commit the egg in time. Still KB gonna try to focus it down. They are trying to rift away in time, and they do. Only to lose Zephyr, but you are also gonna lose that Roshan.
Yeah, it's a bigger win for TNC. You have to buy back in Zephyr, but he doesn't have egg. The fight in the pit, it's not going to be as easy. You also committed to Tombstone. The dude's tools aren't available.
They can't get there in time. I'm also got a DE rune.
Oh no.
Aegis and Cheese gone. They have to turn back around. DJ puts down the Pit of Malice. They're going to try for the fight. Onto Tim's. There's your clumsy net, but Armel deletes AU straight off the bat. Now in onto more Gabby. He got the Doom off on your Pangolier. Moon is being healed up by Zephyr, and Gabby is getting low, but does eat the cheese in time. That'll mean Armel can just come back in and clean up the Pangolier. Make that Zephyr as well, by the way. He does Ghost Form, but the trap, no, not going to be enough. Armel throws another one. No, he'll be fine. Raven.
He's going to be tanking his lucky stars. He did buy back. Raven against the world.
It really is your mid-racks going down slowly but surely. They'll get the repair kit out, trying to delay things as much as possible, and they're going to jump in. It's Gabby going on to DJ. Your Soulbind out as well. AU's died back on the Undying, and Raven is way too low. He does Ghost Form. Is it enough? He'll barely survive, but he's in the middle of all this. Gabby's going to turn around once again, just man-fighting this Morphling, and yeah, Raven, he's gone. He just can't sustain the damage output. AU is actually going to have his buyback up in time. It's going to come back in onto Armel. They're going to use the egg. But TNC are going to be able to run out of range and back into DJ. The avalanche out. DJ's got nowhere to go. He is probably just going to die here. And Gabby going for more now. Back onto the Phoenix. That'll mean Zephyr's gone and AU does die back, and that'll be it. GG is called. TNC will take game 1 in a rather dominant fashion.
That was just a stomp. There's no way to say it. It's a stomp from TNC. Excellent performance from them. They said a bounty at the end. FNATIC, I mean,
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
We are here for our game number 2 between TNC and of FNATIC. It is MLP.Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike.
You don't look great, John. You look upset.
Well, I'm a bit upset because of that performance from FNATIC, and we've said they've had a rough time. That goes beyond team chemistry, Mike. That just went way beyond. The individual plays not quite up to snuff. I'm having some allergies too, so I had to take some antihistamines, which can make my face look a bit funny. But it's not great for FNATIC. They tried to do something there with AU's Undying, DJ's Underlord, Moon's Pangolier. Like, you gotta give this guy something he can make space on. The Pango can get that work done, but once it falls down, it falls hard, and FNATIC have to change that draft up.
Yeah, I do believe as well that their Hogwarts invitation has been rescinded. Harry Potter not very happy that the Philosopher's Stone was left on the ground like that. So FNATIC won't be able to go visit Hogwarts later on after this this tournament. Very upsetting. Very, very upsetting. TNC, however, they got 2 of them. So
oh yeah,
doors are open for them.
Yeah,
Still.
I mean, really happy to have that. They were so far ahead they didn't even need it.
It's 120 GPM, right? So you're essentially adding 120 gold per minute to your team, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but it kind of is, because it's resources that aren't on the map.
Yeah, it's just free gold. Like, if you have more of the free gold, why not? And I mean, just small mistakes like that. You know, it's hard to overcome. FNATIC's gonna have to show up. They've got to show up. As TNC, they're not playing around. They are just full force. They don't care what the situation is. They're coming here to prove a point. And already FNATIC's draft looking a bit more stable. This is, you know, it's not exactly game winning. You know, it's not like a complete outdraft when you get this combination, but it's strong. Phoenix Mars, Egg Arena. Right, you're talking about stable team fights, stable timings here. You can play around this. I just worry because TNC, they already had Avenge. You pick this Mars into the Venge. It already got swapped to save one of the heroes stuck inside. The combination isn't going to be as amazing. Although, okay, TNC, they want the challenge, Mike. They take out the Venge Drow, so they're saying, all right, let's make it a bit harder here.
Well, look, in all fairness, the Drow Venge did win today. So today, it's got a 100% win rate. Obviously, the past 2 days, it has a 0% win rate. But I think TNC are pretty confident with this pickup. See if they can make it work up against FNATIC here in this game number 2. Of course, FNATIC are going to be looking to get their first tie of the group stages. Fortunately, still lacking a point now. Something to get going. Of course, a lot of people again have been Among playing in the next series, John. Among Us first will be up straight after this one. So if you're intrigued to see what that stack's gonna look like, straight after this match, we're gonna go check those guys out and see what they're up to. That is a stacked team.
That it is. You know, that's. This is a highlight. The next one's a highlight as well. You know, it's going to be big. It's a big day. You can't discount the last series, of course. 496 up against Trust after that. So it's a full day of Dota. The Vietnamese versus the Thai stack. You rarely get to see that kind of matchup. That's one to watch out for as well. Yeah.
I love 496. I'm really becoming a big fan of that team, right? Like, I'm a fan of the underdogs already, right? If there's an underdog, I'm usually, you know, not necessarily biased towards them at all, but you know, you kind of want them to do well. But those guys have been looking great.
Oh, I mean, it's
Very
fantastic.
happy to see their performance.
They've been swapping around, right? They don't have their pause one. We see Bombi step up to the plate. They shift around. It's an exciting team to watch, like a lot of potency. And it's always fun to watch that. It's always fun to watch these teams rise up. Same thing with MG.Trust, right? So a lot of teams to watch out for, but the draft is sort of developing here. You've got the ban out, TNC, they do ban out the Spectre. They take out the Timbersaw as well. FNATIC on their side. Take out that Doom and the Void Spirit. You're not going to have the Doom to jump in, ruin the team fights. No Void Spirit that can go in and out. It looks like FNATIC is worried a bit about those slippery heroes for Armel. We'll see what else they do choose to ban out. It does look to be a mix. Like, Armel heroes seem to be priority right now for FNATIC. What else? TA had a fantastic performance for Armel. It still does work against the Phoenix. You have to be cautious. There's a Drow now and a Venge. If they do get this TA to slide through and TNC picks it up, it's going to be even more potent in this lineup.
Certainly will be. I believe I did hear a disconnection occurred, according to our new announcer pack. I'm not sure who it was that DC'd, but hopefully it isn't Moon, who is currently captaining.
Yeah, it's AU. It's fine. It's a Philippine internet. We're just getting started before the game, you know. Not going to have a pause if you disconnect and draft. It's one way to fix that issue. And TNC.
All right. They bring out the Pango.
Yeah, they bring out the Pango. This could be hero early on. The one time we saw the KP Pango, I remember a burnout, Mike. I don't know if you'd want to do that again, but I would love to see it, honestly. Just KP showing off those burnouts that you Australians love to do.
Do love those, but I am pretty sure it should be Tim's Pango this game. Last time we saw it, I think it was yesterday we saw Tim's on the Pango, or maybe the day before that, but it was Tim's the last time, and I assume it should be the same this time. We should find out right now, because TNC are making their fourth pickup, and I assume this should be the KP hero now. What do they want to give him, though?
It's fairly open. You've set yourself up with team fights with a Pango. The Drow does well by its own. Maybe a no, not a Venge, sorry. Maybe an LC for KP. It's one of his specials. Overwhelming odds. Destroys the treants that NP spawns. Staves off the push. The Purge is pretty nice as well to save your Drow if you wanted to. They go with the Chen. Okay.
So what's happening here now? We've got a very... I don't know what to say about this draft. It's very unique.
KP
it's a bit out there.
KP Venge, maybe?
I hate core Venge. So.
It's a downer, but you know, TNC, it looks like they're making it a challenge for themselves. Heck, what if they go with a Core Chen? Actually, no, that Core Chen offlane, that's what FNATIC used to do with Ice, so maybe showing up, giving KP a Chen to play with? Possibility.
He is on ping, though, let's not forget. He is still having that 100 ping he has to play with, so I don't know if you want to give him those kind of high micro heroes like the Chen. Then again, he does still play Brewmaster even with the ping, so...
Oh yeah, and he plays excellently. So I don't think ping's going to be a big issue for him. Still, FNATIC, they get the space to pick up the PL. So it's the Raven PL. It's been a while, right? But it's been out of meta for a while, and the one time we saw it, it hasn't looked too good. They're going to have to make this one work somehow.
Well, there's no counters towards the PL at the moment. Like apart from the Pango, who can, you know, get some decent wave clear up against those illusions, I don't really see anything else that can deal with Raven's PL this game.
That's fair. I think there's some room for it in the draft, though. FNATIC already take out the Storm. They have to be aware they need to remove the Ember. Like, they're going to have first pick, though. So if they don't ban the Ember, they could pick it up in themselves. But if they don't and leave that in, then that's your PL counter. You know, it's just straightforward. Beyond that, though, it could be a bit tricky. The PL is nice into the Drow because you can run up at her, and you're a natural Manta builder. You can just purge off the silence. and keep going. So you've got that here for FNATIC. It is shaping up differently. I think this one's less sensitive to the early game, which they were really banking on in game 1. Undying Underlord dual lane, that just has to go on a snowball start. It didn't. This time you're not as constrained by that kind of key timer. You are still banking on Raven a ton, right? It's a PL. He's going to have to hit his farm timings, but game 1 we saw Raven wasn't the issue. He was still finding farm, so I'm sure he's going to have a decent performance in the PL at the least.
Final ban outs now. The Storm Kunkka being removed by FNATIC. TNC, one more ban for them, and it's going to be what appears to be an AU hero again. So they do ban the Treant Protector. Could be a DJ hero as well, I suppose. Now the Ember. Very out there with these bans.
Yeah, I don't blame them though. Like, again, TNC would love to pick it up against the PL, but FNATIC does pick first. So if you left the Ember in the pool, they would have taken it. You don't have the best stuns. Venge stun is so-so. Drow Sounds is so-so to catch something like the Ember. They couldn't allow it to slide through.
5 seconds remaining.
FNATIC, how do they want to finish this off? It does seem like they're either lacking another support or they're lacking another mid hero.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. The Wind Ranger comes out.
Yeah, it's the couples fight. Drow versus Wind Ranger. Both Rangers just having a bit of a quarrel in this match. We'll see how that works out. Still flexibility in how these lanes unfold. Although it is looking like a support Wind Ranger with the support Phoenix, but you can kind of swap that with the NP if you wanted to. A better draft for FNATIC. I think this is something they can play with. They do have to, this is where they get tested as a team though, not down to individual performance alone, but they have to execute as a team. We have to see the arena egg to be effective once you've got those level 6s. I don't think they've had issues buying space for Raven. Play as 4, make that count, and you might give TNC a run for their money. TNC, they're going with a Drow Venge. They're leaving it open as to what KP is going to take. It's a bit of a riskier draft, but it's also a draft with bigger payoff. Depending on how they close out with that last pick, these heroes do get off to a fast start. The Chen can sustain you for a very long time, and you've got the Venge for the swap saves. You can try to dance around it up against FNATIC. It does take a lot more coordination and quick responses here from TNC to really maximize that.
Yeah. 30 seconds left. TNC to make this pickup. Are we looking for an Armel hero? Or maybe so, actually. I still do think Tim should be on the Pangolier this game. And see, no, it's gonna be a Sven popping up. So who's taking what?
Armel Drow? Armel Drow.
Armel Drow, Gabby Sven. Well,
KP Venge.
I did say I wanted to see the Gabby Sven come out earlier on today, and there it is.
Huh.
How do you
On
feel about
paper,
this draw from TNC?
I don't think it's too bad. Like, they have an issue of control. So the big one here is FNATIC has excellent single target control. If they get the shackle on the Sven, there's enough time there to follow up with the Mars Spear, to follow up with all the right click damage that you can possibly pump out, and Gabby's not going to have a game. But it's the opposite situation as well. If TNC get to jump in, they catch Raven out, cleave right through the illusions. And then factor this in, Mike. Warcry plus a Chen, added armor, and a heal. And that's so much durability on TNC side that you cannot underestimate if you're FNATIC.
Cannot. Sure. See if FNATIC can tie out this series 1-1 with TNC, or whether TNC is going to get another 2-0 victory. The team. Should be a good one this time around. I do believe FNATIC's draft should look better in this matchup.
Yeah, it should.
It does really instill a lot more confidence, right? When you look at it compared to TNC's draft.
I just realized something though. It's an AU Mars. Is that POS 5 Mars? Or is DJ on the support 4, Zephyr on the 5 Phoenix? This makes it a bit trickier.
I do believe that might be a position 5 Mars.
Then I have no clue. It's a better draft than game 1, but 5 Mars. Like, we've seen 4 Mars, sure. But 5, it's stuck in bottom of net worth. It's not a very pleasant part to be in, Mike, I have to tell you. We'll see if they can make it work. We talked about the pros. If they do land the Phoenix Egg with the arena, I think you've got a match here. FNATIC has ways of coming in. Moon is on a hero that can buy space. It is a playmaker. You can get a lot more room. You don't have natural counters. Like his Pango was just counteracted by March's Grimstroke. You don't have anything like that to worry about. So you can expect Moon to put up a lot more of a fight. And that's going to be key to get this running start. A PL takes so much investment. It is a Raven special. You need to get that space. FNATIC has to get that done.
See how this works out. So, okay, maybe position 4 Mars is what we're looking at. AU, he does get the Orb of Venom up. Does look like it is going to be a bit of a support build up here. Maybe not. Zephyr's going to show up on the Phoenix now. It is really out there with this draft.
Man, callbacks to the old times. Warriors Gaming Nana, just Tims and Moon. Warriors Gaming Nana, Execration Tims, Rave DJ. Oh, old times. These guys just making everyone feel old.
We were casting back in those days as well.
Yeah. There's so long ago. It feels like now, doesn't it, Mike?
It really does. Times, you know.
Yeah, and you know there was someone pointing out as well. FNATIC did have Raven and AU before, right? In the initial shakeup years ago. So this is a bit of a flashback. We'll see if they can make it work. Aggression in the bot lane, just a bit here.
He's going to back off. It is still a 2 for 2. Nothing too special here, but what I really am more intrigued about is how they're going to make these lane matchups work. So Zephyr is there on the support Phoenix with DJ, and AU is running back up top on the Mars. You do have Moon on the mid Wind Ranger, and Raven is on the POS 1 PL. So yeah, POS 5 Mars, which I have heard ramblings about in C. That some players have been testing this. I think it was Dubu maybe that was doing it.
Okay. I can see it work. It's just that I guess against this lane, you know, KP Venge, Tims and the Pango. Look at AU, he's just manning up. He's got the durability. KP can't do anything about this. Does have the level 1 wave of terror, but doesn't matter to something like the Mars. So in that sense, this matchup for Raven should be good. He's finding his farm. They've got space to be aggressive. It's going to take a while for KP to build presence up. It's going to take a while for the Pangolier to also build presence up, and it's going to be a bit of an issue for TNC.
It's the God's Rebuke, though. That might have just been a kill had it landed. Wanted to knock him back, which is definitely the right play there from AU, but it's not as easy said than done. Now AU going to cop a lot of harassment out from Tims, who does have that Orb of Venom himself. They need one more hit to kill AU, but they'll just keep him on a very, very low HP pool. You will just sit in the tree line and passively regen up with a Tango. Meanwhile, even Zephyr, dropping extremely low.
Wow.
Phoenix up at the bot lane, does salve up.
Yeah, that's all the way back in this creep wave. Of course, buying space for the cores to just kind of fight at each other. Gabby, this is a matchup where, you know, an NP with a Blight Zone isn't too scary. Gabby is pretty tanky on the Sven. If he wants a value point in Warcry to prevent any damage, he can do that. And he's just happy enough to find his farm. 60-0, lots of denies on DJ. But that's just not enough to stop his Sven.
True. Of course, mid lane, Moon on that Wind Ranger against Armel is taking a lot of damage. He has the Wind Run. He'll be all right. That's the beauty of the Drow, right? You can just harass so easily with those Frost Arrows, especially once they get to that level 2 mark. Moon has to be very wary about how close he gets.
Yeah, and the farm distribution's super close as well. 11-2 on both sides. Armel is having that fantastic time in regen. Moon's forced to use the power shots to clear waves. So he's not applying as much harassment. And right clicks really do just favor Armel. He's got to watch out in a precarious spot. And this is a lane that the Drow does like very much. Like, you know, even if you're drawing even here, you can clear out the jungle camps a bit faster, especially when you hit 6. Moon at his 6 doesn't clear camps faster, he kills heroes. You're not necessarily going to find all those opportunities to max that out.
True. There's just Moon copying more harassment here. And the shot is not going to be enough. The Fairy Fire does heal up Moon. Survive, but Armel, he's ready to go again. He's still full HP. He have mana to go. The best that Moon can do here is just try to snipe creeps with Power Shot, but he only has mana left for one.
Ooh, nah, that's not a good spot. And Armel, we saw him with a runaway start last time. If he gets that start again, Moon?
Yeah,
no.
He's dead. Yeah. The multi-shot. Just too much damage, and Moon, he's trying to push it to the limits here in this mid lane, but Armel will punish him for it.
Ooh. Sending the tip out from a different lane. Gabby, that's not your matchup. You know, gotta focus on your own lane. Still up top. Look at this AU.
Oh, AU. He missed the spear. That means he's gonna die now. And they're really giving it to them now. Armel even getting involved with the voice lines. Just 2-0. FNATIC. They'll need to calm down a little bit here. Nice juke out from Raven on that magic missile, but a lot of pressure being applied in all lanes. Raven is able to get far, just tough.
Yeah, it's coming out there. He's still number one in terms of blast hits. Not by too much. You're still having this big issue for Armel. Look at this. He just bullies Moon out. He comes back in late. He's forced to just run.
Juke out the multi-shot quite nicely. Does have the bottle up now, at least, so you do have a bit more regen. But Gabby, come on now. Gabby's really giving it over to Moon on this Wind Ranger, and Armel. I mean, it kind of works though, right? The psychological warfare. He's not even in your lane, and he knows how bad it's going. He's just giving it to you from the bot lane, where he's just safely farming.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for FNATIC. And, you know, you've got that level 6 mark in Armel. You don't want to hold this lane if you're Moon. And, you know, he's got such a massive damage spike, Armel. Just having that level up. At this point, I think you've got to surrender that lane. Maybe defend the tier 1 if it gets shoved in, but you can't allow Armel to find any kill ops. You're going to have to play in that jungle, and Moon, he's at least trying to get that done.
AU. It's a spear off there onto Tim's. Position 5 Mars, I don't know how much I like it. I've got to be honest, John. I mean, it's definitely creating space here for Raven. He is still top of the last hits board. So I suppose AU is doing his job. You start to wonder, is it because Mars is there, or is it because Raven is just that good on PL?
It's a 50-50. I think you can't discount that AU has been zoning out well. It's not been enough to stop KP's progression, though. Look at KP, level 5, Vengeance Aura pretty much level 3. Almost going to hit the 6 mark. Once you have the 6, you're going to have swap. And you're going to have swap way earlier than the Arena Egg, which means when you do have Arena Egg, I mean, swap play is there to save. So the timings are not going to line up, and that's the downside of this Mars 5. You're not going to have Arena early. When you do have it, Venge is going to be there to deal with it.
Tims returns back into the lane. Spear not going to connect, so Tims will go for the swash back onto AU. They'll go for the easier kill. In fact, Armel. Nice timing from him to get a nice secure and start on that T1 top tower.
Yeah, and this is the typical movement out here for TNC. At around the 7-minute mark, you rotate Armel top, get the shove in, give Tim's mid to soak some EXP, and try to find out tier 1.
Fairly easy for Armel to clean that up with KP. Raven, he's going to stick around and slowly defend this. To his credit, there is no siege creep, so he should be able to get that defense done. And FNATIC, they're going to smoke up and try to sneak in from behind. It'll be great timing here from FNATIC, but March is going to be there to break the smoke. And now they can try and turn this one around, but Armel, he's on the run. DJ going to TP in on the Prophet, and with that focus fire, Armel, he does not TP out like this. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have a TP. He will go down. That's a huge pick off there for FNATIC.
Yeah, it's an important one. The biggest target they could find off the map beyond Gabby. They pick it up. Very worthwhile rotation for Moon. You do still have to wonder, though. They've been focusing on the top lane. They have left Gabby alone to just have a good time. Look at that. Gabby even giving a tip to DJ. He's feeling confident in this fan. And he's very confident. Has the treads up. Morbid Mask flying in. Mask of Madness next. And then the farm escalates. They spot out the stacks though. AU does manage to scout it out. They're going to have to contest it very soon. Once that mom is up, it's going to be taken really quick.
Well, he's placed the wards down
Oh, there's
on
a
that
sentry.
stack. Yeah, March, he already knows. And now KP going to cut off AU. Drops him in. That's your support Mars gone. And they'll get back to the stacks.
Ooh, I mean, you lose a ward like that, that means you're down one piece of vision, one piece of control on the map. Not great for FNATIC, as even Moon caught out. Does win run though, but he's not quite setting the pace. You know, he's up here top, he's trying to find steady farm, but there's no opportunities for FNATIC to clump up. They still need the level 6s on their supports. Downside of that duo, you need 6 on Phoenix, you need 6 on more. Supports don't tend to find that EXP easy.
Tier 1 tower still dropping. March just casually healing people up with the Hill Troll Priest. How much heal is that again? 15 HP every time. That's nice. And it works, right? Like eventually, it does heal you up. It's running to Rolling Thunder in the mid lane, but doesn't.
Yeah, I think that troll is actually more efficient than a Witch Doctor Voodoo Restoration at level 1. In fact, up to level 2 or 3. It is a really good heal in that context. That's a hero's heal. It's much better than that.
Nice snap from you, John.
Yeah, my
FNATIC. Go for that bot. T1 tower now, but TNC, they do have an opportunity to defend this if they want. It seems as though they don't care for that tier 1 bot and would rather try to push in that mid tier 1 tower. Will be glyphed immediately though. Gabby now also going to Mask of Madness up. Shouldn't be too hard to take this, especially once that God Strength is there. Gabby just hitting so hard already, and that'll be your tier 1 mid tower. It's just gone.
Oh man, that's not a good sign. 2 towers deleted immediately from TNC. Great moves up to get us objectives down. FNATIC, you know, it's 4-1. It's a 1k lead for TNC. It's not the end of the world. They're still finding the build up on DJ. Raven is lagging a bit behind. It's time to get that peel in recovery mode. Moon for his part, and he's got that javelin up, but he's not. There's just no heroes to jump. You go for. You're never going to find Armel. He's playing way too safe. You can't jump Gabby because of his armor. You could try for the Pango, but he's very slippery. It's just not a very easy time to buy that space alone as the Wind Ranger.
DJ. They hang around down that bot lane and just work towards that Orchid. It's getting very close to that. Need as much as he can get. Help his team out. Should do quite a bit of work. What's Gabby up to? Working towards the Halberd right now on the Sven.
Yeah, it's a bit of a big time here though. March has his mech. 12 minutes in. Naked mech, but that's all you want in the Chen. If TNC do force a fight, they've got 2 sources of sustain, and seeing that change the pace of a lot of engagements. You can't underestimate the durability a Chen can bring.
So many auras going on here for TNC. It's kind of ridiculous how many auras they have with the Venge Drow and all the Chen creeps. Plus the war cry from Gabby.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's so buffed up.
It's a beauty when it all lines up like that. The synergy is excellent, and all they need to do is clump up. Now there is a smoke here from FNATIC. It is just AU and Moon. It's time for them to try to go hunting.
Thing is, the Roshan's being taken right now. I don't think they're guessing that this is happening, but no, with the multi-shot flying out through the Roshan pit, they know now. So, power shot. Come in, does actually get the Roshan kill. So they get the gold for it, but the Aegis will go to the way of Armel. Now AU will drop the arena, and we'll get the spear off, and Egg will also be committed, but that Egg, bit mispositioned. And a swap out onto DJ is going to ensure that kill. Hey, you trying to TP, but no, KB. Another swap TP cancellation. 3 heroes dead, plus an Aegis going to the way of TNC.
They come out on top in a massive way. Even Armel just able to run down Moon. Just not a good sign when your Wind Ranger can't even stand up to a drought. 13 minutes in. But FNATIC, it's looking dicey now. 4K lead onto TNC. Aegis is up on Armel. They did get the Roshan gold. So that injection is nice. Or I believe Raven does have his defusal coming. So that's one part of the puzzle completed. More. They need to stall out a bit more. Hold on to those tier 2s. We've got to see the Arena Egg executed a lot better. But if you can land that duo, that is your fighting chance here in FNATIC. Just get the Egg Arena going. Maybe you can win out.
Got the Diffusal Blade now up on Raven. Potential for them to go for a fight once these ultimates are back up. Miss Gabby's just farming way too quick on this Sven right now. He's just gonna pull way too far if this keeps up. He has had 0 pressure this game. Heaven's Halberd is a couple 100 gold off now. The Hurricane Pike being brought up on Armel, and they're just gonna go for a T1 bot tower. And it seems as though FNATIC are just going to let this one go down. They're not making their way there. They're trying to trade the top tier 1.
They have no choice. They can't go for that defense. The trade isn't going fast enough either. This push is not as speedy as you'd want. They have to drag DJ along. TNC is going to let that go, but key items coming out. Vlad's up on Tims. They have the Spirit Vessel up on the Phoenix, so Zephyr doesn't have any charges.
Goes straight into Gabby, does get speared up though by AU, but Arena is going to be dropped. Tims, he'll roll through it onto AU. They just want to get the Mars, but great play from AU. Positioning near the low ground to get knocked down by Tims, but it won't matter. Gabby just one-hits him. Now finds Zephyr. Icarus Dive was still available, but Gabby is slowly but surely going to chase him down. And he does still have the war cry. Zephyr is probably just dead here. Does go for the Sunray TP, but he can't get away.
Oh.
Yeah.
TNC chopping them down. Gets the Gabby, and there's that Shen effect. They're all smoked up. They've got Gabby on a different side of the map. They're going hunting.
Very, very tough time. Raven doesn't want to die right now. Are coming out. Gabby, he seems to know. Where would I hide if I was Raven right now?
Oh?
Got the right idea. He smells so close he smells him.
Oh, Gabby. Missed him. Right on the edge. Ooh.
But how's Raven going to get out of this? He has 10 seconds for a TP.
It's got to be careful. He's going to
Armel could randomly multi-shot to the right now.
He could. They could check. No, they give up. No, he gets to go home. Raven counting his lucky stars. TNC, though, they get easy access to tier 2, Mike.
They do. It's going to be a very, very easy tier 2. Again, no defense out from FNATIC. Currently sitting at 9-1 in terms of kill score with a 4K net worth advantage of TNC.
It's difficult.
Just objectives being taken.
There hasn't been too much progress for FNATIC. They've taken the side tier 1s. They need the mid tier 1 to go. They do have the MKB on Moon, so he has damage on that Wind Ranger. He needs to get that damage out, though. He hasn't been able to, and that's really the big problem here. They just don't
really
have
going for
the
a T3?
opportunities. Why not?
It's a bit confident, don't you think?
They need to bring out the Arena Egg. The last time it was executed was not so good. They do have the high ground, so FNATIC might be able to make that work out. They're going to have to jump in now. Like, it's just going to melt.
We're 17 minutes into the game, and they just take... Oh, that's a great shackle out from Moon. He caught both calls, and now the Arena does catch 3 with AU. Melts so quick. Raven's going to jump in, but he's been disarmed by Gabby, and now Tim's actually stunned on the spot, doing a little mini burn out there.
Oh.
TNC, that'll be enough. They do end up actually killing off the tower. They'll leave the racks exposed.
Yeah, their Aegis expired right in the middle of that fight. Very fortunate that all in any sort of danger. They get to pull back. They have expended a big spell. This is a window for TNC to try to force something. No arena, no egg. It is difficult to fight here.
Won't spot him out. Or will they? If they see that power shot, I think they may have. Tim's gonna have a gander, but won't be able to catch him out.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So hard to see FNATIC being able to take a big team fight right now.
Nah, they need everything perfectly. Right now, the situation for Zephyr is so bad that it's naked Spirit Vessel up to 18 minutes. No brown boots, no nothing. He's walking around. It's hard for him to get into position. He has to use his dive to reposition himself in, and that just complicates matters. Look at TNC. They just get the farm up. They take it slow. The Ags is next for Gabby. A lot of his issues in terms of getting kited around. He's even building into a on the Sven.
Yeah. Hey, you gonna get jumped on now by Tim's. Rolling Thunder's gonna be out. They are going straight after this Mars. Hand of Gods to fly out as well, just to keep everyone alive. And Gabby looking for another, going after DJ now. A nice shackle out from Moon will hold Gabby back for a second, but it looks like DJ is almost high. And Tim's keeps going. Spots out Zephyr. Focus fire will be expended by Moon.
Ooh.
Another nice shackles out, but they can't follow up.
No, it's a setting up. They don't have the combinations to go in. They're not confident enough with the damage. Raven is not nearly big enough to capitalize on that control, so they just have to pull back 11-1. TNC still so far ahead. You know, I realize what the Battle of Fury's for, Mike. I just figured it out. Took some time. Ooh.
Does go down. They do end up getting this Drow Ranger. But go on, John. What's the Battle Fury for on
Chops
our
and trees. Chop the trees. He doesn't want the Quelling Blade. He needs to chop the trees to prevent being trapped. Battle Fury. I think we had a chat about that a long time ago about our trees. You know, when you get trapped in trees. I pointed out that Battle Fury. It sounds dumb, but it's better than a Quelling Blade.
He's got an Aghanim Scepter though. He could just fly past the trees.
But he could get Orchid. He doesn't have, or he could be under Mask of Madness. You know, you never know the timing. You got to cover your bases there. He's queued it up though. Yeah, he's queued up the BKB. Let's see if Gabby goes for that first. I do want the spicy Play-Doh. Let me have my Battle Fury Sven.
Hey, people used to actually buy that in Dota 1. That was a thing.
Oh, Dota 1. I used to buy it in Dota 2.
Oh, goodness me.
Don't look at my records from 2012. Don't look at those games. They're painful.
They are.
Very painful.
Goodness. Raven's getting very close to that Manta style now. So, a bit more coming out on our 7k net worth lead still standing here from TNC.
FNATIC, they've smoked up though. Ayo and Raven. Duo looking for a kill.
Tough, but they're going to give it a shot, but a counter smoke now from TNC. The mid lane where they're going to run straight into Zephyr, and that'll be Armel getting a solo pick off. Everyone else basically still smoked. Tim's. AU just going to go for a quick TP play out of there. Everyone else from FNATIC just going to hide in the tree line and eventually TP away. They don't seem to be interested whatsoever in trying to take a team fight.
No, this is perfect timing for TNC though. Roche is up, the courier spots it, they can easily go for it. FNATIC might need to make a smoke play into that pit very soon if they don't want to give that Roche with the Aegis and cheese away.
Roshan's not going to last long. I'm going to leave him getting the Yasha up now on that Drow and does take the Aegis cheese for himself. And they're just going to control this dire jungle. FNATIC, all they can do is put all their hopes in Raven. He's farming, he's getting there. It's just...
Oh,
Gabby could be a very big pick off. They do show themselves now in that mid lane.
yeah, it's all about Raven now. I mean, they've got the blink on. Man, I just thought of a pun. You know, to show That's So Raven.
Yes.
This is That's So Raven. It's the Raven show.
Oh, goodness me, Joe.
So bad. So bad.
TNC, they're gonna rush up towards that top lane. Onto the tier 3 tower. Gabby. He's got that Aghanim Scepter. Gotta be wary of that. Of course, you can't use it on Zephyr because he can just Icarus dive you into the fountain. Gabby still going. Does get the tier 3. Now Armel. He'll get started on the melee barracks.
Oh man, Zephyr melts those split arrows as well. Oh,
Jackals is very nice from Moon. Again, there's just no follow-up. DJ is taking the mid tier 1 while all this is happening. Zephyr almost dies with his dive. And yeah, is forced to egg. The multi-shot was too much. They're gonna fight anyway. AU commits the arena, but it means nothing. Shackles was there from Moon with a fire out, but Gabby forces him back ace. And now Zephyr's dead. Just channeling a Sunray. There'll be a buyback. But they're gonna lose the racks, and that'll be it. TNC happily back off.
it's gonna be difficult. No egg, no arena. You're gonna have to get some perfect shackles here, some really good isolation. The Moon, he's on the wrong side of the map here.
Take the haste rune, and it looks like he wants to try and skip the creep wave and get another high ground attempt here from TNC. Zephyr's got to be careful where he's positioned. He's just bought back. Team to know where Armel is. Raven is going to go rush for the drought. He Shadow Blades, but they will get the dust off. Armel able to force stuff out of there. Now they could reinitiate. Gabby looking for a way in, but Arch is being sieged down and does go down. Gabby, does he want to go or not? It looks like the answer is no. But they want to keep going. On to KP now, and KP has been left behind. ENC, bit of indecisiveness here. They had the Aegis on Armel the whole time, but they did not engage.
An awkward position to be in now. Gabby is trying to look for a way in. They don't manage to spot anyone. FNATIC, they're going to be happy with that. Bounces them back just a bit more. The kills they're looking for. They didn't have to drop any big ults for those. They're in a good spot. They've got Arena Egg ready to go if something else breaks out. And TNC, gotta be a bit cautious. When you lose March, you're not confident to take the fights because you lack that regen. You have to ensure that March isn't too far forward before anything breaks out.
Maybe try for this mid-tier 2 tower defense. They are just in their own triangle right now. Gabby sneaking up from behind, but he was underneath the sentry ward. Still just farming the Radiant Triangle. Not going to be able to catch the Phoenix out with the Gust. DJ is now underneath an Observer ward, so Gabby just going to rush in, does get silenced up, but pops the BKB, cancels the TP, and gets an easy kill for himself. And now the rest of TNC, they're going to try for a high ground push.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that a wall.
Great shackle from Moom now with the arena and the egg being committed. KP is very low, but March is keeping everyone alive. They will finally get the vengeful
the shackles!
And they get the rest. Tims will go down again to the shackles of Moon. There goes the Aegis on the Drow Ranger as well. Gabby in the middle of all this does get speared to a tree, and now another shackle out from Moon, holding him down, and they are out of mana on Gabby. He does have a cheese, however. DJ just way too far forward, does die, and now Raven needs to doppel multiple out of there. Cheese is going to be eaten by Gabby, but he does not stun the right target. He does have another stun up in just a second, however. Raven playing with a bit of fire here, but Gabby, he is out of God strength. That will be a defense out of FNATIC.
A really strong defense, and that's the effect of a good arena egg coming out on top. Moon also getting the lockdowns needed in that fight, chaining up Armel for such a long time. The Spirit Vessel negating the regen of March, deleting KP. Without the Ventura, a lot of that durability and damage also disappears. But look at this, TNC not dissuaded, smoked up immediately.
Well, you know all the ultimates are down right now, and they're going to run straight into Moon, but he does have very quick reactions. He blinks out. See, with that DD rune still active on Gabby, would love to make the jump right now, but be able to. AU preemptively placing some trees down, but Gabby will cut them down. The bot racks. I have Skadi now available on Raven. But your bot racks going down for free. Only one left standing here for FNATIC.
It's a possible fight for them. Arena Egg is back up, and that's the exact same spot struggled. So if they can get that situation done once more, get the shackles out, get the perfect Arena Egg, then they can find a way in. That eyes Scotty as well, and Raven gonna pile on to that minus regen that all getting out with the Spirit Vessels on Zephyr. Unfortunately for Zephyr, he is out of charges. He's gonna need that up. That's what was giving them the wins. They were keeping one of these heroes down so low that March couldn't keep them alive.
Very hard to get charges when you can't really kill anyone without it, so what the game plan is we have a Paladin sword on the deck.
Oh,
March will take it for himself. That wasn't FNATIC's, I don't believe, by the way. It was TNC.
Yeah,
FYI.
It's a great one. Healing amplified entirely, so it looks funny, but of course that does boost up March's burst heal potential more. Still have to be cautious about the timing. March needs to be aware of who has a Spirit Vessel on top of them and who needs that immediate burst, because last time he tried to bail KP out, wasn't enough. That Spirit Vessel charge just did too much work. And, you know, FNATIC, they've stalled out well. We talked about Raven. This being the Raven show, he's 16.8k net worth. He's not too far behind Armel. He's way behind Gabby, and there's that Battle Fury.
Oh my god.
He's done it, Mike.
Battle Fury. He's done it.
He did it.
All the memes.
I'm so happy. Chop trees. Chop trees.
Don't let your memes be dreams, boys. You want your Battle Fury Sven, you get out there and go get it. Anyone else tell you that you can't do that?
Oh, boy. It's gonna work, though. You know, he's got additional mana regen, which is always important. That's something we saw Gabby struggle, especially with the Diffusal in play. You know, he could pull back in full HP, but he didn't have anything to cast spells. Now he has a little bit more to help him kind of pump himself full. You can even see him just kind of picking up mangoes on the way, just to ensure they've got some burst mana as these fights continue to get longer. It's getting a bit more complicated for TNC. It's becoming a bit easier for FNATIC to find these openings to abuse. You look at Raven, again, his net worth has been good. He's going into the backer, and once he's got that, the PL suddenly becomes that much scarier, having his own piece of control.
It does. TNC. That mid lane, they are the side of FNATIC right around the corner, but they want to avoid fighting at all costs right now. But Roshan is going to get started. It's going to be a very, very easy Roshan to go ahead and pick up, and that's an Aghanim setup upgrade, which... Who took it?
Is it...
Where is this
I
Axe
don't
upgrade?
see it. Huh.
I really see it. There's so many auras right now that it's hard to see anything. Where did it go?
I swear Tim's picked it up, but I can't. This is. Did he delete
No,
it?
it's on Armel now. Armel's
okay.
taken it.
Okay, perfect. Split shot, multi-shot in play. Easier time to clear out those illusions. Easier time to clear out the tree and shove waves out. It's really just a free Ags and Drow. It's one of those things that you normally don't invest too deeply in it. Now you free yourself a slot in the late game.
Look at the amount of auras they have going at once. Look at March's auras. Ridiculous.
It's not even aligned with the HUD. Because we're in beta.
Oh, back in the back line, trying to initiate. Raven is there, the egg to be dropped as well. Tim's does go down. Meanwhile, Gabby, he'll give up on the egg. That'll mean March does go down, but DJ will lose his own life. Now, well, Gabby going for a bit of a trip with that Icarus dive, but does get the kill. And, it's a messy team fight. TNC look to have come out on top.
Oh, yeah.
And Gabby, he's going in. Zephyr, no Icarus dive to speak of, and that'll be a dieback on your Phoenix. Gabby will just continue laughing all the way to the bank.
Raven!
Now even Raven, yeah, he's in trouble. They missed the stun, but they have the damage, and that'll be GG. TNC take a 2-0 victory over the side of FNATIC, and it was rather dominant.
It wasn't as bad for FNATIC here in Game 2. I mean, at least they didn't lose out their neutral items under vision. But TNC, they come out on top, they play a lot better. FNATIC, there were shining moments.
5 seconds remaining.
Holy moly!
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Are here for our third series of the day. It's going to be between Among Us and 032. It's MLP Dota and John. What? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great about this one, Mike. Among Us, you know, I like to call them my boys, but well, I just like to say it, but well, you know, we try. But had a bit of a chat in the lobby. This is the one everyone was looking forward to. I was requested by Savage to say this, so I will say it. Apparently, just for reference, Whitemon, who's currently listed as Nongmon in Among Us, of course from Geek Fam. Apparently, his nickname in there is Luigi, for whatever reason, and you may refer to 23 Savage as King as his nickname for whatever reason. He wanted chat to know, so chat now knows. Do with that as you will. No clue what they want to get up here, but Among Us, they look confident.
So hold on, hold on a minute, John. Hold on. So, Whiteman is to be called what? Sorry,
Luigi,
and
Louis?
he is to be called. And Savage
King.
would like to be referred to as King.
King, that's his nickname. For some reason, by chat, I think.
But
wanted
not
chat
by
to
us.
know. No,
Okay,
not us.
all
Not
right.
necessarily. We're fine. We don't have to mix up some names. Still,
Okay, so
I know what they're up
Savage
to.
is King and Whiteman is Luigi. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
for whatever reason. For whatever
I look
reason,
forward to
that's what
figuring
he
this
asked
one
for.
out. Fair enough.
Still.
Gun John. Among Us, they do start off with Disruptor faces Void, and 032 will go for the tiny Snapfire opening.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Very different openings from what we're used to seeing. The Disruptor, we haven't seen at all. And this is a hero that we see more often in China, of all places, right? It's not very common in Southeast Asia, but with a faces Void, Chrono with the Static Storm, very potent combination off the bat. 032, a tiny snap, straightforward combo. Probably looking at two supports we have seen off lane snap though. Maybe a possibility for 032. We'll see how that goes. It's funny looking at these two teams go against each other as well, right? Like Among Us, these are players who are currently hovering around teams, at least in an official capacity, no announcements yet. 032 as well are kind of in the same situation. Ninja Bogey, Bok from a droid, Natsumi from a droid, and you've got Nico and Matthew as well, right? So these teams are kind of in the same circumstance. And it's always interesting to see those teams floating around. What they do, you know, it's like the Genespris run. They're just players that gather together because they like playing with each other, and they tend to surprise you. So it's always fun to watch those kinds of teams play against each other.
Well, if something's becoming really like evidently clear as we've seen these tournaments come out during this pandemic, there's a lot of players in the tier 2 scene that probably should be considered tier 1 at this point. I'm not sure why these bigger organizations aren't kind of, you know, taking a gamble on some of these guys, because I tell you, they look fantastic. There's a lot of teams that have been surprising a lot of people out there. I have a feeling after all this is said and done, you know, we might see a lot of shuffles happening, a lot of other teams popping up.
Oh yeah.
Quite a lot of talented players that are just kind of being ignored right now.
Yeah. It's a wide pool, and in this tournaments like this highlight that, so it's always good to give them a platform. Still,
Yeah.
draft building up. Among Us do pick up the Mirana, so they've got more damage coming into the Chrono. We've seen the Mirana do a lot of work. Glimpse into arrows, not very easy to pull off, but can be quite devastating when you land at, and it's really just solid. We've seen the Mirana in a lot of roles, mid-core, pause 4 roaming. We'll see whether that's the case here for Jabs or Abed. Whoever wants to play this one, can be interesting to see how that unfolds. 0-3-2 now. They're going to have to show their hand first. Tiny Snap is, it's a decent opener, but you've got to hammer in. Are you going flex with a Snap? Is it going to be your 4-5 or is it going to be your 3? They go with the NP. Should be a support Snap. That signifies, but Among Us, straight pick into the Centaur, and this is a bit of a classic one, right, Mike? Centaur Disruptor. You lack the Naga Siren, but you run in, you drop the Static Storm, Chrono on top, and that's how you get a team fight done for Among Us. So straightforward execution for them. 0-3-2. Still have to see what they need. They don't have anything to deal with a Chrono right now, right? Like, they've got the leeway to go for Avenge to swap heroes out. They don't pick it up yet.
I mean, you say they've got the leeway, but I do believe the Tiny Snap is going to be their support duo. I mean, you could go for the core Venge, but I don't know how to feel about that one. It works half the time, and the other half it just doesn't. It does tend to fall a bit flat. Still, for now, 0-3-2 does go for the Ember. So that should be their mid lane Ember coming out, unless maybe they switch it up with the Prophet. Among Us, well, they are yet to pick up their own mid laner. We are yet to see what Abed will be playing in this matchup. Find out very soon, I'm sure, as we do have the final bans coming up. 0-3-2. They do get rid of the Storm, which makes enough sense. And one more for him. Props to 0-3-2, by the way. We've been talking a lot about Among Us, but these guys in 0-3-2 have been performing quite well.
Yeah. That they have. Like, their first 2 rees went pretty darn well up against Execration, going for a draw. And this is their second one coming up. Just a lot of promise. For me, it's the Bok Natsumi combo. That's just so explosive, so fun to watch. Ninja Bogey's a fantastic captain as well. And I think that's just a recipe for success. A bit of a wild card with Nico and Matthew. They have been holding up, at least in the one series they played. Gonna be a good test, as it goes on. Still need more games to play, but it's looked good so far. It's very run at you Dota. That's the one thing with these teams as well, right? They tend to enjoy just running at each other. At least the tendency is for that to happen when you've got these kinds of formation on the team. So expect an explosive matchup between these two teams as well.
Well, final bans are out, John. They get rid of the Zeus, they get rid of the Troll, and we have a CK coming out once again for 0-3-2. Been seeing a lot of this hero popping up, and you know what, John? It does look very strong right now. So, gotta give respect to the hero. It is quite potent in the current meta. I wonder how Among Us are gonna respond.
Oh yeah, it's a great pickup here because you don't have the best of clear for those illusions. I'm gonna have to really be patient as well with that Chrono now. For the Faceless Void, you've got to catch the Ember and the Chaos Knight perfectly in that Chrono to ensure you've got the lockdown. Right now, your control is limited. Maybe the glimpse back into Static Storm. The Stomp is good, but nothing instantaneous. Very slippery here, that Ember. And the CK has some pretty tight timing. So we'll see how 0-3-2 maximizes that. We've seen a lot of Midas CK. Whether or not that's the play here remains to be seen. If they want to play a bit faster, they can opt for that in the itemization as well. And Among Us, it's got to be the mid hero now. It's got to be the Avid hero they showed last. Few options there. Of course, Storm banned out. There's a Void Spirit still on the table if you wanted to. You would want to combine with something that can play with the Faceless Void. Maybe something ranged to play in there.
They just swapped between Cuckoo and Abed for captain now. just then.
So he could pick up his hero, of course.
Yeah. So Cuckoo's literally given the reins over to Abed after the first 4 pickups. So Abed can make his own decision. He's a big boy. Be fine. Still a minute of reserve time left for this one. I do wonder what he's thinking here. I mean, what is good here up against the mid-Ember? Well, why not a Conquer?
Yeah. Ties it in. Team fight's looking great for Among Us. You've got the X to hold down the Ember Spirit. You've got the Tidebringer as well to clear out the CK. So that's tying up. Chrono comes out, both Torrent on top of that. Durability from that coming out here as well. You've got the X combination with Arrow. Really does tie in this draft for Among Us. So an explosive draft from both sides. Gonna be very fun to watch. First series for Among Us. A lot of people have high hopes for these boys. And 032, they have looked consistent. We're gonna see how they measure up against arguably one of the bigger teams in Southeast Asia right now, and they're not even signed.
True, they are not. I suppose if any, orgs are looking out there for a team, guys could be the guys you want. Either of them, in fact. So, not just Among Us, 032 as well.
Yeah. Again, these guys have been consistent. I'm actually pretty surprised that no one's grabbed up Natsumi and Bach. At least those two, even Ninja Bogey, right? These are veterans in the scene. Their teams have had consistent performances, and with these three pieces of puzzles with the newcomers and Nico and Matthew, it's showing us that they actually do have like some good leadership there coming out from Ninja Bogey. He's taking control of the stack, led them to one victory. They've looked good while doing that, and their playstyle is up there. So they just need to keep that performance up, and it's going to be a fun one to watch.
I do agree with that. This game number 1 to get started between 032 and Among Us. You can already see the all chat has begun. What's going on from the drafting phase. Teams can't help themselves.
Oh no, they paid for those battle passes, Mike. They're gonna make use of it. Yeah.
From the ramblings we've been hearing online, like these are, or at least for Among Us, they might feel like they have something to prove here.
Just friendly back and forth. White Mon missing Ninja Bogey.
It's gonna be one of those games.
I love it. I love it. We know all of them play with each other so often. From the days of Geek Fam, from the time of old FNATIC, from the times of old Mineski. These are just veterans in the scene, even old Detroit. So it's fun to see them in a much more friendly it's still competition, but a friendly competition between, at this point, fellow bros, fellow friends in the scene.
No friendships here, John. It's an absolute war zone between these two.
Oh, I'd like to think they're friends, Mike.
Come on now, John. We're in a professional Dota match. No friends. It's all about proving something. These
That's
teams
true.
Can be friends after this.
Very fair. Still, too much excitement around these runes. It looks like they will have to settle for 2-2 each. Gonna be interesting lanes coming out though. Again, you've got the support snap played by Ninja Bogey. He's gonna be in that safe lane with Natsumi. The CK snap dual lane has some potency, really good damage early on. Interestingly enough, Natsumi does opt for level 1 Chaos Strike. Not going for the Bolt or Reality Rift, so not looking for the early kill opportunities, focusing on that farm. Of course, they are laning up against Jabs on his Mirana and Cuckoo on his Centaur. So, solid offlane duo. Gonna have to be cautious about the stomp into arrow combos that can fly in here.
I said arrow out from Jabs. He'll secure the first range creep straight off the bat, and obviously for the side of Among Us, they want to try and get the level 2 sooner than the side of 032, because they can get very aggressive with that hoof stomp into the arrow. Jabs gonna take a bit of around from Ninja Boogie, but should be just fine. While we have a chance, we will have a look at the mid lane where Arbed be there on the Conker up against Nico on the Ember. Nice little torrent out for Arbed, but Nico has been very, very aggressive with his positioning. Really trying to get the damage out with that Flame Guard.
Yeah, it's certainly paying off. He's zoning out Abed pretty hard. Abed, for his part, he does have a Tango stacked, down to 1 shared Tango. Doesn't have a salve. And he's in a bit of a precarious spot. Nico's spacing has been on point. Level 3 is going to be the telling time. When he does get that level 2 Flame Guard up, a lot more damage can fly onto Abed, and you've got to be careful, because Nico is just going to force that advantage early.
It's very true. Of course, up at the top lane, you do have Bok there on the Prophet. be there with the Tiny being played by Matthew, and he'll be up against Whiteman and 23 Savage. It's always fun to cast Mr. 23 Savage, as we were there when he was first coming into the scene, John.
Oh yeah.
Good to see him progressing as time goes on.
It's been about a year since that point, right? Since the Ginebras run.
Yep.
They've gone so far. And Matt, you got to be careful with how you trade. Can't underestimate the right clicks of a Disruptor. So he's going to have to pop his salve here just to stay in that lane.
Will. Back to that mid lane. Abed again going to take quite a bit of harassment here from Nico. Does want to give it back. Gets a torrent out, but is not going to connect with it. And Nico have to take a Tidebringer on the way out, but this mid lane matchup has been very, very close between the two. Not just in terms of the trading, but in terms of CS, they are pretty much even. Only one extra deny here for Nico.
Yeah, that's it's as close of a matchup as you can get. Abed really getting stretched out here, and that's what you want though from the Ember. You keep Abed's progression in place. You've got the level advantage as well. If Nico can hit the 6 mark earlier, you might get an early support rotation to get kill, but
X-Torrent going to be out. Abed looking for the kill and does get it. First blood will go his way, and Nico not respecting the fact that Abed had X at level 4.
yeah, it's that spike for the Kunkka. Once he's got that control, you can just hammer him in, and Nico, gotta respect that. He will come in with a fresh bottle charge though. So in a sense, it's a bit of a reset, but give that kill away. Suddenly the EXP evens out. Abed actually has the lead there. Once he hits 6 in the Kunkka, both flies out. Nico's going to be very exposed to that damage.
He is. Down to that bot lane, Natsumi. He's been taking quite a bit of harassment out from Cuckoo and Jabs. He's still getting some very nice CS on the CK. Has to be a bit wary of his HB pool, but luckily for him, of course, Chaos Strike does give you lifesteal now, assuming you do hit the crit. They keep him up and healthy. Jabs, don't forget your item there. He dropped an item for a second, but does manage to pick it up, and now Arrow not going to land in time. In fact, he does take the DD rune. Jabs going to try and fight into Bok. Bok just TPing, will try to TP back out, and will make it out. Very close call for both.
Wow!
Will deny the rune away from Nico.
Oh yeah, it denies it from Abed as well, but at least you don't have to worry about that rotation out. They even have Matthew mid. A lot of emphasis in getting Nico off to a running start, and Abed's got to be a bit cautious.
Oh, they missed the chains though. They wanted the avalanche toss, and that may have been just a guaranteed kill on Abed had those chains landed, but they do not, and Abed will be able to get the salve off in time.
Missed opportunity. There's a lot of emphasis in slowing down Abed, giving Nico a running start. Not quite there. Abed, he has that 6 now, he has the boat, so Nico has to be very cautious showing in that lane. Gonna go for the bounties just to be safe.
Get him pretty easily. Arrow gonna be nicely landed onto Ninja Poogie, and Cuckoo will be able to clean up the Snapfire. Natsumi still trying to trade harass, but it is a 2v1. We'll have to accept the fact that he cannot win that kind of war.
No, it's a tough one. Like there's a lot of damage that can fly out from 032, but there's a lot of durability here from Among Us. A lot more control with the stunts they have. If the arrow lands, if the stomp lands, the damage that can fly in is a bit too much. And Natsumi, he is farming well. Just don't prevent the kills from coming out here onto Cuckoo. Prevent the running start. We watched a lot of Cuckoo before, you know, he gets a good timing into Vanguard, suddenly very online in that Centaur.
Whiteman gonna run straight into Matthew. Throw out the Thunder Strike. Matthew might try for a toss back. No, he won't. Zarb is gonna try and cut him off here. Kinetic Field gonna hold him in. The torrent is perfect from Abed, and Matthew will get X'd up. Should really have no way out of this. Abed will just bring him back for the Tidebringer hit, but Matthew won't be able to outrun them. Will go down, and Abed will pick up his second kill of the game.
Yeah, just a fantastic start so far for Abed. They are trying to control those runes. It's not paying off in the way they'd want. 0-3 now, less than 1k lead for Among Us. Not the biggest gap. While all of this is happening though, I mean, you let the Tiny leave the lane. Savage continues to build up a lot of farm. He's copying a lot of harassment from Bok, but 45 and level 6 out.
Yeah. And he gets the chrono off, and that should be your profit gone. Bok, he'll try to juke them out of this, but no, he cannot. Still Matthew picking up Cuckoo down at the bot lane, but Arbed has joined in with a boat to fly out and does get the kill onto Ninja Boogie. But Jabs, very low in HP, is able to TP up. He could not catch him. 032 will bring more heroes down to try and catch Arbed, but he is already out of range and will just make his way back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic trade. Oh no, Bok. TP's right in front with its teleportation. Whitemon, of course, it's a disruptor. You've got the glimpse back home for Bok.
Hey, TP's back with his other skill though. Just a bit of a waste of a TP scroll, that's all. Whiteman, go for the kinetic field. Savage wants to try for it, but doesn't get a lucky bash. Speaking of Savage, John, he's having a great old time. Like, apart from the fact that he just got that solo kill onto the Prophet, he's second in net worth, only slowing him down.
Oh yeah, it's all you could ask for in the start for a Faces Void. Natsumi, for his part, in comparison, you know, he's going for that Midas build, so they are going to take it a bit more consistent, not going to go hunting too fast with the CK. Build up that gold slowly, build up the EXP. That slower start, though, might be something Among Us can abuse. They're just all over the map, ready to go. Again, you saw Savage. He's not the kind of player to be scared of committing to chronos early. And every time he's going to have that, he's going to look for a kill.
Absolutely. It's the way to do it. Jab's nice little D-ward there on the Mirana. Cure his own triangle for his causes. Bok is going to get caught in his own triangle. Arbed once again roaming along the map, finding more kills. Can they finish though? Arbed so close, does get it, and Nico does get the chains off in time, but is glimpsed away. Still Arbed tried to TP, it will not work out. It does get cancelled by the toss, but they have the Stampede. So Arbed will just dance his way out of there. And unfortunately for Nico, he could not get anything done with that double damage rune he has active.
Yeah, he popped it to try to secure the kill. Just the small plays here from Among Us, sending him back, wasting some time, finding these pickoffs here and there, are delaying the timing of 032. A 2k lead for Among Us. But you look at the gap between these cores. 4.6k on Savage, 4k, around 4k for Natsumi, and a severe gap for Nico. The Ember Spirit needs to find some way to get those initial items up to start doing some damage here.
And forcing that T1 top tower. Bot lane, however, Savage doing the exact same thing. Does have the Mask of Madness up, Faces Void, so able to take that T1 fairly easily, and 0-3 will have no issues either. Does miss out on the last hit on the tower, but just a bit of gold there. Sumi will just continue farming up at that top lane. Still a 2k net worth lead, however, for Among Us. I mean, they are looking great right now. But I don't know if you'd rather have the CK into the Void if you had to trade a farmed carry right now, because Savage is farming a bit too well, in my opinion.
It's been uncontested. That was pretty much a free farm lane up top for Savage. Bok just could not apply the pressure you want on the NP. And he's just left alone bot. There's no movements out from 032 to stop that. The Midas is done under CK. So that's a pretty good timing, 10.5 minutes in. Not the best, but also not too bad. Gonna have to see how they escalate off of that. They still need some items here for Nico. He's saving up for his Yules. The Ember gonna need that to sustain himself, to get some lockdown, get some control out. But Among Us, while you play the slower game, they build up. They just farm so much more efficiently. 3k lead, 1-6, 11 minutes in. 2. And they're trading farm, but it's not a great trade so far.
Bok is in trouble again. Top lane, Savage is on top, and they got the glimpse off. Bok trying for the TP, but there was no chance that that was going to work out. He just had to give it a shot. Among Us will continue their domination in this game number 1. I mean, of course, with the CK, you are waiting for him to get that SNY up before you can get Natsumi involved. That Midas, he can't really commit to a fight. It's just going to be a bit more time.
Yeah, Among Us can commit though. They've smoked up after those kills. They're just constantly roaming that jungle. They know the farming pattern 032 wants to get done. Fortunately for 0-2, you know, Natsumi pulled up at the right time. Not going to find anything with that smoke, but that's the game plan here. Play hard, play fast for Among Us, and so far, it's been paying off. Savage as well, Mike. You look at that build in the Void. He's going for the Battle Fury after the Mask of Madness. He knows he has room to play greedy because the CK is still going to have to save for the himself.
Big smoke up, though. 0-3-2. They see Arbet in the mid lane. Jaboogie going to make it kind of obvious as he does steal the regen rune. Arbet still pushing that mid lane, not really afraid. Oh, he's going for the illusion, Matthew! Arbet tricks Matthew to go for the illusion, wait the avalanche toss. Now the X-Boat comes in with the static bomb and the chrono out from Savage, and they are just... Oh, they are mauling them, John. Arbet, how dare you trick Matthew like that? Glimpse back onto the Tiny, but they want the other. They're going to go for the snap by Ninja Boogie. He can't even get to the high ground. Oh, Savage is going to have his way with this Snapfire and make it another. Matthew does die to jabs. And these guys, I tell you, John, they have some really good chemistry already.
Oh, they definitely do. The timing in those spells, that's what we always talk about when you use those spells together. The chaining of the boat into the static storm with the chrono and the arrow. Perfect spacing from Among Us. That's the kind of play you want to see when you draft Faces Void. And 0-3-2, they've got to wait. You can't bite into bait. They were defending their tier 1. But this is something you have to accept when you go with the CK Midas. It does take time to come online. You will need to take a step back and wait for at least one mid-game item to be up. Even Nico needs some catch. They either go
so
for
big
pickoffs.
Brain, though. So big brain from Arbet, though, right? Like, he knew they were smoked, but he didn't back. He used an illusion rune to trick them into going for the wrong person. It's so dirty. Such a dirty little play, but I love to see it.
Yeah, they're just styling. They're just styling on top of 0-3-2 so far. 2-11, Mike. And 0-3-2, you know, that farm gap is growing bigger. 6.1k in Natsumi, 7.6 in Savage. They need to make this investment work. Some patience is desired here, although.
Perhaps. One leap away, but he's going to get caught out by Natsumi. Great little play out from 0-3-2. Gonna maybe try to apply some pressure into this mid-tier 1 tower, but it is still rather difficult. You've got Cuckoo and Whiteman ready to defend. Nico not gonna stick around. Let's just back off.
Yeah, it's a nice pickoff. You'll take what you can get. Support pickup still, but and that feeds into Natsumi, so accelerates his farm a bit. You can see Among Us, though, they are split up. This is not the time for them to fight. They're just waiting for the chrono to be back up. There's that Battle Fury on Savage. Mask of Madness, Power Treads, Battle Fury at sub 15. Really fast farms for Savage this game.
That is pretty fast. And mid lane, they have found the hook stop off onto our Ember Spirit, and he does go down. Now a Stampede, they want to go for more. Matthew gonna get X'd up, but Arbet ignores him. Going for more on the other side, but Matthew, he'll be all right. Savage gonna come in now back onto the Tiny, but will get tossed away. But Whiteman has him trapped up in that kinetic field. A nice arrow out from Jabs. And that'll be your Tiny gone. Still a glimpse back onto Natsumi. He's all the way back up towards that top lane now. He just TP'd in. Ninja Boogie getting caught out by Arbet with the X, and that's gonna be your Snapfire gone. Just a disastrous fight for 0-3-2.
Just a lot of punishment from Among Us. They still have the chrono as well. They've got the static storm. This is not the time to force a counter fight for 0-3-2. Got to be cautious with a clump up. That's what Among Us wants.
Savage, he has that chrono. He sees Natsumi. Does commit the chrono straight off the bat. After that CK, it's going to also get arrowed by Jabs from the sidelines, and this is really bad for 0-3-2. They lose their Ember, they get X and glimpse back on Natsumi, and he's gone to the neutral camp of all things.
Oh.
The Ancients are hungry too.
They blame Whitemon. He got his glimpse. They stacked the glimpse in the X. The static storm wasn't on point, so tips out. Still, you know, very good fight for Among Us. The effects of that team fight coming into play. 0-3-2. More patience required here. You don't have the SNY.
Savage, he's not done, Johnny. Bok up at that top lane. Arrow gonna fly through, but it's not necessary. Savage. 5-0-2 now on this faceless void. They are making it look easy.
Oh yeah, they are just
They get the avalanche, but Arbed has a haste rune. Around with an X and a torrent bow down onto Matthew. Does toss him up, but now Cuckoo gonna jump in with the follow-up stun, and that's Matthew gone. Arbed will take his 5th of the game. Back off again. Repeat.
Yep. For Among Us, just on point with the cleanup. 8k lead, 0-3-2. The answers are looking a bit fuzzy. No progress in Bok. He is going to finish up his Orchid relatively soon, though. It's going to be flying out. You're going to have that option for control from your NP. Nico, though, switches out onto a Maelstrom. So just more damage that needs to come in here. But the issue now is how to go in. They need some sort of initiation tool. A blink out on Matthew would be fantastic. That is going to be up in about 400 gold. Maybe some patience for that to come out. Once you've got that, go for a smoke play. Hope for some split up play from Among Us and punish the D-clump.
Go trying to secure a top bounty, or rather top power rune, but it's not there. There's going to be an illusion down bot. Arbed now. Start working on that bottom tier 2 tower. Has the Imclaw, by the way, on Arbed, which is always
of course
the primary neutral item you'd prefer on this hero. Guaranteed Tidebringer crit is always nice.
Oh, Nico.
Oh, that's a great torrent out onto Nico, and now Savage is going to jump in with Cuckoo, and they blow him up.
Oh man, Abed. Now there's a blind torrent in there. He walked back into it and smoke immediately. They want to play sneaky here.
Why not? They're blood hungry right now. Among Us, they're not done. Ninja Boogie shows himself mid lane. Run back into farm a bit. Whiteman, can you get the X? No, they don't need it. Have Cuckoo there with the hoof stomp. Whiteman, no need to glimpse Whiteman, or rather Ninja Boogie, away. Look at poor Natsumi, John. He's just forced to farm in the dire jungle by himself. He's got the SNY up now. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be quite enough.
Nah, definitely not. The BKB would help, but the progress is slow going. If they can, again, if they can find an opening, force a pick off first on one of these big team fighters. So we're talking about Savage getting picked off, Abed being picked off, or Cuckoo being picked off. You might find a fight afterwards, but when all of them are live and you force a 5v5, you don't have anything like a Chrono. You don't have anything like Static Storm. You don't have that AoE control on your side.
Savage working towards his own SNY on this void now. Not going to have it up too late either. It looks like he'll have it up pretty darn quick at this rate. Ping's coming out for the Roshan pit, so time for Among Us to get in there and sort out this Roshan. Unfortunately, Roshan's not going to last very long at all.
No.
Just a lot of damage output. Can be a very, very easy taking.
Yeah, it's for 0-3-2, they do have some items flying out. There's a Maelstrom up on Nico, so he's got some more damage flying in.
I didn't realize, John, we have the 3-2-2 dream active on the kill score at the moment.
Oh, Among Us has got to do it. They have got to give us 3 kills. I'm sorry, 0-3-2, but we need to see the 3-2-2 in the scoreboard. It's always an occasion when you get that up.
Bit ironic considering the team they're versing right now. Being called 0-3-2, but...
Oh, no.
Lane. 3-2, just...
Nico got X.
Get any space they can get. Arbed gonna catch out Nico.
Just playing with him.
Top lane, however, they have engaged, but Jabs is gonna die. Dream is dead, John, but we've got the 420 Dream active.
Oh,
It's currently available on Savage. He'll get a chrono up onto 2 with the Mortimer's Kiss to fly out. And Bok actually going to get away. Savage may have gone too far, though. No, Bok gets jumped on again. Natsumi is also jumped on with the Static Storm. He's gone. A triple kill out for Savage as he will chase down Ninja Boogie for an Ultra. And they also get Nico up to Look at Savage. He's dancing around Boogie.
oh man, the confidence from Among Us. Full team wipe, buyback from Bok. Among Us, 5-24, Mike, 15k lead. They are just styling. Like, there's no way to explain a 5-24 beyond just amazing play. 032, they need to step up. A lot of gaps to cover, but they've got the high ground to defend. They've got 2 tier 2s left. They can play the split push game here with Bok. They just need to find a way to break them up. Among Us has not been splitting up. They really need to respect that team fight. It's too much to handle.
Natsumi going to go in, got a 3-second start off onto Savage, but he's going to time walk away. And now X out from Arbit, catching up Matthew on that tiny. Torrent, not going to be enough, but Matthew can't really get out of this one. Savage will take the kill on the Void. The domination continues here. 17k net worth lead now for Among Us. Dota Plus is actually already saying 100%.
Oh man.
Wow, that's a bit early, but fair enough. The AI has already lost hope.
I mean, it's not like this gets any easier late game. Like the timings here are not quite lining up. Late game, Among Us will always have Chrono to play with. That is the late game solution of the Faceless Void. There is usually no solution up against Chrono unless you have a Venge swap, unless you've got a disarm, or even possibly a Shaker to break off the patting. Savage can just dance even at the late game, so it needs to come out soon. 032 needs to find that key pickoff, but they're stuck farming relatively safe here.
Lane, Natsumi, Arnold, that'll be it. No more for him. Dabs just been on the other side of the map with Cuckoo getting D wards out, and they might just jump onto Ninja Boogie, but Matthew was there with the avalanche toss. They'll cookie back in with the chains down, and Bok is going to go on to Jabs, but now Savage, another great chrono, catching 2 on the back lines with Arbet to throw the boat in, and well, Natsumi will cop it with Nico. That'll be Natsumi gone. And Jabs somehow survived with the Mirana.
Ooh.
They'll get another. Matthew's still around. He's gone. They call it GG.
Ooh.
Boy. That's a dominant victory, John.
Among Us showing up. You said the boys had something to prove, Mike. I think they went a bit overboard there. 032 had no room to read. 5-29. 420 Dream passes by. 21k lead. 25 minutes. Among Us.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A second of this best of 2 series between Among Us and 032. It's MLP and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. That first game, explosive debut for Among Us. You know, just what can I say? These boys, man, they are here to play some Dota. They're teamless, or at least officially teamless, right? They're showing up. They're making plays. They are hammering in 032. This team looked pretty solid in their first series. You know, they drew it out. Play from left field. Among Us, though, straight into the Faceless Void. They don't have the Whitemon Disruptor. They might need to play with the tosses. So, a bit of a shake-up there, 032. I love the Magnus coming out for them. With the Disruptor on top, RP into Static Storm. The kinetic field is pretty nice. It also opens up something I was looking for. I want to see this from 032 play to their strengths. One of their strengths from the time when Bach and Natsume were on a droid was the Magnus PA. They have the Magnus, they can go to the PA, but against the Faceless Void, it's not the easiest to pull off. So there's a lot there they need to get done. We'll see if that's what comes out here with the Magnus.
I mean, I'd love to see the Mag PA, but it's kind of like you said. It's up against the Void. It could be a bit tough going into that Chrono, going into the Bashes, MKB carrier in the Void as well. Could be a bit of a rough one. But then again, you know, a lot of Position 1 matchups are pretty rough when they're up against the Faceless Void. Current meta, he is quite strong. We'll have to go through a couple more bans though before we get to see more picks coming out from these two. Neither side really using reserve time yet.
Oh yeah.
They do get rid of the Position 1s here for Among Us, and 032 appear to be just focusing on a mix of things.
Yeah, they're taking out teamfight combinations, so the Phoenix gone means no Chrono Egg. The Kunkka gone because did you see Abed's game last time? I don't think you want to let that through. Among Us, though, they play it smart. They take out two very potent combos. There's the PA gone, and there's that Troll gone, and the Naga gone for the combo with the Disruptor. So options are a bit limited for 032. There's a Sven still in the pool, though, if they wanted it. And they go with the Sand King first, so really racking up the team fight here. A lot of potency, RP, Burst Strike, Epicenter, Static Storm, Kinetic Field. It's really explosive every time those spells are up.
It is. I do love seeing all these team fight abilities coming out for 032. And remind me, I'm not sure if I'm correct here, but I'm pretty sure the Sand King has not won yet throughout the group stages. Still on 0%.
Not a good
for the
sign.
Sand King.
It's been a rough time. It's been a rough time for the Sand King. The laning phase is really the trickiest part, right? Because you either build for offense or you build for farming, and sometimes the enemy laner is ready for it. In this case, it's going to be more than likely the Savage Void up against possibly the off-lane Sand King. In this case, you can time walk off a lot of that damage. It's not DOT based. So if you play that Caustic Finale game, the Void can kind of dance around it. Among Us go with a much more stable support duo, Tiny Ogre Magi, and a lot of confidence out from Whitemon, or as Savage seems to want to call him, Luigi. A lot of confidence there. You can buff up the Faceless Void. Good steroid in the Ogre Magi. solid support. It's not the most exciting, but it gets the job done. 0-3-2. You know, they need the missing it for the Magnus combo. They do go with a Wind Ranger though. Ooh.
That's not. I mean, she still gets extra damage, I guess, which is kind of nice. But you don't exactly cleave off your arrows.
No, sadly no.
Maybe it's a position 4 Wind Ranger, right? Like, unless you're gonna put the Sand King in the pos 4 role, maybe you throw pos 4 Wind Ranger, position 3 Sand King, mag, and get something else for Natsumi. If that's not the case, and if this is going to be a core Wind Ranger, then I'm not sure what to think. I suppose it is still fine, but
it's
all right. Very potent.
I think the issue, if it is the core Wind Ranger here, is that your support duo is going to look really weird, and Among Us, they do get the Abed Invoker. Not only are you getting, say, Sunstrike combos, Cataclysm combos, right? This is why you see Invoker banned when Void's in. You've got Alacrity to throw into that phase. This is Void. You've got damage coming in. You've got team fight control. It's a back and forth in terms of team fight. 0-3-2 is potent. It's down to who gets to jump in first. If you catch Void in the RP, I think you're set. You just need to take the Chrono out of the equation, and then you hopefully split up enough that the Invoker can't, you know, catch everyone out with the Tornado combo at the same time. If you clump too hard here from 0-3-2, Savage just jumps in and commits, and that's it.
5 seconds remaining.
Bro. I wonder if they can make this Void Invoker combination work on Among Us. I mean, they looked very, very good in game 1, so I'm quite confident that they'll be able to make it work. But 0-3-2, how are they going to finish this one off? It looks like Among Us are going to start banning out position 1s that they think are viable with the mag. You've got the AM, which was banned, and now the Life Stealer. What else do you have that does enjoy Empower?
There's the Sven. Sven into Void is still something that's annoying because the stun goes through if you don't catch him out. And you have some reaction time to a lot of a Warcry, making it a little bit slower and bursting down people in the Chrono. So there is that, if they wanted it. We've seen that in different tournaments. I think it's an okay thing to go into. A bit redundant for the Empower on the Sven, but you don't even need that. It's more of the follow-up stun on the RP, I think. It piles on with that Burrow Strike from the Sand King, and it allows it to get a lot of work done in a very short time. So Sven would be nice if 0-3-2 wanted it, and it's not banned out, and there's no way Among Us can fit that in as a pick because they've already got the Void and Pos win, so it should be safe for them if they're looking for that.
Oh,
ooh,
okay. Bloodseeker to finish off here.
Boy, Bloodseeker Tiny, Mike.
Yeah,
Bloodseeker
Tiny.
Whew, I'm happy.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm happy. I'm satisfied. Bloodseeker Invoker. You know, magic damage out. Bloodseeker Void. Attack speed up. With the Ogre Magi buff. With Alacrity on top. It's
not to mention the Bloodright does fit perfectly into the Chrono. So you just basically silence everyone as soon as they come out of that Chrono. 0-3-2, John. They have one last pick left. They still need their position 1. You brought up the Sven. I think it is probably one of the better options left here. Is that what they want?
Holy moly!
They're taking it hard. You know your offlane matchup already. It's probably going to be the Cuckoo Blood, which I don't think we've ever seen in our time of casting Geek Fam, because it's been so out of meta. So it's going to be refreshing to see how he returns it here. We'll see what 0-3-2 does pull out to deal with it. On paper, in lane, I think Sven is actually okay there. Again, you're playing more with Warcry in that case, but they go with a Morphling. I don't know about that, Mike. Morphling into Bloodseeker, we've seen this one not work out.
Be tough. I believe every single time it's been Morphling versus Bloodseeker, the Morphling has lost in every single matchup. It's going to be a tough one for Natsumi, but we'll see if he can get the job done. So they didn't really have many options left for position 1s anyway, so I suppose you just go with what you can take. Among Us, though, definitely with their draft do look a little bit stronger here. If I,
oh yeah,
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty generous. I'd peg it a lot stronger, but you can't discount 032's team fight. The thing with the Morphling here is that it doesn't combine directly well with the Magnus. It does have some good targets to turn into. So you turn into the Invoker to grab some of his spells, whatever is invoked there, or you turn into Bloodseeker, pretty potent, into the Face's Void, pretty nice as well. So those are your options there. To me. And if you turn into either one, you get Empower on top. That's pretty nice. So you have that to play with. You still worry about the lane. You still worry about the Bloodseeker. You have to be careful with how you juggle your HP. This is a Bloodseeker Morphling lane. You know, it's not like Bloodseeker off, Morphling mid, unless they flex that. It's a direct lane, and that just makes it harder to play on the edge a Morphling wants to be on.
Absolutely. Of course, shout out to Monster, by the way, just before we get into the game, John. It's really good to have Monster as a sponsor these very long days.
Yeah, it is.
8 games a day, John. You need the energy.
Definitely do. You know, I didn't have time for merienda, but a sip of that Monster gave me, you know, the sugar rush I needed. I'm feeling great. The games are exciting. The Monster's pumping us up. It's going to be a really good time in the second game of the series.
Get into it. 3-2 can make this second game work. It's Among Us right now looking like they might end up leaving with a 2-0 victory. But it's always good to see both teams very, very happy in a good place here. Not upset by game 1.
No, spirits are high. 032. It's a nice shake-up here in terms of heroes, and it's going to be the Box Sand King, which I can't recall ever seeing, to be frank. Like, in the Adroit days, I don't recall seeing the Box Sand King, so it's going to be a treat to see it pop out. Matthew on the Wind Ranger, unfortunately, doesn't have the Arcana, but, you know, sometimes you just don't pick it up. A little bit of tag with jabs, just tossing the chilies onto Nico.
Jabs will get the tip. Nico will be stuck with the chili. Very, very upset about that.
30 seconds to battle.
Jabs will keep just roaming around. Loves the Tiny, this player.
Oh, yeah. Just so many early opportunities as well with the toss, right? It's been nerfed all the way back now, but even at 850 range, you can make stuff happen, and Jabs is the kind of player to really find those openings.
The funny thing is, they didn't really buff anything that meant any difference for Avalanche toss with Tiny. He just kind of came back. That was just it. It's like, hey, Tiny's still good. Pick it up again.
Yeah. What I do miss, though, is Core Tiny, Mike. Not just Core Tiny, but Ags. Core Tiny, you remember that? Remember those games with Tiny Morphling? I love those. I miss those games.
I remember.
You've got these lanes unfolding. Of course, Jabs up top, and the Tiny is mentioned. He is going to be with Cuckoo's Bloodseeker. Again, first time we've seen Cuckoo in the Bloodseeker in a professional game in a long time. Going to be laning up against Ninja Bogey's Disruptor and Natsumi. In fact, they've got Whitemon around as well. A bit of an early tri-lane here from 032.
Could be off to a good start. Ninja Boogie a bit too far, gets tossed back into Cuckoo. Whiteman going to show up now with the Fire Blood right out from our Bloodseeker, and that'll be first blood. There is no way out for Ninja Boogie, and Jabs will be the one to take it on the Tiny.
That's exactly what you want from the start. Jabs gets to get themselves some EXP, immediate TP down for the Ogre Magi, and look at Natsumi, just stuck there.
Oh, Natsumi, that's a lot of HP being lost. Jabs going at him. Ninja Boogie quickly rushing over to get him a salve. Natsumi was looking a bit thirsty there up in the top lane. Bloodright is just going to be spammed out by Cuckoo, and this is just standard Bloodseeker off-lane play, right? You just push in the wave constantly and always have the XP advantage.
Yeah, it's difficult to stand up. Again, Natsumi is going to have to watch how you juggle your HP. Thirst is up, and Jabs, sneaky position.
Goes for the Avalanche, doesn't get the toss back. You're right. Of course, we the lanes for a second, John. Mid lane, Nico and Arbed. We are up against each other once again. Nico should have the advantage considering he is playing Magnus up against Invoker. It is also going to be a Quas Wex Invoker from Arbed, so no Sunstrikes here yet anyway. It's like he is going to go for the Tornado EMP Cold Snap kind of build with the Spirit Vessel, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, I don't think you need to rush that Sunstrike build. It's nice to have a first chrono. You do have enough damage on the map to handle it without Abed contributing, so you just need him to get to a runaway start, and he's making it difficult for Nico. You see that combination come out, the Cold Snap and EMP. Nico's out of mana, so he can't maintain the Shockwave spam, and power is going to drain him down. It puts a cap on the aggression of Nico. He's still finding good farm, though.
Whiteman ends up killing Matthew down at that bot lane on the Wind Ranger, and now Bok is just going to be chased down on the Sand King. He does have Burrow. He was just waiting for the time walk out from Savage. Eventually does Burrow strike and salve up, but they are unable to slow down Savage at all, as even top lane Natsumi ends up losing his life to Cuckoo on Bloodseeker.
Oh, that is not a good spot. The Morphling can't afford to be that far behind here. You're going to want to get up to a good point. You know, you want to start farming fast, get a Morbid Mask up. But it's that lane matchup. Bloodseeker against it's just not fun. For the Morphling, you're playing on edge, you're juggling your HP. Cuckoo is just going to get bigger and bigger as you right-click on.
Yes, Bloodseeker lane is not fun. Not fun at all. Back down bot. Whiteman and Savage still very comfortable down this bot lane, but Bok has been farming quite nicely on the Sand King. Not pressured too much quite yet on that hero, and of course he can just Sandstorm and clear the creep wave every single time. He has gone for a point in the Caustic finale as well, just to try and apply some pressure on Savage.
Yeah, it's helping out. This distributed build-up, I mean, your options for specializing in anything is limited, and Nico falls down mid.
That was a good rotation out from Jabs. Really helping out with the Avalanche to finish off the kill. And, well, Matthew tried to get in range with the Wind Ranger, but wasn't quite there. And now he's left the lane. Bok is also going to die to 23 Savage.
Oh, man. The 5-0 Among Us. Sub 5 minute mark. So more than a kill per minute already in the first 5 minutes. Unless it's just a 1k net worth lead, so not too big there. You are still finding good farm on 032. You know, Nico is still maintaining a lot of CS. You're also still seeing Bok on top. But these kills are giving some good momentum towards Among Us. You don't want that to really build up there.
Cuckoo is getting low. Thunderstrike not quite going to be enough to kill him off. He should be just fine. Get out of there and hit himself up by hitting a few creeps. All down at the bot lane. Bit of a fight breaking out here. Bok. He's slowed up by the Ignite. Does get bashed on his way up. Be just fine. Nobody going to go down. Whiteman even stealing the bounty rune away from 032, and that's a bit of a shame. You had the Magnus and Wind Ranger there, but they just Whiteman.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4-for-0 bounty rune trade in the 5 minute mark. Builds into the 1 to 2k lead of Among Us. So just off to a fantastic start. You're going to have to start stemming that bleeding here, 022. It's not too bad. But you hit that level 6 mark in Savage, you're asking for trouble. And you're also looking at Cuckoo on a very good lane. He's not finding the last hits, so you have that in 032's end, but the EXP is flowing freely. He's going to have Rupture up at a pretty good point in this game as well.
That he is. You know, Cuckoo, he'll probably get aggressive as soon as he does have that level 6 mark. Just in general, Among Us have been extremely aggressive already. 5-0. Jabs now in the mid lane on the Tiny, getting some wards down and trying to find a way into that mid lane, but is going to realize Ninja Boogie does have the high ground warded. Should be able to organize a D ward now, knowing it is there. And Matthew going to show up in the mid lane on the Wind Ranger just to be able to push that wave out and get some XP for himself, as of course your Magnus can just farm the jungle. They're going to make it that easy on Among Us. Just roam through the jungle and be very disruptive.
Yeah, they're already making that happen. You can see Nico just running to the upper jungle instead of the triangle because of the risk it poses. They're still getting some good damage onto this mid-tier 1 though. Shack doesn't land.
Toss back onto Matthew. EMP gonna fly out with an avalanche, and Bok, he TP'd in, but he's lost all his mana. Right into the EMP. he can't do anything. He doesn't want to be here anymore. He wants to go back to the bot lane, but it's being blocked off now by Jabs and Whiteman. Jabs, he's sticking around. Matthew gonna spot him out, but tosses him back into Whiteman. Matthew is slowly burning away, still mid lane. RP gonna be committed on Arbet and Cuckoo, but they can't kill him. Nico does die, and the Wind Ranger also went down, and now Box gonna get caught up by Savage.
Oh boy.
Oh no, it's just dominoes falling for 0-3-2.
Ugh, it's 8-0, 3K lead at, again, the 8-minute mark. A kill per minute, all for Among Us. 0-3-2. I love that they're responding, but oh no.
Yeah, Arbet just doesn't care at this point. He has the drums up, so he's just going to rush for the disruptor kill. Doesn't quite get it yet. Shackles is going to latch, just barely, but the Magnus does manage to clean up Arbet. Good trade there for Ninja Boogie. Be a big pick off for Nico on the mag.
Yeah, that's something you want to see. Finally finding their first kill. Big target to pick it up on. What needs to happen now for 0-3-2 is patience. Wait for the blink on your Magnus. Wait for some initial farm on Natsumi. They have bought a lot of space out for the Morphling. He's not too far behind. So it's just about 400 gold behind for the Morph Blink on a... You would ideally have one on Bach as well, but he's still saving up for the Veil, so you're going to have to just take it on the Magnus, then look for the RP plays. Look at the build-up here on Among Us, though. They've got the Mask of Madness on Savage. His farm will just kick up.
Jabs getting a toss-off onto Matthew with the Tornado flying through from Arbet. Glimpse back, however, Jabs out of position now, but Cuckoo going to get a rupture off onto Nico. They want that mag. Cuckoo, can he get him? Arbet does clean up Matthew and Nico. He's just trying to hide in the tree line, but he does get spotted. Still, Cuckoo will back off now. They are all backing off, in fact. They don't want to deal with this whole side of 0-3-2, but Jabs will go back in for an avalanche toss onto Ninja Boogie, but he will go down. Now Cuckoo. The Blood Right. Going to connect on that disruptor. Both teams will just retreat.
It's a small win for 0-3-2. You're going to be happy wanting that pickup on Jabs. Again, you'll take anything you can get. 10-2 at the 10-minute mark, and gotta be a bit cautious here for Among Us. They're playing aggressive constantly, but maybe it's time to step back a bit, wait for the chrono to be up. Savage is going to have it soon. Then you can make to look another player. He is getting a solid push up top by himself. No sign of a defense coming out here from 0-3-2.
Yeah, but they're not done yet, John. They're smoked up. Among Us want to go again. Up towards that top tower, Matthew could be targeted. He has had 3 deaths already on the Wind Ranger, and this might be the 4th. Arbet gonna get the Tornado into the EMP, an avalanche of jabs. It's a tough time for Matthew. It's not fun to be the support Wind Ranger in this game. He does get taken down, and we do have a quick pause to come out.
Oh man, it's just bad signs. Like, a support Wind Ranger, you know, it can still get work done. You still want that good timing on at least a Javelin, but you would want an MKB down the line, even as a support. 4 Staff Assault's going to be key. Get yourself in a good spot, maybe even a Glimmer Cape. Just all the defensive items you can ask for to counteract what Among Us has. You're not finding that farm. You're not finding that space. They just have to surrender it towards these cores. You look at Bach, he's still stuck trying to finish that Veil of Discord. It's just not done. He finished up his treads first, I think. He's flying that out. The progress for Nico onto the Blink is still a long ways off. He's going for the Echo Saber first, as you tend to do. But even then, it's not up there. The progress is slower than you'd want it to be. That just delays the bounce back for 0-3-2. That delays their potential team fight. The level 6 timing for Ninja Bogey as well. He needs it up. He needs it up soon. They're trying to give him that EXP. But while these tools aren't up, you just don't have anything in a big 5v5. You can punish the overextensions. But once that chrono is in play, all you can do is really run away.
It's a tough time here for 0-3-2. They're working on it, John. You know, it is 11-2 with a 3k net worth lead. Things are a bit slow for this Dyad side for now. You can already see Among Us starting to posture around that dire jungle now. Not run in that area. Highly doubtful they could go for a tier 2 tower this early, but they could definitely just take over the jungle. Not to mention, with that Chrono being up on Savage, you could just try to go for another team fight now.
Yeah.
Really nothing to stop you.
Definitely not. You've got your Ogre around for the Bloodlust. You've got Abed, who could give you a low-level alacrity, which isn't amazing, but, you know, a buff is a buff. You're gonna like that on the Faceless Void anyway. And this is just the early game. As this game goes on, say, for example, you get the Ags up on Abed, the Cataclysm comes into play. Chrono Cataclysm is just very, very terrifying, no matter what circumstance. It is just a lot of damage you have to contend with. And 032, I mean, they also scale pretty good late game, but they have to have space to farm in that late game. They just, if they stem the bleeding here, right, if they defend their tier 2s well, ensure that they have at least 2 tier 2s standing by the 25 to 30 minute mark, I think that's enough space for them to get that farm and get the economy on a bounce back. But you have to be very defensive on those, at least 2 tier 2s.
Yesterday I was telling you, John,
Yeah.
that I had to eat the same dinner 4 times in a row.
Don't tell me it's a 5th.
Yeah, there's gonna be a 5th time.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, you know what? You should take some of Cuckoo's advice. You know what he said in lobby in the first game? Eat balot. Maybe
What
you
is
should have
balot,
some.
John?
Remember, we had this talk, Mike. It's a duck egg with a chick in it. With a duckling
Oh,
in it.
right.
And Cuckoo's advice was eat balot. I'm like, okay, sure. I don't know where that came from, but sure.
I've always been bad with that kind of stuff, I'll be honest, John. It's, the certain textures just don't go well with me.
I can respect that. It's an acquired
Yeah.
taste, but
It is an acquired taste, yeah, for sure.
I've had it twice, but those 2 times again, it's with more mature liquids around. It tends to be that for the Filipinos. There's another thing you could try. I mean, you have that halo place near you. You know, that's a good one. You know, to wash
I
down.
do want some of that.
Yeah, to
I
wash
really
down
do.
the meal you'll have. You grab a glass of halo. That would be one way to do it. Still, right in time. Halo mentioned. 032 just wants to go.
Yep, merry into time over. Back to work, boys. And last time we checked, they had the Chrono up on Among Us. They're ready to go. Like Savage is just working directly towards the MKB now. Do they want to rush for another team fight? I mean, looks like they might. Mid lane. There is a bit of posturing out here from Jabs. Dust is committed onto Bok. There's your Rupture coming out. All onto the Sand King, so Bok can't really move. He also has no mana left, so Savage is going to jump in, gets one, but now the Savage RP out from the mag, and that'll mean this Void might just be dead, and he does go down. Arbit now needing to leave the building on the Invoker, but he might be in danger. He's going to try and run. Ninja Boogie, no. Sumi gets the kill. Meanwhile, to the south, Matthew holding everyone else back on the Wind Ranger. That's a very successful team fight for 032.
They got the 2 big heroes you could always want to have. It's the the 2 big ones. So they get those kills. They kind of even out just a bit more. Dragging back. Have to respect the RP. Have to respect the team fight. You catch one out. Sure, it's just one. But then your entire game plan falls apart. You're not big enough in Abed to get all the spells out. You already used a Rupture in Cuckoo. Blood Right cooldown is not that short yet. Does take level 25 for that to be on a ridiculous cooldown, so you have to be cautious with the tool set you use. But with those tools expended, the Savage still has the Chrono that clean up that tier 1.
You know, the funny thing was, John, the RP wouldn't have connected on Savage had it not been for Jabs tossing him in. So, Jabs, bit of a toss there, and Nico might have been a slight mistake. It's going to be a stun out onto our Disrupt on Ninja Boogie, and he is going to die very easily, but Bok is walking with a Burrow Strike now. Savage still has that Chrono, is not going to expend it quite yet. allow his team to retreat. He will get back to farming his MKB. You know, even after that kill on Savage, he's just still at the top of the net worth board. He was just too far ahead to begin with.
Yeah, he's way up there. You are seeing Natsumi catch up, and Natsumi, he's in a pretty decent spot. Yasha going to be coming out relatively soon, so our Morphling is at least finding that catch up for him safely. They are, you know, waiting for a couple more. The Veil just about to be completed on Bach, and then it's into the Blink. So you could potentially see the Sand King blink out. Even the Magnus blink, still a ways off, but once that's up, you just need to get that team fight landing. Land the RP in 1 or 2, find a follow-up, and those are really easy kills to find.
Whiteman can have a venture through his jungle. Wards down. Sumi towards that S and Y on the Morphling. Should get there fairly soon. Well, Matthew just trying to go for a Glimmer Cape on this Wind Ranger, so not really trying for anything like the casual Javelin or the MKB. He does get a nice Shackle off, but Bok was not within range. In fact, things have been going so bad for Bok, he still doesn't even have the Veil up.
Yeah, it's slow going. Like, the delayed Veil means a delayed Blink. Just not a good time, although...
Gonna be dropped, but Savage does escape the kinetic field, looking for a chrono attempt. Won't get one out yet. They'll go on to Matthew with the shackles not latching on. And they've left Cuckoo behind. Cuckoo is gone. Savage unwilling to chrono.
It's an awkward position. 0-3-2, you saw their spacing, very split up. Couldn't find that big opening. You had Abed way too up front as well. You don't want to have to chrono your Invoker inside. You need him out. You need him to give you spells, give you a buff. But they are punished. 0-3-2. They're finding a step here. They're finding some opportunities. They will catch a Ninja Bogey out though, but don't have the heroes to really get that kill.
Jabs. It comes back there on the Tiny. Well, it looks like Among Us. Gonna sit back and just keep waiting for that MKB, I believe. Has given time though. Nico does have his own Echo Saber up. It is a very, very late timing for a mag, but it's there now. It does allow him to get a lot more damage out, assuming he can connect the RPs off.
And, you know, that does mean the build up to the Blink should be a bit, you know, having this additional farm acceleration. So we're set to see our first Blinks here for 0-3-2 soon, maybe in the next 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Once you've got that, again, they're already finding some wins here. They can keep racking those wins up. Among Us might find themselves on a bit of a deficit if they're not careful. They are just playing farming now. Savage is really close towards that MKB. Going to go into the BKB next, and just to keep himself safe. But look at this, Nico charged in
for a skewer. Jabs.
Oh,
Does have the blink up with an avalanche toss and a sunstrike, but it's not going to be enough damage. It's there's the chrono out from Savage. He sees Nico. He wants to expend it. Static Storm is going to be committed, but it looks like they are going to be at least get disrupted, but Savage does actually get bursted down. Alright, so a decent trade here for 0-3-2 in some sense. And they're also going to find Jabs. Getting shackled up in the tree line. Natsumi doesn't really have the highest amount of damage right now on this Morphling, but eventually does get the kill.
Yeah, those are big kills to get. Punishing Savage for a really deep chrono in that backline, and the response now from 0-3-2 is looking a lot better. They're jumping in with their spells, they're getting the chains off, and the follow-up from Bach, it was that Epicenter that really finished off Savage in there, along with a Static Storm Silence. A lot of spells for one guy, but it's the one guy you want to kill from that death. Natsumi is now on top of net worth, so the swing back motion is starting to come into play. You have to be cautious about this Among Us. If you start slipping up here, 0-3-2 will bounce back very, very hard and fast because their lineup, it really does excel in these bigger engagements.
Another Sunstrike in from Abed off the back of the Avalanche toss. from Jabs, and it does work. So we are seeing the points being skilled up into Exort now for Abed, so he does want to have a bit more damage on this Invoker. He's still working towards his own Aghanim Scepter, but it looks like it is coming relatively soon. Interesting to note, he didn't bother for the Midas nor the Spirit Vessel on that Invoker this time around. Straight drops into Ags, which is very unusual.
Yeah, I think in this case, you've got the Void, you've got the Chrono, you want that Cataclysm, you want the AoE effects up and running. So they're just going to be going for it. It helps out massively, and they just needed to get to that point. They're still playing a bit of a waiting game, but there's that blink. Nico has up. They've got opportunities to get big plays here, 032, and this could be the start of their bounce back. Immediate smoke up.
They can make it happen. Gab's just going to be chilling up that top lane. 3-2 will continue rushing through the river with their smoke.
Oh, Savage.
Oh, Savage, he just time walked. Ninja Boogie does have the glimpse, but oh, he doesn't time it right. Nico doesn't get in range for the RP either. 0-3-2 now, just trying to get out. That's your by the way on Nico. Does make it very obvious he did have that blink. Can't get anything out of it.
Bit of a shame. That was a they had to reveal fast. Doesn't get used the way they wanted to, and now Among Us, they get time to respond. They've got Chrono and Savage if they do want to force a counter fight at some point, and they're going to have the opportunity to respond. 032, they're clumping up top. They want that tier 1.
Well, they'll go for the same thing down at the bot lane. So just an even trade between these towers. But 032 looks like they are interested in defending, so they smoke up again. Abed already getting that bottom tier 1, so they're going to run the other way now, 032. Just a bit of indecision, it seems, as to what they want to get done. Matthew. Run past Cuckoo, they'll go for the burrow initiation from Bok, and Cuckoo also ruptured up. That's not going to be nice for Nico. Cuckoo managed to barely get the rupture off. We'll still be able to get the Bloodseeker kill, however.
Yeah, it's a big one. Again, finding these small pickoffs for 032 helps them to accelerate up. They are still at a 4K deficit, but they're finding the aggressive plays. Set Ags up and Abed now, though. He does have the Cataclysm ready to go. Chrono out. Later on, press that Cataclysm, and you are in for a world of hurt if you're clumped a bit too tightly there from 032.
True. Savage, he does have the MKB, and so he is going to try for the Roshan play. So with that Bloodlust, you do hit very hard and very fast, and Abed's going to give it an Alacrity over as well.
Look at that.
Actually going to smoke, so just baiting the Roshan now, trying to get this Chrono. Work with them here. Bok is going to be there to break the smoke. He should see them now and does immediately back off. They're going to go for a counter smoke. Right into Cuckoo. Not really the target they want to go after first, but they may have no choice in the matter. Matthew has his smoke broken, so Cuckoo does know. They're going to wait for him in. Natsumi gives vision for the glimpse back onto Cuckoo. Meanwhile, in the back, they also found Jabs on that Tiny. They'll skewer him back, but now the Chrono and the Cataclysm to come out, and they blow up. Abed on a double. Natsumi is trapped in a net right now. He's got nowhere to go, and he is dead. Bok, well, he's trying to just burrow strike and blink away, but Abed not going to have that. Does get the Tornado, wants the full team wipe. That is a very, very nice deafening blast. Burrow strike out, but the toxin from Jabs, and that'll be a triple kill out for 23 Savage. And they go back for the Roshan.
Oh man, a beautiful play from Cuckoo. Oh, he broke the smoke by coincidence, and he dropped the ward out. Like this one ward saved them that fight. They were aware, they clumped up at the right spot. They sacrificed so much to take one hero out from 032. Cost them too much. The reveal of that Ags Cataclysm with that Chronosphere, we talked about it for a long time. Seeing it in action is always a treat to watch in 032. It's not a treat for them. They've got to be cautious about their clump up now. They need to get the RP off. Nico has been holding on for a very long time. They've been finding these single target pickoffs, but when it comes to the RP, you need to catch the big boys. It needs to be Abed or it needs to be Savage there. They just don't have vision on those big targets.
First 3-2, they just can't catch a break this game. Nico still has that RP to use. Just about the damage that's going to follow up here. 032 seem very comfortable just allowing Natsumi the time to farm. You can't quite blame him for that as he's getting closer and closer to that Eye of Skadi. Again, giving the same amount of time to Savage. Still, Bok is going to jump in onto Jabs, and Nico looking for a skewer attempt, won't quite get it. Instead, they'll turn their attention over to Savage. RP still not being used up. They'll hold him with the kinetic field, and Savage is going to try to man fight, but will lose the Aegis. Now Jabs jumping in for an avalanche toss onto Matthew with the Sunstrike, does get the kill. Bok a little does get the epicenter off. Jabs will die. Bok is probably going to go down for it, though. Nice static storm out from Ninja Boogie, holding down Savage. Natsumi trying to go for the damage output, but Savage is just man-fighting back. It looks like they want to disengage. Rushing forward. They will not get anyone. They get the TPs off in time. Sunstrike from Abed, not going to be on target.
The caution here from Nico. I respect the fact that he wants to land a bigger RP. I think you've got to be careful how long you hold on to it. Like, there's an opportunity here for Among Us. They've got the Chrono ready to go. Savage can just make use of it. The Cataclysm is going to be down for a bit, but once it's up, the damage that you can get out with a combination, it's going to be ready. And you've got the BKB now in Savage, so he's not going to he's not going to die or get controlled up easily. In fact,
Savage two-man Chrono is going to be committed with Cataclysm to fly down. That'll be Nico just getting destroyed, and now they're on the run. Natsumi probably also going to die. Matthew's gone. Full kill out for Abed, and it might just be an Ultra. They're throwing kills away to Abed right now. Ninja Boogie going to go down to Whiteman. Be another four-man wipe. No hesitation out from 23 Savage.
That group up from 032, man. That's not it. Catching the Magnus and the Morphling, the key targets for Among Us to keep an eye out for, and they just catch him. The Cataclysm came out. That's the timing for Among Us. They just get those spells out. They have the damage. They have the control.
Man, nice toss back from Jabs once again. He has been so effective. Constantly looking for those avalanche tosses. He just continues to set up kills for his team. That'll give a 16k net worth lead over to Among Us. Dota Plus, getting to that stage again, John. 95% for Among Us. Jabs, he's blinked in, but doesn't have a toss target. Can they take him down? They silence him up, but Savage has jumped in, so he might be in danger. He'll throw the Chrono out, waiting for that RP attempt, but he's going to lose all his mana to Abed. He doesn't have the mana pool for the RP anymore, so Nico's going to go down. And Savage gets out of there.
Oh man, that is so tough. Now for 032, they've held on to the RP since that mid lane fight. Remember that one fight where they got the kill on Savage? That was the only RP I remember from this match. And 032 been way too cautious with it, missing out on opportunities. And they're just, the lead widens here. Among Us, they've just got complete control so far. There's nothing that can stop them at this point, unless you get that team fight perfectly. They have to commit this RP. Catch one, catch two, doesn't matter. Drag them back, get the epicenter on top, throw everything you can to just find that one kill and stop Among Us from just bashing their heads against you.
Savage. It's getting real out of control now.
They've got the chrono back up, and did I just see a quickening charms? Or
You probably did, John. There's one on our bit.
Dyer's top tower is
I only see one on our bit.
okay, so
gonna
that's
help
just
him
a
out,
late. Yeah, it was a late notification. I thought for a moment that for some reason Abed had one and Cuckoo found one. I would be very worried for 032 if they just lost a tier 2 item like that. Still, top tier 2 cleared out, no problems here. 20k lead up now, Mike. They've got the chrono. I do believe they've got the Cataclysm as well. In fact, Abed's saving for a refresh. So as this game ticks on, you know, that team fight gets a bit scarier.
Lane. So Matthew, he's gonna go for the glimmer out of there. Be just fine. Bot gonna be nearby on the Sand King. Go. Still has that RP. They're looking to initiate. Savage gonna go onto the high ground now. Bot gonna get ruptured up. Ninja Boogie meanwhile getting taken out by Jab. But the chrono once again out from Savage. He keeps catching both those calls. It's always Nico and Natsumi caught in the chronosphere over and over again.
And it's devastating for 032. They are not using their spells. They cannot use their spells. Now they've got to buy back. One buyback down. They've got 2 remaining. They've got the RP. They've got the Static Storm. You can't hold out here. Your racks are gone.
Matthew, Shackle is going to connect there onto Cuckoo, but how do you get in there? You just can't. You've got to accept this tier 3 tower might be gone. They'll drop the Static Storm and buy back even more.
What?
They're going to rush in. They still have the RP. They might feel confident. There's the RP. It's only on Abed, however. Abed might just drop. And definitely Blasters it. He is going to try and make a run for it, and Abed is gone.
No way.
He is safe. Jabs, careful with the toss there, sir. Oh, that's rough. That is rough.
032. Ninja Bogey. He dropped the Static Storm. It was on top of Savage. Then he decided to use his glimpse to put him outside. I don't understand what's going on. They are feeling a bit pressured. They need to line these spells up. It has to be RP into Static Storm, Epicenter follow-up. It's 1+1+1. They need to add that up and get their tree, get the kills. But they're just rushing through it.
Quick math there, John. Very nice. It has been a bit tough though for 032. It's they're not landing the combos they want. There has been a lot of hesitation with these big ultis, and well, at some point you just get frustrated. You get sick of waiting for that right opportunity, so you just throw one out. Figure out you can't even kill one person. So it's tough. They are 30k behind. Pretty much as bad as it gets. Dota Plus, yeah, we're flat 99% right now.
Yeah, it's
good.
to be expected though, when how far ahead Among Us is. 30k lead, 33 to 11. A factor of 3 is how far they're ahead and into the Roche pit.
Doesn't last very long, John. Doesn't last very long.
Whew. Those buffs, man. Those buffs onto Savage. Too much. And there's that smoke. Right off on the offensive. They've got the refresh on Abed. Double Cataclysm in the chrono. You're not going to live through that one.
See how they try to deal with this. They actually have the RP back up with the rest of their ultis. Matthew, having such a bad game, he hasn't actually skilled the focus fire up. I didn't realize up to this point. He literally hasn't touched it. It is not skilled up because there is no point. The epicenter out from Bok. Does go into Cuckoo. Now a great shackles there from Matthew. There is no follow-up once again. And Savage just walks in for a 3-man chrono. Now the double cataclysm gonna blow him up. And this game is over. They've called the GG. Oh, torture ends for 0-3-2. My God.
Whew. Was that even a game like 0-3-2 they got schooled. They got brought into class, the teacher put them in detention. They're still stuck there among us. Out on top in style, 38-11, 36.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Team pick. Radiant team pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final series of the night, and it's going to be between Motivate.Trust and 496 Gaming. We're back, John. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire, of course. John, welcome back. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pumped up. You know, that was a great series last. This is going to be an amazing series to close this out. Look at his opening from both sides. Motivate.Trust, they're keeping up the bans up against 496. There's that Techies ban. So one day, Mike, one day they're not going to ban it, and we're going to find out why you should ban it.
I have found out. I did some research last night. I was in bed, I was doing a bit of reading, and apparently, I believe it's Bombi plays a pretty mean Techies, apparently.
Of course, so, it's Bombi.
They don't want to give it to him. And by the way, when we were casting that Wind Ranger performance yesterday from Bombi, little did we know, apparently he's had over 2,000 games as possible Wind Ranger. I didn't know that. So
yeah, I found out like mid-game from chat where it's like, oh, this guy, he's running pause one, it's fine, he's won 1,000 games. It's like, okay, yeah, if you play that much, you know the ins and outs, and you can get away with it. So 496, man, let's talk about this stack. This stack is exciting. You know, 458, their pause one player, he's taking a break, I believe. I can't find the sources in Vietnamese, but he's taking a bit of a break. So they've been shuffling around. We've seen Bombi and pause one. We've seen Red and pause one. They shake it up every now and again. It's always exciting to watch. And it's always fun. You know, it's always different every time. We'll see what they bring out. Motivate.Trust, again, off the back of their poor performance in ESL 1, they were looking good. Out of nowhere, they showed up, finally a tie stack up at center stage. It's been a while since Myth Gaming was around, so they finally get the stage, and we'll see how they shake it up here. A lot of potency in these two teams. Motivate.Trust, they've got the Magnus Tiny on their hands, so team fight galore, right? Typical combo we've seen a lot of. 496 though, they've got the Faces Void, they've got the Phoenix, so the Egg Chrono combo is there, and they have the Rubik to steal the RP, to steal the Empower. It's going to be a tricky one for Motivate.Trust.
It is. I gotta tell you though, these two teams, they do not like much downtime, John. They don't like farming. They do like to ruin the pace of the game. This is how I like to explain it, right? They don't like to have the standard tempo of a normal pro match, right? They like to break everything. This is what gets me excited about this particular series, is it might just be a bloody time between these two. Still, the draft continues. They go for the Vengeful Spirit, which again has been very popular today.
Oh yeah,
very popular indeed.
It has, and in this case, of course, you're picking the Venge into the Void. You've got the swap or the Chrono targets. So now 496 has to catch the Venge when they do go for the Chrono plays. just to ensure that they have the hero they want locked in on top of that Venge as well. It makes it a bit more complicated to execute that team fight, and I love the counter pick. It's the hero you want up against the Void in a lot of situations. Motivate.Trust, it wasn't banned by 496, so they kind of trapped themselves there. I do love that 496 did ban the Oracle. That would have been another one to slide in. Doesn't really have space there, though, for Motivate.Trust to have picked it up, but now they have to contend with the Venge.
I suppose that's fine. I just wonder whether they're going to go ahead and pick up a Drow now for Motivate.Trust. Like, would I recommend it? Not necessarily. Especially considering now there is a Bloodseeker and a Void on the other side of the map, but they may still do it. I mean, you've got the Venge there. You want a Drow.
It's so weird though with a Magnus, right? Like you want something that can play off the cleave. It doesn't. Yeah, they go with it anyway. So you're playing with a Venge Drow.
Yep.
It's won once, but I don't like it with Magnus. I feel like you're missing the potency of the Magnus here. You could have gone for Sven if you were worried about the Faces of Void, right? We've seen the Sven up against the Void. Can be a tricky, it's a matter of response time, but it's still a decent enough matchup, or a workable matchup. But Motivate.Trust, cautious for the Drow. You mentioned it, but you can jump in, you can trap the Drow. Got the Bloodseeker to kind of make it tricky as well. There are tools here from 496 to deal with that Venge Drow combination, and again, it's only been successful once. Really got to put the work in to make it run.
Yeah, absolutely. Motivate.Trust final pickup now. They want to finish things off. Well, it seems like they do need some kind of off-lane pick, unless they're going to run the core Venge, in which case we may as well just see a position 5 here for Motivate.Trust. That may actually be the case, because every time we have seen Drow Venge, it has been a core Venge in the either in the off lane or the mid lane. Not mid lane this time, obviously, because you do have the mag there already, but
yeah, it's they're gonna have to look for something that bullies that Void for the off lane here. So, Doom is in the pool if you wanted that. So Magnus, Drow, Doom. You could probably empower to Doom if you wanted some cleave there as well. Looks okay. They do have ways to deal with the Phoenix anyway with the range here. So they go with the Tide instead. So team fight. Team fight galore is the name of the game here, Mike. Now your Faces Void has to catch not only the Venge, catch that Tide as well. Ravage is going to ruin the early Chronos without a BKB. Again, complicating things for 496's team fights.
that it will. For 496, how are they going to finish things off? They are requiring some kind of mid laner here. Gotta say, there's so much value here for this Rubik. We never really pointed that out, but RP, Swap, Ravage, things to steal for this Rubik.
Ooh, and it's super potent too, right? If you get even the Empower from the Magnus for your own Faces Void, it just suddenly piles up. So, Motivate.Trust, it's gonna be a bit of a tricky game, but they've got some natural combos. Of course, you've got the Tiny Toss into RP, the Tiny Toss into Ravage. They've got some natural ways of starting these fights without having to wait for the blink. Very important, as we've seen stalled out blink timings really start to throw off the timing of the entire lineup. Trust doesn't need to worry about that too much. 496, and they see these team fights. They've already got the Rubik. Probably looking for something else to combine on top of that. They've got 2 melee cores. They need a highly mobile one. I'd say down mid would be nice. So one of the Spirit Brothers that are remaining, you know, Ember and Earth Spirit's okay-ish. If you wanted to, they go with the OD. Lovely. Look at that.
Okay.
That is
the OD Void combination, which is going to be quite nice considering you are going to be able to hit people for so long as this OD. Like, you've got this tanky Tide and this tanky Magnus that you could keep whacking away at. Seems pretty good. Obviously, the OD doesn't really care for the mid-mag either. Just Astral Prison. Just grief his last hits.
and you've We've also got that synergy with a Bloodseeker. So Astral Imprisonment to get one person into Blood, right? That's one.
Right.
You get the Blood Rage on top to amplify your spell damage by 30% max. I cannot overstate how dumb that is. That is just so dumb with the right heroes. And, well, OD, it's a right here for that, Mike.
Pans out. Although, may I say, I've always hated this Tidehunter cosmetic. The whole bulging belly thing, it just looks weird. It makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Like, you can kind of see Tide's face under the mask as well, right? It's not like his face has actually changed, right? You can see his jaw kind of
you
flatten.
can, yeah, right.
It's weird.
Right there. Yeah.
It's a strange one. It's a the dad stomach. It's a video game. You know, it's like it's not necessarily bad, but you know, Tide's a fit dude. He lifts stuff with his tentacles. He's not a fat hero. It's kind of degrading for him. Poor dude. Makes him look like a bum.
No need to use the F word, John. How dare you? We're in 2020. You can't say that anymore.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm uncultured. You know, I've come from a rough background, Mike. We just say stuff here that would probably get a lot of people displeased. So, you know, that's just how it is here.
Same thing in Australia, John. We just don't say it online. Anyway, moving on. Motivate.Trust will see if they can make this draft work. Of course, 496 good with their own draft, and I think we can just guarantee that this will be a very explosive game. I think that we can say for sure.
Oh, 100%.
Two teams. They don't sit back.
No. They run at you. We see them do, what, quad lanes, right? For a while. They just clump 4 heroes in the first 5 minutes. No one cares about the other lanes. Leave the off lane alone. You don't need it. Look for kills, and it makes for exciting Dota too. You know, they are the pinnacle of Southeast Asian Dota. Just do whatever.
The way to do it. See how this OD does work for Hung. I have seen a bit of OD over the past couple of days, and it was effective the last time. So, see if Hung can make it work.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup. OD up against Magnus. This was a bit more typical before, right? It's been a while since you've seen a lot of them down mid. I'd say this is an OD favored one. You can spam your shockwave all you want, but once you've got the levels in Astral, once you get enough range to stand back, I'd say level 3 is a good point for the Astral. So level 5 on the OD, he can really just kind of play safe. They don't need to necessarily trade hits. That's not going to necessarily stop Fearless from finding farm. He can play with Empower, Shockwave as well. He has the jungle to fall back to. It's just going to be a pretty stable lane for both sides. Just have to be cautious about when you go in for those last hits.
True. Hung is going to be able to just Astral every single time. Fearless is going to try and get in for those CS, and as levels get up, of course, it is going to get much harder here for Fearless. But like you said, you always have the jungle to go back to, which is going to be a nice feeling. Still top lane. Red and Bombi going to be up against Masaros and Q. Saw Bombi getting tossed in before as the Phoenix, and did quite a bit of damage though, John. I must say, Bombi is very well known in the SCA region for his Phoenix. Very, very dangerous Phoenix player.
Oh yeah, and you know, once the levels start racking up, he can start to play a bit better. Of course, just get to that point as the Phoenix, that's usually the level 3 mark. That's the one to watch out for. One thing I want to point out here, Mike, just look at Masaros. Look at how he looks from a... It looks pretty... It fits his name, right? It looks menacing. Masaros. And big Kraken. Just really fitting.
I stick by what I said yesterday. He has the coolest name in SCA right now, for sure.
Oh yeah, it's hard to match that one still. Looking at the one lane, the bot lane, you've got that BB. Of course, he's laning up against Boombell, and they've already caught Yassi out.
Oh, Yassi's gone on the Rubik. Nice way to start off here, as will be the one to take the first blood on Vengeful Spirit. And that BB, he wasn't even focused on his Rubik. He was just trying to secure some CS on the Bloodseeker. So that'll be your first blood this game, number 1.
Simple pick off. You can't underestimate right click damage from a Venge lane. You know, Wave of Terror out, Magic Missile, it's a decent stun, and Drow has a lot of right click, so just gotta watch your steps there if you're Yassi. You want that BB to have a smooth ramp up, and they're not doing too much to slow Jackie down. He's having a decent old time here, 13-3 on the last hit board.
They are. Is our mid lane going? Fearless, he is a bit low in HP. Can't stay too low like that, as you are going to give the Bloodseeker some added movement speed, which he's going to enjoy quite a bit. Jackie, knee lifted. Bloodright is going to connect, and with the Fade Bolt, it is just so much damage output. In fact, that BB, looping behind the tier 1 tower, trying to get that self-cancellation, but now Bloodright going to be up at Yassi, popping a bit of damage. BB going to turn back around onto Boombill. Boombill may be overstaking his welcome, but no. He's going to survive, but now the TP back from that BB. Wow.
It's a really aggressive play. He does pick his boots, and he does have Trist. He's going to be able to run back in. Yassi does get the kill. I guess it's a free reset, and he moves fast enough. I don't think that BB minds that at all.
Almost felt like that Venge died on purpose, not allow the Thirst to give him that added movement speed to run back to the lane, but can't be 100% sure on that. Still a nice kill out for Yassi. Speaking of Yassi, he's going to go through the mid to try and secure that Arcane Rune, and does get a nice deny off. Of course, Fearless on this mag really does want that full bottle up right now. You can tell because they did have both supports making sure to secure those power runes, and even then he does not get it.
Yeah, not a good sign for Motivate.Trust. Not the end of the world, but you're at the point now where Hung, level 5, there's that level 3 Astral in place, safer distance for him to cast it, and with the mana sustain he gets from the Essence Flux, it's going to be a harder lane to sustain. Fearless, he's going to have his 6 in a decent time, but just watching Hung control the lane, it's going to be a tough one.
Red's farm has been struggling just a bit on this Faceless Void. Can be a little bit difficult up against the Tide Hunter. Bot lane, that BB gonna TP out in front of him, is gonna make it. So that rotation out from Motivate.Trust not gonna pan out. I suppose at worst, Jackie is still getting some free farm on this Drow. They do not get the Bloodseeker kill.
Yeah, it's a bit of wasted time. You're still happy enough for Motivate.Trust to force that move back. That BB's progression has stalled out. It's 18-3 last hits here on that Bloodseeker. It's a runaway start for Jackie. 30-6 last hits, pretty much a free lane. Everything you could ask for a Drow is going to be a smooth ramp up. And you mentioned the Void. I mean, Red has not gotten the same treatment top. So in that sense, 496... this early start, their cores are just not finding that early farm.
No, they're not. You do have a very kind of passive support duo here, though, right? So you can't really expect too many rotations out of Rubik Phoenix. Seems a bit more reactionary than proactive. Q.
Oh.
Went to the Avalanche toss out the bot lane, but he's going to get lifted back into a Bloodright. Jackie trying to go with the multi-shot onto Yassi, but doesn't quite have the damage output to kill him off. So now we're into a tri-lane versus tri-lane situation. That looks like they are going to try and slow Yassi, or rather not Yassi, but Jackie down a bit.
Yeah, and we've seen this from both teams. You know, they're the type that doesn't back down. You see someone up, you run down as well. You never give in. You just play this kind of Dota. If someone TPs down, you TP down as well, and let them know who owns that lane.
True. Mid lane is still going very, very nicely for Hung, by the way, on that OD. He'll probably just go for the straight Aghanims rush that we're used to seeing. In fact, he could go for the Midas build-up if he does want to on the OD, but I think the Aghanims is just much more worthwhile.
Yeah,
He does choose to do it.
And the Ags would enable some aggressive play. I don't think you want to go too passive here. You've got Void, who's going to have to soak some farm up. Even a Bloodseeker is not a very selfless core, so you want to prevent yourself from being stuck in a farming loop and just want to be up and running. So the Ags has to be the play they go for. You do have some level 6s up. You've got the first chrono yet to be used. You've got the Santies ready from Hung. Just no opportunities yet. A slower game from both teams, except for the posturing. 1-1, less than 1k lead for Motivate. That is a lot of it, of course, running on Jackie, but you are seeing Masaros actually pull ahead. The Tide is just a lot more efficient in pulling waves and clearing out camps.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of it. With that Morbid mask up, you can't really stop him from doing this anymore. No way to harass him out of the lane, as he will just anchor smash and heal up. That Vladimir is not going to take very long to be up. Still mid lane, Fearless was Astral, but does have a Haste Rune active. Can run away. Hung unable to finish off the kill. Didn't even get close, really. And they'll just go back to farming. I mean, there's no real rush for these guys right now. Just requires so much more farm on these cores before you can get anything done.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change of pace for both. Again, we're used to seeing them commit these spells early to find those kills, but looking at the laning matchups, not possible. Like Red up against Masaros, you know, you drop the Chrono, that's a Tide. You can't kill him. And Masaros didn't level Ravage, so he has no offensive capability beyond clearing waves. Still, Hung makes his way top. They might play here.
They're going to try with the Chrono out. Hung has the Arcane Orb active and does have Sanities available, but Ravage is committed. Yassi would love to steal that, and I think he can. No, he's not even level 6 yet. Masaros doesn't even bother using anything else. And Red will take the kill. Just thinking why Masaros wasn't using Anchor Smash or Gush to try and get that Ravage off, but of course, Yassi, it is still a bit early here for the Rubik.
Yeah,
Level 5 now.
Would have wanted it, but no opportunity. Still, that's the first Chrono. They hold on to the Santies. Hung has the option for further fights. Lots of good stacks here from the supports. Be escalating that farm on the OD. That's the dream. Look at how many creeps he's clearing out, Mike.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
Whew. Delicious.
Indeed. Trying to juggle those neutral items now as Masaros and Fearless having a crack at Yassi. They have the RP. Boombill even joining in just behind them, but they won't commit that RP. They'll rather just hold on to it for a better time. You're going to be a little bit concerned about committing those spells, as Yassi does have level 6, but he might just go down. In fact, never mind. Fire Spirit's out from Bombi. That'll slow the attack speed. B going to make a rush after this Vengeful Spirit. Masaros trying to get out, but the Sanities is going to be dropped. And now Fearless, the only man left. In fact, here come the TPs. Q. Avalanche is out on Bombi, but no toss to follow. And that might be it for MG.Trust. Have to let this one go. They don't seem to want to leave the lane. So Red, he'll TP down, but the other 4 are going to stick around here. Yassi, Avalanche tossed, will end up going down. Do you actually get Bombi as well? Jackie gets 2 with the multi-shot. 496 will have to be the ones to retreat here.
Good punishment for Motivate. A bit questionable, but that dive from Bombi. The multi-shot, they did not manage to use that egg. I think that's what they were looking for in the next fight. No option to use that, or their tier 1 top going to be shoved in. The damage coming out from Jackie, more than likely going to be enough, but they are TPing Heroes to defense still.
I mean, Astro in the back lines with a block right out. That's going to be Q on the Tiny, but Boombill going to get a nice swap off on the Venge. There's the egg hit by Bombi. Right in the back, they've got to be a bit wary about that stun coming in. Fearless is just out of range. He'll commit the RP onto our Bloodseeker, but that BB will just turn around, clean him up, and go after Q now. In fact, Boombill is sticking around trying to help. They do actually kill off Bombi, but they'll lose Q, and they might lose Boombill. And they will. That BB able to pick up a double kill himself. 496 giving it right back to the side of Motivate.Trust.
Costly exchange, 3 for 2, but you're happy overall with how that ends up for 496. They hold on to that tier 1 top. No progress or no significant progress made for Motivate.Trust. Their bot tier 1 was already cleared out as well. The mid 496, of course, did fall earlier, so just a bit better in map control overall, still for Motivate.Trust. 496 now, they are just buying time out. Red still needs farm on that Faceless Void. He's actually rushing the BKB this time. So going defensive, just doesn't want to be caught in the Ravage, and that does open up a few more opportunities to Chrono. You can now just focus on catching the Venge or catching the Mag, and that will be enough. You don't need to panic over the Tide. You have the BKB to just keep yourself safe, and that should give, again, more flexibility for 496. Motivated, they are still building up in Jackie. Has the Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike next, and it's going to be a bit longer until that's up, but once you have that, you can sort of reposition yourself, get yourself in a better spot in these fights to get the damage out safe.
Down at bot lane, they caught the Mag, and with that Sun Ray, it's not going to take too long. In fact, Bombi does take the kill. They even did the Rupture just in case he tried to skewer away. Now to Q, that BB going to spawn out the Tiny, but they want that mid tier 1 tower, I believe. They're going to start to get to work.
Oh yeah, it's going to be straightforward push. They have the Ravage here though from Motivate. They can try to defend.
They're going to try, but the Blood Right is going to be out onto Massaros. Okay. Doesn't have any initiation tool here with the Tide. Nothing like a blink up yet. Doesn't catch Yassi either on the Rubik TPing up. And they are not going to be able to commit that Ravage.
Bit of a shame. Would have been a big opportunity. They also had, they had the RP if they wanted to, but 496 they retreat. I'm going to be set to wait for the next Chrono.
MG.Trust, they're going to go for a sneaky Roshan play, and 496 have no idea this is happening. They smoke in. 496 do have vision, but again, the smoke does make it so they are not aware. And you really wouldn't expect it this early on, but MG.Trust, with how well Massaros is farmed, tanked it for them, but now they do realize it's happening. Can they make it in time to steal? Not quite. However, toss in onto the Mag. Yassi lifting him backwards, but the skewer is going to be there, and Yassi tosses him back up, but they've already got the kill. A great play from MG.Trust.
Oh, massive payoff as well. Second life now available on Jackie. He's going to be a bit safer if these big spells come flying out. Motivate.Trust now with a slight 1k, less than 1k net worth lead. Give themselves some breathing room. 496 have to be going into that Aegis. They still have the RP. They still have the Ravage. Looks like Motivate.Trust will try to use this momentum to clear some space on the map. Top tier 1 finally taken out. Got the numbers to invade that jungle.
Top lane, Rob shot. They catch out Jackie. He does have the Aegis, however, and he is just going to TP out immediately. They do end up getting an avalanche toss there with Q, and he's going to try to TP out, but Hung is going to be there with the Astral. They'll have to settle for the Tiny kill. It's not quite what they wanted, but that's all they can get.
6-9 now for 496. Big advantage in kill. It's not quite translating into net worth. Motivate.Trust having very disciplined to keep that farm game up. Not seeing a runaway start for either side. Still, certain items going to be built up now. BKB is going to be coming out for red on our Faceless Void. Going to be important, as we talked about, to ignore the Ravage in these fights, to get the silence off, to ensure his spells fly out. Of course, you're still looking for the BKB on Hung. He just finished up his 4-staff, so this is going to be key. They need the BKBs to really be confident in these team fights. However, MG.Trust, the blink is going to be up for Fearless soon, and they also smoke up.
That BB. Smoke ganked here. MG.Trust, they'll go for somebody else. Wards down first. Not any rotations to that tier 1 tower. to know Bombi is in the tree line, but they don't seem to want to initiate on the Phoenix. Dive forward, getting vision on Jackie, and now on the back lines, Q. A nice avalanche toss onto Red. Does go down in the void. Now Yassi in danger, does go down, and the RP out from Fearless does also catch that BB. And they are running circles around 496 right now.
They are just on point with the initiation. 496 a bit disjointed. They have the Void up front, but they don't have their Phoenix around with the Egg. Your OD is not interested in fighting as well. Hung on a completely different part of the map. And just like that, Motivate.Trust, they jump pretty far ahead. 2k advantage now. Still holding on to the Aegis. Have a good minute or two on that left. And they're just going to start taking over that triangle.
Will. B's in. Looks like they are going to go for a big smoke up. With that chrono, with the sanities, with the egg, what makes something happen? It's going to be hard with the RP available on Masaros. Perhaps if they can catch the tide out in the chrono, it won't be that difficult. I'm going to run into Jackie. Yassi, he gets the lift off. Now, Astral is going to be up. There's your chrono, catching a bit of great swap out from Boombell. They're going to have to settle for the supports now, but Masaros is coming in for a Ravage. Ooh. He does commit it and will end up taking down Red. Aegis has also gone. Jackie just going to respawn up with a gust back onto Yassi, and it looks like this might be the win of Motivate, or maybe not. Jackie does end up dying on the drow. Now Hung getting very low to Masaros, but Masaros can't finish the job. The Astral will allow him to walk away, and they will surround the Tide Hunter, or maybe it won't, because Fearless is still there on the mag, and he does have RP. That BB looks like he might just be going down here. Does try to throw out a blood right, but he's just going to juke them out. How much time can he buy? Blood right? Hey, he's TPing out of there. Fearless. Oh, gets the RP. There you go, Fearless. Gets the skewer off, and that'll be it. Even Q fighting hard. That's a much bigger kill.
Yeah, those were solid wins for Motivate.Trust. They had to lose the Aegis for that, but they come out on top, and they're finding more.
Oh, MG.Trust just all over the map. It's really great plays coming out from this Radiant side right now, and Yassi, he's on the run now. Is Q gonna toss in Masaros to set up the gush, get the avalanche off, and that'll be Yassi gone.
Ooh, man. It's getting messy here for 496. Bleeding off a lot of kills they shouldn't be. 4k lead all of a sudden for Motivate.Trust. They're going on to those tier 2s, and we haven't seen the combination with these spells. Like we haven't seen the combo with the Chrono Egg as often as we'd want. We have seen it with the Sanities, we've seen it with the Blood Right, but the big one is with the Egg. It hasn't come up. They need to bring it out. They need to start playing with that potency, and that's something we talk about when you've got that Phoenix faces Void. You need to play with that. If you don't, then it kind of defeats the purpose of drafting them together.
True. They haven't been able to get these combinations off right. Not for a while anyway. It's not like the net worth is too far ahead for 496 right now. They can definitely catch up, but with that 5k net worth lead, MG.Trust, they've got to be feeling confident. Of course, Jackie has been having a great time just being able to sit back and relax and just keep firing arrows at whoever is there. MG.Trust, if they can just keep this up, could be in the bag for them. In fact, they might go for another smoke. Boombell has one, and yeah, they're going to pop it. Up in 10.
Can be difficult for 496. They don't really have the deep wards to spot any of that movement out, so a bit of caution for them. Looks like Motivate.Trust is heading in the right direction.
They are. They'd love to get this OD once again, and Hung is going to reveal himself. Q going to have the avalanche and the toss with the gust connecting, and Jackie should have enough slow so that this OD does not get away. 496 had absolutely zero answer. In fact, there might be more. Fearless, he's having a look. get a skewer back, but he just doesn't have the vision right now. Yassi and Bombi just sitting away. Yassi may have made it obvious that he does. What a skewer back from Fearless.
Ooh,
Yassi,
boy.
he'll buy it back, but now Q jumping in for an avalanche onto Bombi. He does get clumsy netted, but a nice swap out from Boombill. Rupture out onto the Venge. Q does also land the Tiny. They are going to cancel the TP of Boombill. He'll throw out a stun and stand his ground, but is going to die to the Blood Right. And now swap back out from Yassi onto Jackie. But he is going to be able to gust and walk away. And what a ravage. Masteros finding 3 heroes, bursting down the supports of 496. That's just a terrible team fight for this Dire side.
It's a costly defense. Like, they managed to find some form of punishment, but now it's a bit of a stalemate. You don't want to jump in without the egg, without on that chrono, so you're going to have to wait it out. At the same time here for Motivate.Trust, there is no Ravage. They do have the RP, but Fearless, he's been very cautious with when he uses that, and it looks like they're just going to go back to the farming game. They have the lead. It's a 7k advantage, 7 to 6k, 496. It's, you know, it's their game to play catch-up. Need those BKBs. Hung, still a recipe away from finishing that up. They've had one on red for a while. Still on a fresh 10-second charge, but he's lacking damage, so the MKB has to come out as well.
Holding. The net worth continues to slowly go the way of Motivate. Masteros even now working towards that Heaven's Halberd on the Tidehunter, so it's going to make life even harder for this Void. Just looking for an answer here from 496. Like, what do they get done? You're a very long time off that MKB. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Well, there's a Heaven's Halberd on Bombi.
That's going to help
out against the Drow.
Yeah, they need to smoke and just use Egg Chrono. They really just need to get a move out. They've been very passive with these teamfight spells. Not exactly what you want to do when you have those big teamfight spells. When you have that wombo combo, it needs to fly out, and just like that, Motivate.Trust, they're feeling confident enough to take these outposts. There's just no movement yet here from 496. They're hanging around. They might get spotted out, but it's Roach time again.
Yeah, why not? If you can take it quick, you can take it. It is a dangerous predicament, though, if you do get chronoed in that Roshan with that egg out. They should know that all ultimates are available right now on 496. Keep that mid-wave. They'll go for a smoke. And 6. See if they can win this team fight. Jackie reveals himself now mid.
Scan misses.
Get to the high ground.
I feel like a broken record.
Get there. Fearless runs up the staircase. The smoke wears off and they are going to get spotted. Still not happening. Mind you, MG.Trust are on division right now. But so are the side of 496. Now the vision's gone for 496. But a counter smoke.
Yeah, just a lot of posturing here from both sides. Not quite finding each other. No dancing around here yet. Still looking for their partners, and looks like they might want to be doing a bait play on the Roche. 496, not biting though. They're gonna sneak it.
Try and snake the Roshan. Oh, this is actually pretty clever if they can get away with it, but Q seems to be aware. He'll throw the tree in and realize they are taking it. Jackie, scout out. Roshan about 1/3 HP now. Not quite done. Swap positions and wait. This game of chicken they're playing with each other. One really being the braver team and trying to go for that Roshan, as you don't want to give up that advantage.
No. You saw Masteros drawing a line though. He wants to focus on the push. They are shoving up that mid. So the mid lane's just going to be shoved into the high ground. 496 has to be aware that if they're going to play chicken like this, they find a tier 1 top. But there's always the looming threat of a push onto their own high ground.
Q's going to take the outpost as well. And, well, Fearless is really in that tier 3 tower. He gets the glyph down, but 496, they're trying to rush for a team fight. Yassi, Avalanche Tossed is going to get deleted. Now Hung going after Q. No, Red in with the Chrono, not throwing it out yet. He'll try for Masteros on the Tide Hunter. There goes your Tiny now to Hung. They'll go for the Drown. Nice Chrono out from Red with the being popped, and they will get the Drow. They'll get Boom Bell as well. Onto Fearless, who does finally get that PKB off in time, but Masteros will eventually commit the Ravage. Fearless is going to come back in. He still had the RP. Oh, and here we go. Fearless, he's gone. Very interesting team fight. But it's 496 who are going back for the Roshan.
That is really messy for Motivate. It's just getting caught out in spots they didn't want. The fight was super split up. You saw the effect of the Egg Chrono finally coming into play. And Roshan, second one of the game. Aegis and Cheese gonna go to 496. They forced some nice buybacks out. Motivate, they've got to be super cautious. Like, the moment you get your Drow caught out like that, it falls apart. Jackie is a lot of their damage right now. You have to protect him. Like, they tried with the swaps, it wasn't enough, he was already really low. Have to be patient with that positioning. And 496, they're suddenly all the way back. Big advantage now down to 2k for Motivate.Trust, as 496 does look like they are figuring out what to do with their draft.
Slowly but surely, making it happen. Trust now, just going to have to go back to the drawing board. They are grouped up again in that mid lane, MG Trust. Really wanting to protect that tier 1 mid tower. Q, nice toss back onto your OD. Hung, he'll be forced to BKB up, and now swapped out by Boombill. Eats the cheese, and well, Red keeps going onto Jackie, but he is getting deleted. He will go down. It'll be your Aegis.
Oh boy.
Back in on to the Void, and Jackie takes out Red. Red was really separated apart from his team. And oh, Bombi going back for a neutral item, I believe. Will lose his life for it. And he did not get it either.
Oh no.
Masteros, he got the spider legs.
You're gonna like that free. I mean, if they give it to you, you take it. And that's just a massive boon for the side of Motivate.Trust. 496. High ground being siege. No Chrono anytime soon. Egg is going to be up, but no buyback in the Phoenix. Going to be a hard one to stave off.
It is. Your mid-rack's gone. Crimson Guard will delay things, but not for long. Trust, they don't really have an option for the other lanes, as both tier 2s are still standing. They'll be kind of forced to just make their way down bot and start working towards another tier 2 tower. But you've got to be happy with that. Winning a nice team fight, getting double spider leg.
Oh, could you ask for anything more, man?
No, it's just a matter of who wants them. Jackie probably doesn't want them himself. And I wonder who'll take it. Got a pair on Q already on that Tiny. Maybe give one to Masteros. Maybe he'd enjoy it.
Yeah, that'd be nice on him, but it looks like, you know, he wants the durability that the Essence Ring does give. They are smoked up. They've got RP, they've got Ravage ready to go. 496 has to be a bit careful here. They can't really get outside their base. T2 is going to be under siege as well.
T2's gone. Jackie just hitting from a mile away. No blood right, but it will do nothing. They definitely want to just try and take the high ground defense here. They don't want to fight on the low ground. BT.Trust, they're done with this. They're not willing to push it any further.
Yeah. Cautious plays. They pulled back, just safely farming up. The butterfly going to be next for Jackie, I do believe. Going to be up and running soon. Just missing about 1,300, 1,200 gold. That's going to be a big one. There is a clump up here from 496 though, trying to take back control of their jungle.
Fearless will be able to escape. He does have the second pair of spider legs.
It's a dream come true, dude. If you have two of
It
these
really is.
movement items, it's just so broken when you have two of them in the team.
Yeah. So how do you catch these two now? As long as they have it available. Jackie, 4-star forward, needs to back off. Yassi now going to get a lift off, and Red won't commit the chrono. Rather, Boombo will swap out, and now Ravage Masaros just jumps in. He is kind of on his own at the moment, as we will see a chrono in the backline again on the Fearless, but he's swapped out, and now the RP is there with the sanities to be dropped, but it just doesn't matter. That BB, he's going to go down, and so Red on the Faceless Void. Now Bombi going to be left behind on the Phoenix, probably will just be dead, and so will the OD. Oh, Bombi actually managed to Icarus Knight TP out.
Balanced.
Cassie does go down and hung. Survive on 200 HP.
Yeah, it's still a very big win for Motivate.Trust. They force out all the teamfight spells from 496. They come out on top. That allowed him to siege that tier 2 top, start tickling the high ground. They don't have a chrono to worry about. They don't have a hammer drop, a Santi's Eclipse to worry about, not even an egg. And there's that butterfly for Jackie. So he hits like an absolute demon, melting these towers by himself.
That'll be the final out of tower. Do they want to try for a high ground attempt again? Doesn't look like it. They might just wait for the next Roshan play. There really doesn't feel really a rush here for MG.Trust. They could force it now, but you've got Ravage on cooldown for another minute. Jackie looks like he wants to do a bit of damage. RP is about 35 seconds away. Suppose without the chrono, they must feel confident enough to take the fight.
Oh.
Jackie, or rather Cube, jumping in, but a quick lift up from Yassi. Rupture is out on our Drow. Well, Masteros has blinked in. Ruptured up as well in the time, but he doesn't really care about that. He'll just walk away.
Yeah, it's
Spilling watermelon juice right now. Doing?
not quite the way you'd want to reveal that Ags on the Bloodseeker, but it is what it is. You don't manage to really find anything. You hold onto your high for a little bit longer. You're 20 seconds off that chrono. You do have the egg. You just want to play with that combination and stall for as long as possible.
Maybe a Astral out from our OD. Again, Jackie just doesn't seem to mind. There'll be another Rupture out from that BB into the Blood Right, but he'll be swapped out by Boom Belt.
Oh?
Gewer. Fearless, not really going to latch onto anything. You are at the point now where you have the chrono and you have the MKB up on red. So they want to try and take this fight now. Looking at Masaros, who does have the Ravage. They're going to be committed now with the chrono on the back lines. Can they get the job done? The BKBs were expended. And Fearless about to drop and does, but Red has lost his life to Jackie, who is hitting way too hard. There's Bombi going down as well on the Phoenix. Jackie with the multi-shot, going to be able to clean up Yassi. More buybacks to fly out. They have lost the range rats. Oh, nice silence with a Ravage out from Masaros, and that's going to be hung dead. A Rampage out for our Drow, and it could be even more. Jackie waiting, hung, back in with the Astral. But this is a very dangerous predicament. I'm not sure if they can actually fight back against Jackie, who was just hit so hard with the multi-shot. A second rampage jump for Jackie. He wants to go for a third one, make it another, and that's GG.
Oh,
They've had enough. Man, this Drow, it's the dream, right, for a Drow. You just sit back and enjoy it.
we were talking about the Ventrow not being up to par. This is why teams pick it up. You know, in the right.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
Right, ladies, welcome back. We are here for our final game of the night between Motivate.Trust Gaming and 496 Gaming. John, welcome back, sir. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, the games were exciting. Motivate.Trust taking that first game in the series, fairly straightforward. You see certain ban-outs here just to simplify things. We'll see how they open up this time. 496 does have first pick, so they get to show their hand a bit earlier, but really close match. Both teams played a lot tighter together, and you know, they performed fantastically. It's been an exciting series so far.
Say it has been. We should go into these drafts, and I don't know what to expect from these drafts as 496. They had a pretty tough game last game around. Motivate seemingly just having their number in that game number one. It was really a drafting issue, or do you think they just didn't play their draft right? Was it a coordination issue?
Part of it's coordination. At the same time, they had a lot of counter picks on the side of Motivate.Trust. They had Avenge, of course, into Face's Void. I think it was just really difficult to find those perfect team fight situations where you jump in, you get the chrono, you get the egg in the back as well, and everything lines up. We saw it a couple of times, but they needed that every time. So it was that emphasis of the game breaking down into, did you catch the right targets, did you get the egg off at the right time, and they just couldn't. So they were held back by that timer. This time around, we'll see if that's going to be the case. 496, they start with the Oracle, so that opens up certain pause one picks we tend to see. Sven is pretty good with that. Troll is the one that you tend to really associate with the Oracle pickup, and again, if you want to pick it up early, they could. They do start with a Bat Rider first, so you can jump in, Blink Lasso with a Root on top. That's one way to get the combo off and motivate. Void Spirit into Oracle is what you want to see, because the Oracle's going to be your number one target. You don't want to deal with a second life. You don't want to deal with heals. Void Spirit can gap close, get a silence off, get the control, and burst the Oracle down immediately.
That is true. Now, this is a fearless Void Spirit, Johnny. He is a very, very feared Void Spirit player. And Motivate.Trust going for their second pick core. A Legion Commander now coming out. So, a very interesting opening, right? You go 2 cores as your opening. They must have really wanted these picks, but it makes enough sense. You want the Void Spirit for fearless in that mid lane. He's known to play this extremely well. And of course, the Legion Commander just counters out the Bat Rider.
Yeah, that it does. I'm just surprised they opt for LC over, say, an Abaddon. I think the shield is a bit more... it has a little bit more oomph in terms of as a dispel for the Bat Rider, because in this case, the LC, you won't win too many duels. You do have to worry about the False Promise. You do have to worry about the Disarm. Unless the Void Spirit goes first and clears out the Oracle, the dual wins are going to be hard to come by. So that's something Motivate has to be aware of. I love the ban-outs though, Mike. Taking out the Bloodseeker and taking out the Troll. No combinations like that coming out here for 496.
They will not have that at all. Motivate.Trust, not going to think too hard. Just go straight for a Grimstroke pick, which does feel quite nice as well, right? Because as the Bat Rider, you want to jump in, you want to get a lasso. You might just get soul-binded straight away, and that's not going to feel very nice if you are 496.
It's going to be a bit more difficult to commit. It would have been really nice as well for 496 to have the Grimstroke. Now that you don't have that option, you don't have the double lasso coming into play, so a missed opportunity. I would like to see Motivate to go with something that combines with a Grimstroke, but if this is a core Void Spirit in mid, which is looking likely, of course, you don't have too many options on the safe lane. Maybe a Sven. Double hammers off. That's probably the best bet you can have right now to really maximize the Grimstroke a bit more, but beyond that, potent enough on its own. You've got the combination with the Void Spirit, right? Inkswell in, and then you Astral Step in, and you can find some easy kills. LC as well, Blink with the Inkswell. not too bad of a combo. So straightforward execution this time for both teams. Nothing too reliant on catching a ton of heroes in AoE. It's much more run at you for both sides.
Is 496 are going to take a bit more time thinking about this third pickup. I wonder what ideas they have this game. Is again, last game was just a very dominant victory for Trust. They don't really want to have a repeat of that.
Radiant team, pick Riki.
Okay, they're going to go into the Riki now, which is, I believe that's more of a deny pick than anything. So they may have assumed that there might be a position 1 Riki coming for Motivate.Trust, along with the Grimstroke, because you have the Inkswell blink in.
10 seconds remaining.
But just as it is now, the Riki does feel kind of weak.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot to tie in with. It's not the best Oracle core, right? Like, it's not the best hero to have with that false promise. The biggest synergy I see is an Ags pickup down the line. So when the Batrider jumps in, you've got a free ride with the tricks of the trade, but that's a very hefty investment down the line. It does play pretty fast though, and if you can catch people out with a root from the Oracle, it does make it easier to maximize tricks. So there is somewhat of a combination there for 496. Motivate.Trust does not have the best hold. Keep something like the Riki in. I guess the Remnant's nice, and maybe the silence from the Grimstroke can work. Inkswell is also there, but if Riki can blink out, it's going to be hard to lock him in. That's something for Motivate.Trust to be weary of. 496. I think we need to see something work out with this. They've shown 2 cores. They're going to have to pick a support next to tie it in with the Oracle, and then we start to see what they want to play with their last pick. It's not very well stitched together compared to what Motivate.Trust has.
Yeah. Motivate.Trust now going to have a think about it, and perhaps 496 may have been right that maybe Motivate did want the Riki. They are spending quite a bit more time now on this 4th pickup, because you'd assume they just go for a position 4 here, as they have already revealed 2 cores in their first 2 picks, and no, they'll go for the Tidehunter pickup now. So you're going to give that over to Massaros once again. Oh, here we go.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. We forgot about this. The Bombi Techies. All right.
Oh boy.
Apparently he is pretty good on this hero.
Oh, I
Apparently
am
he is
excited. I mean, Bombi had a spectacular performance in the Wind Ranger. If he brings it out for the Techies, we're in for a ride, man. It just takes me back to those China games. You know, you let them have it. You let that team that loves Techies have it. Remember what happened? Like, PSG LGT 1 series, 1 game, they let it slide. Next game, they went back to banning it. You know, it's like, there's a reason why you do that. 496, they're not kidding around. They've got to make this work. The synergy, I'm still not seeing it, but you've got some plays here possible, Mike. Lasso into a minefield is pretty dirty and something you can get done. So I just want to see that. That's all I'm asking for 496. Lasso them into a war crime. That's all.
Oh, I hate casting Techies Legend. You always miss the kills every time. Yeah. You can't predict when the damn kills are going to happen because the mines just blow people up all across the map. But it is a lot of fun. See how well they can run this Techies. I haven't seen 496 play this before. I saw a lot of people in chat yesterday, I believe it was. A lot of people were talking about the Techies. Being run by 496, but it never came out because it was just consistently banned. Well, now we'll get to see what the big deal is. How good of a Techies is this guy really?
5 seconds
How hellish can he make it for Motivate.Trust? Because it can be quite hellish playing up against the Techies. In fact, in most cases it is.
It is, hands down. Would you rather play against Techies or Tinker, actually, when you think about it?
No. The thing with Techies is you can't deal with it. Like, it's impossible. It's just this. You get a Tinker across the other team. You just choose a Clockwork and you have fun feeding off him. I would choose Tinker every day of the week because Techies just it'll turn it into a 2-3 hour game and it won't be fun. You know, it's not like I can win watching this person.
It's fun. It's fun for the Techies player. Not
Only
fun for
the
anyone
Techies
else.
player.
Yes, only the Techies player. So at least Bombi sets himself up for fun. 496 sacrifices their fun, and they go with the morph. So who's going where? A support? No, off lane Ricky. What? What? No. Safe lane Ricky. Mid morph, off lane Bat. That makes sense. Okay. Bit kooky because of that Techies. Interesting. Really greedy for 496 Ricky Morphling. That's
No, John. You're not
hard
seeing
duo.
it. You're not seeing it. You can morph into the Techies and place more mines, and you get the silence from the source. You can do all of it, John. You can deny yourself as the Morphling now.
Oh, you're getting me excited. They've got to build the eggs. They've got to build the eggs and Motivate.Trust.
Naga Siren versus Techies. Wow. All right. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a long one.
Fluff your pillows.
Game of the night. Here I was thinking we were actually joking in lobby that we're sticking to schedules today.
Oh, yeah, it would have been fantastic.
Well, it's not just the caster's curse today, apparently. Dougie's curses as well.
Dougie, you did this. You said we'd stick. They bring this out. You had to say it in lobby. Oh man, gonna be an interesting one. How long has it been since we've seen a Naga Tide classic combo? Of course, I still associate that mainly with China, but when you want to bring the big guns out, this is how to team fight. Baby's first team fight is, I think, what I like to call it, because it's easy setup. Song, Ravage afterwards, clean up. Very, very nice to execute. 496. Bombi Techies. I want to see that Ags for Hong. He has to do it, right? Surely he goes for that Ags, right? So we can get all the mines. The Geneva Convention's being thrown out the window because Techies is here. It's war crimes all the way down, Mike.
Disgusting. Unless it's not. See how good. I mean, look, there's Techies players out there that make the game so fun to watch. And then there's the other Techies players, like the 99% that just place mine high ground forever and we never end the game. That's what I'm afraid of, but I don't think it's going to be the case with 496. I think they will try to show us something special.
Yeah, they're the kind of team that has been playing fast anyway, so I've got faith that the Viet boys can do it fast, do it well still. We'll have to see how it unfolds. And Masteros, he played well. I still feel weird about that cosmetic, because you can really tell that Tide's head is still under it. It just bugs me. It's not clean like the Wind Ranger Arcana. Nothing is. And look at the polys on Hung. Look at him. You can count one poly.
Let's see how this one pans out this game. What's
yeah, the tip. The tip to start with, just tip Bombi. It's like, props to you, man. You got your Techies.
Apparently, according to LootBet, 496 are the favorites.
Yeah,
according to LootBet. So shout out to Faith in the Techies out from Bombi. Good to see. What's Dota Plus thing? Dota Plus is giving a 2% advantage straight off the bat to MG Trust. And well, Yassi is going to go in on the Ricky with the Fortune's End to follow and the Suicide out. It's not going to be a kill, but it's a lot of damage, and Yassi will turn back around now.
30 seconds to battle.
Me.
They're chasing. Yassi, bit protected. Bombi.
How many heroes do they want mid? We just started the game.
This is what I love. 496, Motivate. They are not afraid to just throw everyone down one lane, throw the gauntlet, go for the kills.
That's it. Masteron's going to be rooted up. Yassi, he's in danger. Nice A thrown out from Fearless, and that will be first blood. Not the greatest of starts for 496. G Trust. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better start.
No.
First blood to the mid player of all things.
Yeah, fantastic setup for Motivate.Trust, and man, you gotta love how these two teams go together. I don't know if you noticed in the lobby, they're all friends, because they're all in the same guild for those two, so you know, they've got connections, they're just having a good time. I wonder if Motivate.Trust want to challenge themselves. They're like, alright, we'll let Bombi have the techies, I think we know how to deal with it still. Try lane up top for 496 to start with, and they're gonna try again.
Yeah, see. Danger, but no, there's a suicide out from Bombi, and it's going to be enough to kill off Masaros. Yassi barely surviving. Get a salve off that BB and we'll be fine. Now jumping back in onto Q now. They are very aggressive in this top lane. Q is also going to die. Bombi able to somehow pick up the kill with his 40 damage auto attack.
Gotta love it. And that tri lane for 496, even after feeding First Blood, manages to bounce back. Now you've got Boombell here, but Masaro is also TP top, so it's gonna be an interesting dual lane, to say the least, having PLT.
Well, now Yassi's gone. Oh. Yeah, Yassi's just gone. Masaros will take the kill. So they give up on the tri lane, and MG.Trust start the tri lane. It pans out for because Yassi can't farm against a tri lane like this.
We didn't even notice. It's actually a support LC this game. Like,
it is.
Boombell's gonna be supporting up. A lot of value in that press the attack in that case as the support. So just roaming around, making space, and I mean they got that kill. Yassi with 2 deaths though does set that Ricky back. Gonna look at other lanes for Smike. Mid lane, you've got Fearless and Hung up against each other. Void Spirit versus the Morphling matchup. Not going too bad for Fearless. He's up ahead, 11-1. 62 here for Hung. Not a good start in terms of last hits. Has to be a bit careful about bleeding too hard, but Fearless copying so much damage, although...
Hung, it's a fairy fire. Adaptive, not going to be enough. They'll play on the edge, these two. Hung, oh no! Boombell with the rotation. The overwhelming odds gonna be enough, and it's just not what you'd expect. A Pos 4 Legion Commander at 2.5 minutes in, rotating mid to get a kill on the Morphling.
Oh, how often do you see that?
Well, now I've seen everything, John.
Boombell. Oh, just making this work, and now he's back at bot, the one lane we haven't talked about. Red, along with Bobby now, in that dual lane. They are up against Jackie, and Jackie, in these first few minutes, he has gotten some good last hits. 15-2 up there with his mid laner, Fearless. So it's been a fantastic start for Motivate.Trust. They found the kills, they're finding the last hits. 496, got to be careful of bleeding out too hard here.
Yeah, that they do, and Jackie just seems completely unaffected by red. Really not what you want, right, as the Bat Rider. You need to be in complete control of the lane. It's really the whole point of the hero and the sticky napalm, to be able to do this. Just pop the sticky napalm and the Firefly and get so much damage off, but Jackie, he's taking that much damage. Now with that, red, he's gonna have to try and turn around onto Boombell, but they can't keep up with him either. And Jackie will be free to just stay in the lane. He's just perfectly healthy.
I love the plays coming out in Boombell. If he sees Jackie in trouble, he comes in, press the attack, no more napalm stacks, no more slows, and he's just fine. Like there is nothing this Bat Rider can do there.
Q top lane does end up dropping. Yassi able to pick up another kill on that Ricky. And we also had a TP in from Bombi. So he's hit that level 3 mark now, and he might start going to place some mines in. Top lane, Masaros fall quite low, and they will not be able to get the damage off in time.
That is what you sound like.
What's the objective here from Bombi? Do we just start farming jungle camps now with these mines?
Just about that time to get that done. Maybe get some stacks going first to start that snowball effect. You will want to give some space towards Hungdo. Again, his start down mid, it's kind of bouncing back, but the Morphling will need space. So you've got to be cautious about the areas you farm in as the techies. Don't want to drain it out too much, but that's where he's going to be playing now. Just securing the jungle, getting some stacks up, and finding some safe farm there. Motivate.Trust should be able to find that out as the game goes on.
Oh, that BB looks like he is set to fall here as the Inkswell will come out from Masaros. Very easy kill to pick up there for MG.Trust. Yassi, he has not had a very comfortable lane on this Riki, I'll tell you that. He's sitting at 19 and 12 on this Riki Maru, but definitely not as far as he would like to be. Still trying to be aggressive up against Stroke, but just to posture and just pace himself here. Is dangerous.
It's an awkward lane now as well because Masaros has an early Morbid Mask, so he can just press E.
They're gonna try with those Purifying Flames. They can get a lot of damage out. Masaros, maybe one more. They do get him. Nice play from that BB. Q was unable to get the Inkswell off in time, and now they're gonna turn back around. Bombi from a mile away, getting the suicide kill.
That's what you love to see. The root combination to set up with this follow-up blast off. Just really playing with that combination. Does give 496 the kill lead. Still a slight net worth lead here for Motivate.Trust. And they're still finding some great farm.
Fearless trying to really abuse that DD rune, but Hung was strength morphing that mid lane and be able to sustain himself through the damage output of Fearless. But gonna have a bit of a tougher time in this mid lane with that DD up on Fearless, unless they're Fearless. Fearless.
What?
Yeah. Okay, well, I know he has a DD rune, but you can't fight a morph when he's strength morphing underneath his tier 1 tower.
Oh man, the taunts coming out as well. I mean, Hung just danced around him. I can't believe he didn't get the aggro, aggro off. Like, that was a big mistake. The tower was the one that really cleaned up, and Hung gonna be pleased with himself. That helps him bounce back from lane. He's got the last hit advantage over that Void Spirit, and it's actually a pretty good start for 496. Despite the slower initial laning phase, you've got all the last hits you could ask for on Hung and on Red. You only really need to play catch up with Yassi, but his slow farm is benefiting everyone else, including Bombi. We've got level 6 in the techies now.
You do. Bot lane, big smoke up from MG.Trust. They're going to try and make a play onto Red, and it looks like they are going to be able to catch him out with that Inkwell. Aether though, not going to latch. Red is kind of just stuck. He does finally have the Firefly up, but it will be too late. It'll be the 5th kill out for MG.Trust and the 2nd for Fearless. Overall though, it is a very, very even game. Starts to feel like 496. If they can keep this farm going on Hung, on that Morphling, everything should be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's the big factor. He's the big farming core that needs to get to that running start, and he is. He's still up there. You know, he's even above Jackie, who's had a free lane. So he should be able to set the pace. And again, Yassi, despite all the deaths, still up there as well. Not too bad. They're just getting all the space done. This is all while Bombi's just farming jungle now.
Fearless, get an Aether Remnant off onto Red, but will not be able to catch it. Here's our techies. What's he up to? Still farming.
As you'd want. Working on to those arc boots and then the Aether Lens, just to have that range. Not quite seeing the pattern of the mines, but it looks like they're going to focus on defending the tier 1 with those early on. That's going to be the next move for Motivate.Trust. Haven't seen place, although Fearless.
Down at the bot lane is onto Red, but the lasso is going to catch him out, and the Firefly is going to be enough damage to kill off Fearless. Yassi, he'll be down at the bot lane. They do kill off at least Q, but rather Red, but Q does also go down. And 496 seems as though they want to try and start pressuring that bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're clumped up. They've brought Hung down. This is about that time where you do want to melt these early towers. And they've got a Midas in Yassi, so the Riki Midas actually fairly early on with the brown boots. That's just, they're looking for the long game, right? They've got the techies, they know they can stall it out. Might as well go for something that helps you escalate as the game goes on.
Bombi. This is why I hate techies games, because this is what happens. I can't catch the kills. Meanwhile, mid lane Red up going down, but does take Boombell with him.
Oh man.
So that is your position 1 Naga dying there. For anyone wondering, it were just mines that blew up Add a stack in the jungle.
Yeah, it's a great time. 496 Bombi, he's just having a good time. Look at this. All the mines here just to watch him move from the tier 1. Gotta be careful with where you choose to play now if you're motivated and PTSD starts to kick in.
I feel like Dota should implement like a proper, kind of symbol on the minimap
Right.
so we know where the mines are. Like rather than just we have to guess or just follow this techies forever.
Well, Mike, it's a beta game, so keep your expectations in check. That's
Okay.
a very complicated feature. Very complicated, Mike.
I apologize. I was expecting a bit too much, I think. Way too much.
Clump up bot, Masros. Ravage.
Try and fight. Ravage is going to fly out, and Boombill will TP in with the press the attack, and now the Jewel is out, but they get the false promise there from that BB. He'll be the one to die, and meanwhile Red, still trying to chase Masseros, does kill him off. But Yassi does also go down to Fearless, and Fearless might get a triple. That Boombill will be the one to take the kill off him. And now Hung will come in by himself, getting caught by the Aether Remnant, and now the silence, but does get off in time. Can he really 1v3 this? Probably not. Aether Remnant again going to catch him. He is still holding on to that waveform. Not willing to chuck it out yet. Will eventually get there with the TP, but they do go ahead and just astral step him. It won't matter. Get away.
Still a big win for Motivate.Trust. 496, you can't really jump a tide like that. Masseros is still really tanky, and when he has Ravage, he's hard to deal with. They're trying to jump over those runes, but Masseros does grab it in the end as well. Just running through fire.
You love that
Great
Kraken
spell.
Soldier.
Balanced spell, Mike. And 496, they're slightly behind, less than 1k, but Motivate.Trust is slightly ahead. There hasn't been progress in the towers, which is surprising, right? 12 minutes in, we tend to see the movement at around 7.5 for tier 1s, but it's a techies game. Both sides want to play a bit slower. No progress so far in taking any of these objectives.
Well, Bombi's really set up a lot of mines at that top lane. I think they must be very well aware that this is not going to be an easy top tier 1 tower push. Hung's got the right idea, though. He's pushing the mid lane. He's getting that started. Meanwhile, to the south, Masseros is there with that BB. Trying to catch somebody on here. Hung just going to waveform out, and they force a lot of rotations from MG Trust. The Trust are unable to catch anyone.
Yeah, it's not the best result. They are TPing down. That bot tier 1 actually dropping low to Yassi. Ricky push. Somehow doing a lot of damage, but it works out.
It's just such a weird game.
Ricky Midas with a push, I don't know if you'd see that anywhere else, Mike.
You don't see it very often, that's for sure. Bombi still mining up that top lane.
I don't mean to be
It's a lot. This is not a safe place to be anymore. But Fearless, he's gonna farm the jungle around the area, just try and test things out. They'll send some Naga Siren illusions in, clear out the mines. They may not appreciate how many are there though. Like there is a lot.
A ton. That's gonna be enough to blow someone up if they're not careful, and they're not making a move there though. You can see the focus is elsewhere. 3 people down bot again. Masseros doesn't have mana. Ravage.
It's just so tanky though. It's very, very hard to kill him.
middle tower is under attack.
While he's defending that bottom tier 1 tower, the mid tier 1 is being forced in by Fearless and Q. Get a TP rotation out of that BB, but he's going to cancel it. Fearless is not done. He wants to clean up the tower first, and he is going to be able to get himself out. But perhaps Q might still be in danger. Fearless going to astral step back towards Yassi. He'll be fine. Masseros now. One mine's being detonated, but they didn't do that much damage. And Masseros will still die, however. Hung be able to get the kill on the Morphling.
It's an important kill to pick up. They do manage to kind of compensate for losing that mid-tier 1, but the control you lose is still significant. Look up top, Boombelt's trying to go. They dropped the sentry, so the mine's not going to play an effect here. Smart play from Boombelt. Or is it? Here we go, lasso.
Yeah. See ya.
Love it. Sentry doesn't stop that, Mike.
Oh, what a hero. What a hero. Anyway.
Oh boy.
I mean, on the brighter side for Motivate, their Naga Siren's farming very well. So Jackie's having a great old time now. Hasn't really been contested whatsoever.
Yeah. It's been a grand old time, and that's something 496 has to be cautious about. Nog does scale extremely well. You don't want to have that happening. Still forcing down mid. They do pop the fortified numbers here, and Red's trying to find an opportunity. Doesn't have lasso though, so line up for much.
Back to it for 496. Start getting those mines out. Setting up for the next lasso from Red. Oh, I forgot you could do this to towers.
How does it even affect towers? Why does it even affect towers?
So, I don't know, John. I don't know. Red, it's gonna go for a Firefly up top, but it's Masaros. You blast off on the tide. Boombill's waiting just behind to try and get a jewel off here on this Bat Rider. Wow! Looks like Red will be out of range. BT.Trust just going to take over this dire side jungle.
Yeah, it's a steady farm up. They still maintain the less than 1k net worth advantage. You're still seeing some decent timings here. Hong is going to have a shotgun very soon. Can fly out. There's that E-Blade, so he can burst people down. That's one tool available. Yassi opting for the Manta himself. The Ricky, that's going to be a while though. Top.
Masaros does have the Ravage, does commit straight away, does commit on both of them. And that'll be that BB getting the false promise off in time, but Fearless does have the control, and now the jewel on the right side will also get the Bat Rider. Still trying to fight back. Hung does that actually get the shotgun off onto Q, and Jackie now will just pop the song. It's TP out of there. Ultimately a 2-for-1 trade, obviously working in the favor of Motivate.Trust, and they do not overstay their welcome.
No, they managed to at least find some punishment here from Motivate.Trust. Not the biggest heroes to take out. The Red is a nice one, but you're not quite trading the way you'd want. You would want to punish these cores. They are still a bit too big. It's fine, but they've been sitting on that Ravage for a while. And they do stall out a push still. Fearless.
He's in trouble. It's a lot of damage from Hung. Simulate and will Astral Step TP, but they have the lasso out. Wishful thinking out from Fearless, but it does not work out for him. Guess he was just hoping the lasso was not going to be up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but nice pickup there for 496. You can see Bombi in that free time. He's gotten a lot of mines in that bot jungle, so you don't want to walk there if you are Motivate.Trust in a duel.
Mid lane, they caught out. It is going to be Yassi on the Ricky. Does go down just prior to being able to pick up his Manta. Even Masaros now chasing that BB up at the top lane. Looks like he'll be alright, but, well, Red won't be.
Whoa.
Jackie just dishing way too much damage down on that Naga Siren. And Jack really has been left to his own devices. This is going to be a source of concern for 496. It's pre-farm Naga Siren we're dealing with here.
Oh yeah, it's a scary one. And the smart play here with the Naga is that you can send illusions out, right, to clear those prox mines and bait out the other mines as well, the remote mines. So it makes it trickier for Bombi to be as effective, at least on that Naga Siren. And that's always going to be the ace up the sleeve here for Motivate.Trust as they do go into the Roche. 496 have to contest this, but it is melting fast.
It is.
Oh, Yassi.
Ravage gonna be committed. Yassi with the smoke screen, but it was just too early. Now Hung, at least getting Q, but they'll also lose red on the Batrider. And Fearless catching out another. It's going to be that baby on the Oracle going down.
It's not fantastic for 496. They were a bit disjointed in going in. Yassi just kind of awkwardly walking up, not respecting the fact that there is more than likely vision in the area because obviously there's a Ricky and a Techies. You're going to drop sentries down to ensure you're safe. Get punished. A 3K lead now for Motivate.Trust. Jackie just looking bigger and bigger. The mind not quite lining up. Like Bombi's had a couple of good performances with his mine placement. They are holding on to the objectives, and that's where they look to make it a bit trickier. Just a lot of mines protecting that top tier 2.
There is. It has been a bit of a tough game for our Bombi Techies as always tries to blow up the Naga Siren, but the problem is she continues to send illusions in and can't really tell the difference between the real and the fake ones. Bombi now going to show himself up that top lane. Of course, he dares them to try and come in, try and take him out, but they know that he's standing right on the mines. Instead, they will try to chase down Hung on the Morphling. There's Hung. He's baiting it. There goes Fearless. He didn't realize that now Lasso going to be cancelled by the press the attack. Fearless going to be a little bit cautious about that. He literally stepped right on top.
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss. I think they really are just looking to pick off Jackie, just the #1 target is what they want with that time investment. It's not lining up. You'll take what you can get. The mines. Ooh.
Hung. The shotgun out in time to amplify that damage. Won't matter. Masteros again proving to be a little bit too tanky. Be able to walk out. Still going to be a bit frustrating for Motivate.Trust not being able to push in that tier 2 tower and losing Fearless for really no reason. But how it is when you verse techies, it's got to kind of accept it. Move on.
Yeah, it's the stall game. It's going to get worse too because Bombi's got that Philosopher's Stone, is working out towards the eggs. So you're going to have the Minefield Sign Invis, and that just makes it a whole lot harder to get a safe siege going. So waiting for those key items for 496. There's also an S and Y for Hung. He's lacking the recipe. Once he's got that, a bit tankier on that Morphling. Yassi, for his part, still hasn't finished that Manta. Really needs it up. And they see an opportunity. They're going to have Lasso up a bit. There are mines there, Mike.
Yes, there are. But Aether, I'm not going to lock him in. And they know. They seem to be very well aware the mines are down. And he's trying.
No.
Mines will do nothing. Illusions once again. Red couldn't have made it any more obvious.
Beautiful ward there for Motivate.Trust to spot that out as well. They didn't have the sentry. Actually, they did. Right in the edge. They were just baiting it in to waste that time. And 496, every time you waste your bombs like that, that is a lot of time investment gone, right? It takes time for techies to plant that. It takes time to set that up. And if it's not paying off, then you're actually not getting as much as you'd want there.
Mine's being blown up. Boomville trying to make a chase onto Hung. He does have an invis, but they place a sentry. Gets used up by Fearless into the Aether Remnant and should be able to get locked down here. He needs some help. That baby's coming with the false promise, but he's not going to make it in time. Probably is going to die trying to get there, although wait, the lasso into Fearless and Masteros. They go down. Oh, this damn techies. Jackie. The backlines will go after the Batrider now, but the false promise will save his life, and Jackie will try to go onto that BB, but will not be successful in doing so. Meanwhile, Yassi just cleaning up in the backlines, gonna go back in onto Boombill. We'll press the attack. Jackie gonna try and help out by fighting back, but the smoke screen gonna make it hard. That BB gonna be cautious about how much damage he is gonna take. Red trying to help out, does actually break them away from the Oracle, so he does walk out of there. Illusion's still chasing him down, but he should be fine. And they do force the Naga to back.
That's a big win for 496. The mine's paying off big time for Bombi. 2 heroes just getting blown up. They weren't able to get the Ravage from Masaros. Really well-timed retreat, though, as the Aegis expires. Motivate.Trust, again, just they can't make progress in the map. It's a techies game. The Ags is up for Bombi. What do? You just accept it. You know, this is what you signed up for when you left it unbanned.
Gonna be Ings. I'll jump in from Fearless. Mines will be juked out by our Void Spirit, but now the shotgun in from Hung. Red. Half HP. Everyone will just disengage. Do have those hacks up. Oh, it's just such a stupid hero. Like, why is this even in the game?
You know what I'm curious about? So if Hong has Ags and he turns into techies, does that mean his minefield also hides mines?
Oh my, don't.
Is there a potential for double hidden mine spots? Does that work that way? Because that sounds really, really busted if it does interact that way. Really busted. Unfair busted.
Well, I don't play techies or Morphling, John, so it's a bit hard for me to answer that question for you. I imagine the answer might be yes, which scares me quite a bit.
Ooh. Spicy.
Yep.
Oh, man.
More props to BT.Trust though, right? They haven't been afraid to take these fights. Like, especially Fearless. He is staying true to his name. He is jumping in as if he is Fearless.
Yeah, it's been brave of them. They have to be wary. When you see Red running up to you, you know something is up. That's the biggest one. One way to counteract that, Lincolns. So you can see Fearless after the BKB into the Lincolns for him on his queued items. Once you have that, you're a bit safer. In fact, I'd say a few more Lincolns just to be really safe. You just ensure you're not gonna be kept. You're not gonna be caught out there. You look at Masaros, saving for the heart. Slow build up. You know, he hasn't been able to get that farm up and running, but once you have the heart and the tide, it's gonna be a really tanky beast, and they have had issues blowing this tide up.
Woke up from BT.Trust up towards that top lane. Looks like Jackie has spotted out Red. Can't get the ensnare off in time, and Red, that could be him dead. He doesn't have Firefly any longer. Tries for the spider legs, but it will not work out. Another kill going over to Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, it's on the biggest here. They could ask for the kills to come in too. Jackie building up that lead, Mike. 4K ahead of Hung. Naga just set to eclipse everyone. One part away from the Abyssal. Once you've got that, the presence of the Naga skyrockets. The damage output and control is not something that you should underestimate in any circumstance. You talked about it earlier on, but they just have not applied pressure to Jackie. It's been basically a free farm game, so you're going to have to deal with the consequences of that once this Abyssal is up and running.
I wonder what Dota Plus is saying about this game. So 56%. All of that? Very interesting.
Yeah, the numbers aren't exactly clear. No, it's 56, but it comes at a heavy cost, that 56%. Your mental fortitude takes massive hits. You're always going to be scared of hearing that little ping sound. It's a bit terrifying, but you can see how many sentries are down as well on this map. They're just ensuring that these spots are gone, and it just forces Bombi to blow up his investments.
More mines blowing up everywhere. It's like they are just going to really sit back and...
Yep. Take it slow.
How late can you go with Morph
really
Ricky? I mean, it's just
really you can though. Like it's Morphling scaled so well, right? You know, he's one of those cores that goes ultra late game. If you're having issues, buy an Ags, eat it, and then turn it to Techie.
Sickening, dude. Doesn't make any sense. Masaros doesn't want to walk into the Roshan pit. Walks away. Bombi's literally in there
That's a
with a
smart
bunch
play.
of mines. Yep, just don't walk in.
Yep. Bomb.
They have the courier watching Bombi doing this. Bombi's
Yeah.
leaving the courier.
He's just asserting dominance. Does he? He sees the courier. No, the courier actually doesn't have vision, Mike. It's not far enough.
Oh.
Bombi sees it, but right outside. They go.
Oh, no. Oh, it's just a few else now can go in. Commits the ravage. He is so sick of this guy. He's just going to commit everything to take. And maybe now they can go for a Roshan.
Oh, a bit too excited there to pop his mines. Would have been big. See, if he had it here, Mike, you'd be dead. But he doesn't. They bait that out well. Motivate.Trust get that opportunity. Aegis Cheese on the deck. 496. They're not in position to contest. They're gonna have to give it up.
The second Roshan of the game going down, but the bot lane is being forced in by 496, so they're going to jump in onto Fearless, who will be forced to astral step away. It's like Hung is not intending on sticking around much longer either. Back off that high ground.
Ah, man, Mike. What a way to get the last game of the day, right?
Yep. Yep.
It's still Doogie's fault.
Is.
Just shout out to you, Doogie. Whew. You know, 2K lead, 22-22, 32 minutes in, and it feels like a stalemate. Progress on the map. Look at those towers. Mirror. Tier 1 still standing in the bot lane. Tier 1 still standing up top for Motivate.Trust.
Oh,
mid lane,
right.
tier 2s. There you go. Bombi. He's up.
Has
Bombi's like
Bambi
Bambi.
up now.
Yep.
False promise out very early on. Onto Hung. They do get Q as a kill.
Preemptive.
That's it.
Just to be still taking control of that bot jungle. There's that Heart and Masaros, so we've bought enough time for Urtai to be an Ultra Beast, really tanky. And finally, just a bit of pause, because they know it's going to go long.
No. You don't get to pick techies and pause. You don't get both options.
You reckon there should be a rule? If you pick techies, you
if
forfeit
pick
your pause time?
techies, yeah, you should have the defenses up already. If you need to disconnect, that's fine. You should have the mines ready to go. Got an Octarine core now, so all those mines are going to be coming out way faster. Well, 25% faster, which is pretty nice. He hasn't got anything else like a neutral item that can speed up his... Well, actually, there is a quickening charm on their Batrider. Red's being a little bit greedy here with that quickening charm.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
Give
want
it up.
full value, give it a Bombi.
Yeah, give it up. Just let him do it. He is the guy who's going to commit the war crimes. Let him do it. He is complicit, though. He's complicit. He does the lasso, right? He's part of it, Mike.
I mean, I guess they want to hold the Philosopher's Stone to just, you know, keep the passive gold going while Bombi is just placing mines everywhere. Makes enough sense to have that Philosopher's Stone just stuck on Bombi.
Yep.
I don't know how to feel about this hero anymore. Nor do I know how to feel about this game.
You know what I'm excited for, Mike? Level 25. Moving mines. Moving mines.
Oh, right. Yes, I forgot about that. How can I forget?
Why is that a talent? Why does he get the most broken level 25 talent? Mines movement and 251 damage. His attack range and his attack animation, which scales really nice with attack speed. Why? Why does techies... Why did they get that?
Don't think...
Why? I just look at his talents, and then I look at my boy Undying, and I'm like, why? Why does
Roll
this...
blank hearts.
That's the only way to go, so you don't die.
Down the bot lane, they are going to have a fight. here onto Fearless. Abyssal Blade gonna catch out that BB. Jackie cleans him up. And Eighth Remnant locking in on Yas. See, he's gonna try and blink strike out, and looks like he should be just fine, but Fearless wants to keep trying. Might be able to get him. Let's see, you got the Oracle, but that's all you get.
It's not enough. They back off. They're feeling safe. 2K lead still on MG.Trust. They even have the double war crimes for Red. 2 and 1. Get them into the mines now. Love to see it. Ags rush on the Batrider. Just do it. You've got it. You know, that's not pretend anymore. This is exactly what they want. You know, it's just dunk them in. You know, just make them suffer. That's it.
Burnbill might be able to get a duel off here on our Ricky. False Promise already out from that BB, but they commit the duel anyway just to get that damage off in time. Now the Ravage is out from Masseros, and that should theoretically be both dead, unless Yassi can get himself out, but no. Does go down to the damage output, and with those two heroes down, MG.Trust are going to try and make a push happen.
Yeah, catch out the Courier of Hung. That's going to stall out the developments of that Butterfly. He's not going to be able to easily buy out his Eagle Song. A bit of a shame having it in that slot, but good punishment out from MG.Trust onto the tier 2s. These are spots that Bombi has not focused on, so they are really open. It can be relatively easy to take out with no worries.
Hung does take the mid lane tier 2 tower with a nice DD rune for himself, but they'll keep going up to the higher ground. Abyssal is out onto red, but Jackie doesn't seem to want to continue. Or maybe they do now. They caught Hung.
What? Ooh. That is not good news. They need a Morphling to actually hit. There are some mines here. Ooh, not enough.
Got the heart up. Jackie is more than tanky enough. With that, back to the tier 3 tower. They're going to take the chance they get.
Ooh.
Lasso, a double lasso in fact, but there's no mines to go to. They're pinging out the one mine just on the ground there, but it's not going to be enough. So Jackie, he'll turn back around now with Boombill. They will get that BP. Mines will at least get the Aegis, however. The Siren, but Jackie does have the song. He does have the cheese. They're going to fight. Not quite. They want to get out of there. They'll just TP away.
Yeah, it's a successful defense for 496. Tier 3 still stands. If they find a repair kit, you know, it's yeah, been running healthily. Nah, yeah, they do have a repair kit, so they can just build it right back up. Red holds on to it, and not showing, but still good. Masseros still up front.
I haven't got the lasso for another 15 seconds. He'll be just fine. It's got the Ravage up in 5. They kind of want to go for another big team fight and not give the time for Bombi to get these mines out. Makes a lot of sense why his name is Bombi now, by the way, John. It's, that last night.
You think about some strange things, Mike.
I do, John. I really do. That'll be your mid-tier 2 tower going down. The illusions do it. Run them through the mines.
Ooh.
Bombi ended up getting that quickening charm, by the way, John. So he's got mines a little bit faster now.
Love to see it. Still no progress onto the high ground. There was a smoke from MG.Trust. Working their way up top, but no one really there. Just going to be able to plant some wards. 496. They find themselves 12k behind, 13k now. And they've got the scaling with the Morph. They've got the scaling with the Ricky. Although Yassi has stalled out in development. Needs to get that Battle Fury up and running as fast as possible. Start to deal with that. And tier 4 items, perfect. The leveler to help them siege the imaginary high ground that they're probably not going to touch for the next few minutes.
True.
Oh,
What else we can get?
Mines. Fearless. They're pinging it.
Fearless. Oh, no, they know. Nice.
Oh, they've got the gem on Fearless. All right. So there's that. It's gonna be
What are you
harder
so
now.
upset for?
I just want to see the mines kills. You know, it's here. You might as well see it, fight. You
Fearless
might
gonna
as well
catch
enjoy it.
Out red. Was trying to skip the creep wave, but he's going to get slowed up, and he should be controlled completely. And they do get the jewel. And they found a spell prism now. Wow.
Yeah, perfect.
So you give that to Bomb. Get him even lower in terms of cooldowns and even higher in terms of spell damage.
Yeah, just I don't know why they're pretending that's gonna be Hung side. There's no point pretending. Just give it to Bobby. You're not the star of the show. Techies is. It's always the techies. Always. Still, you've got that Hex up on Jack. You might, you know, they're not playing games here. MG got the control. They've got damage. They're just eating true mines, and even if you blow them up, Jackie's too tanky to blow up now.
Yeah, he's got 5k HP. He's happy. Pair kits are being used up. More mines behind the tier 3 tower. How many mines do you require to actually take out this Naga now?
I
Feels like
don't
it's going to
even
be
know.
way too much.
Yeah, a heck lot more than you'd want to invest, which is why you need a quickening charm for bombing. And that spell prison. Still, it's a cautious siege. Cautious siege. They're not fully committing. They do manage to take it out in the end, and they're going for another.
Do almost have level 25 on Masaros. It's a nice, nice bonus damage increase with the 25 talent if he wants. Be very, very healthy for him. Got to go back and defend. They brought out Hung on the Morphling trying to push, but Hung will be able to BKB, and he does go for the TP out. And meanwhile, Q ends up going down in the mid lane.
Oh, so I learned something new today, Mike. You didn't catch it, but they lassoed the Tide, right? And it chained onto our Grimstroke. So it caught Q, and then Masaros's Kraken Shell triggered, but when he walked around, the lasso was still on Q. So it just looks wrong. It just looks so wrong. He's dragging his support around instead. It's so weird. You learn something new, you know?
Oh, good.
Oh, look. Mines.
Mines
Got
indeed.
vision, though.
Oh, it's just havoc. Absolute havoc on the high ground.
They're just
Masaros
dancing.
doesn't know where to stand.
I mean, they've got vision. You know, they're blowing up those mines slowly. 496, they've got to make a play. Do they have the damage to get through these tanky heroes?
Sure they do, John. That melee Rax is finally going down. Smokescreen going to delay things even further, but luckily Masaros is going to be able to take it for himself. And up toward that top lane. They aren't going to give Bombi time. Back to...
No.
Bombi has that spell prism now, by the way.
Took them long enough.
It's going faster.
They need more. I mean, they're losing a lot of space here in the high ground. They're smoked up.
They just suicide in. Hung, gonna wait for him in, but can't really do too much right now on this Morphling. Masaros again would love that 25 talent right now. Can't quite get it. He's gonna keep walking back up and down. The heart keeps resetting the tide. He's never gonna die like this.
No. No, it's too much HP. They've got the Battle Fury up on Yassi, so he's clearing out these creep waves just fine. It's like an unbreakable spear and a unpierceable shield, right? It's a paradox. That's what this push is, a complete paradoxical situation.
Hung running circles around Masaros right now. They get the range racks. Red gets a lasso off, but it's going to be purged off immediately. And that's not good news now for 496, as they've got to defend without that big lasso. Hung, he's going to pop the BKB and waveform right in, but this was going to be out from Jackie, and the Jewel is there onto the Morphling. They're trying to help him out, but there's your Ravage from Masaros, and there's Jackie just cleaning everyone up. 3 heroes down with that buyback, and I believe this is what you call GG, John.
Should Beater holding out in some couple of mine plays, perhaps?
Bombi's trying to drag him in to the mines, but he's not going to be able to get it. An ultra kill for Jackie.
Yeah.
Almost killed Jackie. Not quite.
Jackie. Oh, baited.
Eats the cheese, just in case. And he'll be right. That'll be the GG call being made now. Trust.
Fireworks went off.
Motivate.Trust do manage to get a 2-0 victory over 496. But what a fun series it was.
Absolutely a pleasure to watch these boys go against each